Chapter 751 An Undefeatable Technique? Karna had the backup of many elites, hence, he was not as hard-pressed as SMG and Neatwit in his fight against the worms. However, while every elite was able to get a shot or two in at the worm, even if they were able to slice a portion of the worm's body off, or blow a hole in its insides, it was still as agile and active as ever, moving more violently than not. Johnny found the situation to be especially annoying, as the daggers he threw at the colossal beast made no difference to it whatsoever. It was then that Medivh decided to bust out a big move and use the Tier 4 fire spell Ocean of Flames to barbecue one of the 4 worms alive. Medivh managed to deal serious damage to the worm as it writhed and struggled in pain. However, burrowing itself underground once more, it was able to diffuse the flames from its body and managed to stay alive. Karna, on the other hand, used Heaven Slash to cut one of the worms clean in the half through the exact middle. But sadly, it did not have the effect he desired as to kill or maim the worm, as the idiotic creature not only had 11 hearts, but also 3 brains, which meant that both of its bodily halves behaved like 2 separate units instead of dying, and now the elites had 1 extra worm to handle. Soon the reinforcements arrived, and the situation became better, as the elite elders were able to start driving the worms back. However, it was at this point that Johnny snapped and decided to take matters into his own hands. Literally. Putting his daggers away, Johnny walked towards the worms, like he was not afraid of them at all. One of the worms saw his prey, and came crashing down on Johnny with its mouth open, as the beast tamer behind him had a wide grin on his face, thinking that he was successfully able to take one of them down. However, when the beast burrowed back underground, Johnny was still walking undisturbed towards the beast tamer, as the beast tamer could not understand what was going on. A second worm attacked Johnny, and then a third. However, all fell flat onto the ground without ever making contact. Johnny smiled with his wrinkled face as he walked slowly towards the blue-eyed demon beast tamers, his every step full of condition and malicious intent. Johnny's fingers were tingling as he scratched his palms. There seemed to be an itch in his hands, as if he wanted to grab something desperately. One of the beast tamers took a martial arts stance, as he did not back off from Johnny English, his towering 7.5 feet body making Johnny look like a nimble old man. The demon punched straight for Johnny's face, but Johnny swerved his head to the right, and the punch missed its mark. But the demon quickly followed it with a second on, and then a third, as he started to push for a martial arts rally. Johnny deliberately dodged the attacks instead of letting them pass through him, as he wanted to create the illusion that he needed to dodge these attacks, and was not immune to physical damage. It was only when the demon attempted a roundhouse kick on Johnny and balanced his weight on one leg while using the other as a weapon, that Johnny let the attack pass through him clean deliberately. The demon was caught off guard when his legs did not make contact with a solid surface, and hence his support leg twisted a little, giving Johnny a clear view of his unprotected balls, sealing the fate. Johnny used one palm to brutally crush the demon's exposed ball sack, as the large demon body had an equally large man part, which was why it hurt exponentially more when Johnny crushed it with brutal force. The demon fell to his knees, as the pain was so much that it took a full 3 seconds for the wind to return to his lungs, to even let out a scream. Arghhhhh, the demon screamed and howled in pain, as his tamed beasts became completely out of control, fighting other beasts and behaving extremely erratic in general. The men and the elites, who saw what Johnny was grabbing, winced in pain, as they somehow felt the pain in their own sacks as well, and it was brutally uncomfortable for them to see. Johnny, however, did not release it after one squeeze, as the walnuts had not been popped out yet, and for him, the job was not done until the walnuts were removed from the sacks, and the demon was emasculated. The second squeeze hence made the demon a eunuch, as he passed out from pain, his most sensitive part bleeding, as if it was chopped off, although it was in one piece. Well, more or less in one piece, as a lot of internal parts went missing. Standing up, Johnny clapped his hands, as he looked at the other demon beast tamer, and made inappropriate gestures to the man using his palms. Johnny walked towards him with an evil smile, as the demon walked backwards in pure horror. Johnny said, Now! Come to Papa!" However, the demon, a Tier 4 powerhouse, was so bewildered to see the fate of his friend that he shrieked like a frightened girl and chose to jump into one of his own centipede's mouths and commit suicide rather than facing Johnny. In this way, Johnny defeated both the demonic beast tamers. Without his presence, the worms quickly started to move away from the accumulation of Tier 4 powerhouses and to recuperate from their wounds. As Johnny looked back, he saw Rudra, SMG, and Neatwit join the party, as he told them, "You are late, boys. Papa Johnny has already saved the day." // Chapter 4 out of 5 for the super gift by Savanthi. Please thank her in the comments for this one. Special shout out to Anton Kartunen for the roughly 2,200 coin gifts. Thank you so much, my man, for the patronage // Chapter 752 Capturing the Second Village. When the elites reached the walls of the village, the last general summoned a lava hound to protect the village and attack the elites, and a huge black flying hippopotamus-like creature that spit lava flew towards the elites at high speed. Rudra felt like cutting the chubby hippo in two halves with his sword in one deciding world slash. However, Mediv tapped on his shoulders and said, "I've got this one, boss." Rudra glanced over his shoulders and loosened the grip on his sword as he let the number one mage of his guild do his magic. Mediv raised his right arm, and a spout of water emerged from the land below and shot towards the sky like a natural spring, extending for a full 50 meters in height. The hound, who seemed to abhor water, decided that it wanted to target Mediv first as it adjusted its flying trajectory towards Mediv and started to accumulate a lava beam in his mouth. A few seconds later, when the lava hound came about 50 meters in front of Mediv, it finally unleashed the lava beam as hot and condensed magma shot out towards Mediv in a concentrated beam. The heat from the attack was scorching, and even Rudra could feel his skin temperature go up uncomfortably as he glanced towards Mediv in a slight worry. However, Mediv was not worried at all, as using his left hand, he used the move, Hydro Cannon, and shot a water blast towards the incoming magma blast at 3 times the speed and 15 times the volume. Hot magma met cold water and turned into stone, and while the magma was a superior element compared to the weak water, the sheer scale of Mediv's blast was able to neutralize the magma's heat while also keeping it at bay. The hound tried its best, but could not push Mediv back, and that was when Mediv used the previously created water spout with his right hand and started to weave a water prison around the flying beast. The hound was stuck in between a rock and a hard place, as if it stopped the attacking beam, it would be overwhelmed by the water blast. However, if it did not, then it would be trapped in between a constricting water prison. Unfortunately, the beast did not have the same human-like intelligence, and processing so much information at once was not possible for it. Hence it became undetermined, and the prison was able to form around it. Mediv drowned the hound in a pool of water, but since magma still oozed out of its body and mouth, the water soon started to react with the magma and turn into stone, as within minutes the magma hound was turned into a stone mummy hippo. During this time, SNG had sneakily sneaked behind the demon beast tamer, using his assassin skills, and taken him out off guard by his very sharp but invisible wire thread that was capable of chopping head off. The fight against the Tier 3 weaklings after that was none of Rudra's concerns at all, as he calmly sat on top of the stone hippo's head and sipped a mana potion alongside Mediv and Karna. The village without its Tier 4 generals was naturally defenseless against the elites, and it took only 25 minutes for the others to clean up and round the innocent village survivors up for Rudra's verdict. Naturally, Rudra gave them the same deal as the last village. And this time around he added the line, "I gave the same deal to the other village." 72% left, 28% stayed. The 28% are now dead. The emotionless way in which he said it made the oversmart demons, who wanted to make a heroic stand, feel a chill down their spines, as this time around 98% of the population chose to run away with their lives intact. Only a group of 35 demons chose to stand back, as one of them mouthed some heroic words like, "I will never bow to humans like you." However, Rudra could not care less about what they said, as one aura burst later, they were all kowtowing to him on the floor dead. In about 2 hours, Rudra had successfully taken down 2 villages, and was now preparing his group to gear up for the town fight. If all things were to go well, he expected to round things up in the next 6 hours, and rest back at the camp after a good day's work. However, since the appearance of the centipedes, he understood that he could never be too confident in this unknown land. The opponents had methods he had never seen before, and ways to counter him that may blow his mind. Keeping in mind that there was nothing such as too much caution, Rudra buckled up for a tough fight as he jogged alongside his men towards the town of Gates. Meanwhile, Max was part of the 5th Legion, under General Belphegor. It was his first day in Hell, and he was already being treated like cannon fodder, as nobody in the entire army camp seemed to respect him or his Tier 1 strength at all, while the other Tier 3 humans were treated with respect, and the Tier 2 humans were at least provided with instructions. The Tier 1 and Tier 0 humans were basically neglected, as if they did not even exist. They were ordered as a whole unit, and not as individuals, as if they had no individual standing at all, and while the others around him seemed to not mind this at all. Max felt like it was a huge blow to his pride. Max felt frustrated, like nobody acknowledged him here. He was used to being adored and admired wherever he went. He was the youngest pass out of the elite academy, and the younger brother of Rudra Rajput. However, strip all that off, and Max finally understood that he was actually a nobody. Without his brother's name, he had no weight in this army. And him wanting respect was just the child inside him acting up. Accepting his tough reality, Max understood that nobody expected him to perform in this war, or even contribute anything at all, which was exactly why he needed to prove all of them wrong. / chapter 5 out of 5 for the super gift by Savanthy. Please thank her in the comments for this one. Hope you enjoyed today's mass release. Thank you my lovely readers for all the support / Chapter 753 A Town Fight. The elites had made very fast progress up till this point, capturing the 2 villages. However, this time around was undoubtedly going to be the big fight, which would need peak concentration from the 30 involved. Just like Purple Haze City, the town of Gates was covered with a 40 meters high stone wall that had inbuilt openings for archers to shoot from, and some special openings for mounted cannons. It also had sandworms lurking around in the sand outside the town, which meant that there were some beast tamers guarding the roads to the town, which was going to be an useless fight. Other than that, the town had about 650,000 inhabitants under Tier 2. Had the goal been to obliterate the city, Rudra could have undertaken the Knight of the Emperor form, and smashed through the city wall and the buildings inside solo, as he wiped the town off the face of the map of hell in under 1 hour. However, the army of death needed the town intact for being a good residency, and the walls undamaged for it to serve as a military camp. Under such circumstances, Rudra could no longer run rampant over the town and annihilate it. Rudra thought long and hard about it, and then concluded that the best strategy to attack the town was to bypass the defenses of the wall and drop straight into the war spots. This was a strategy that endangered the lives of innocent demonkind. However, that was the concern of the demons defending the town, and none of Rudra's headache. His elites were not going to go out of their way to attack innocent demons. However, any casualties happening in regards to untargeted attacks were not his problem. Countless of his own countrymen had died due to the demon attack that Lucifer had launched into his city. And at that time, the demons deliberately tried to harm innocent civilian life. The code of war was breached by the demons first, and hence Rudra did not feel obligated to show any mercy to them either. Using gravity manipulation, he took the entire 30-man group to a 1 kilometer's height above the surface and easily bypassed the city walls and defenses undetected before dropping everyone down into their designated attack spots from a height of 100 meters. The elites literally dropped from the sky onto spots where Rudra had scouted that the Tier 4 generals were residing, and with every elite outnumbering their Tier 4 counterpart 3:1. A bloody fight soon started in the city, without any warnings for the demons. The scouts posted outside were dumbfounded, and the demon beast tamers, who were guarding the gates with their pets, were rendered useless by Rudra's move, as although they could use their pets inside the city, they could not do it unless they killed countless of their own kind. The major fighting broke out at 3 different parts of the city, and the majority of the forces posted on the walls did not understand where to respond for help, which made a mess of the reinforcement situation as nobody had any idea as to whom to go to first. This was the first proper fight for the elites, where they needed to stay sharp and focus, as although they outnumbered the Tier 4 generals, under the constant support of the Tier 3 soldiers and the swarm of Tier 2 infantrymen, it was still a very high-paced fight with attacks flowing in from all sides. Crowd control was a necessity for the elite generals to perform as big moves were dished out all across the town, killing many soldiers at once, while also destroying some of civilian architecture. The elites fought in a tight and compact formation with everyone knowing their role perfectly after having years of running dungeons together, as the cohesiveness of the unit made it impregnable even under intense pressure. It was not at all easy for a bunch of 30 Tier 4 individuals to capture such a well-defended town posing several Tier 4 defendants of its own. However, the superior quality of the elite generals and their innate gaming acumen gave them the edge in the fight, as although the struggle was bloody at first, they were progressively gaining the upper hand, while the others struggled to kill the Tier 4 generals. Rudra walked barehanded through the streets under his oppressive aura as he walked unhindered towards the town hall. His goal was to claim the town token and kill the mayor residing inside to claim ownership of the town. And while a few Tier 3 weaklings tried to block his path, just his gravity manipulation was enough to send them flying out of his way without him even having to lift a single finger. When Rudra finally approached the town hall, he saw 15 cannons pointed at him, as well as 1 plump lava hound blocking his path, with 1 Tier 4 beast tamer behind him, and 1 Tier 4 demon berserker beside him alongside roughly 20-30 Tier 3 archers and mages. It was the best defense unit of the city, who was ready to stop any aggressors from approaching. However, the fear in the eyes of the demons upon looking at the unarmed human was apparent. They could see him as the incarnation of death himself, and their legs hence shuddered involuntarily. "Unblock my path, or perish," Rudra declared in a cold voice as he passed a verdict on the lives of the demons. Some demons shrieked. Some looked towards the Tier 4 berserker to make the call. The berserker said, "Don't be too full of yourself, human. We demons will never be bullied by your weak sunbathing race. It's a disgrace to our honor. Come if you dare." We shall die before we bow. Very well, Rudra said, as he extended his right arm towards the demons, and summoned a cute little golden eight-tailed beast from his pet space. The eight-tailed beast yawned as it looked at the demon group and stretched its limbs out nonchalantly. Although it was no bigger than the size of Rudra's forearm, the attack it was about to unleash was not something the demons could have ever imagined. // Special shout out to Matthias Schmidt aka Master Ofcos for the 5,000 coin magic castle. One of the very few of my thousands of readers who actually comments on every single chapter. Your presence and support is duly noted. Thank you very much for the patronage. The subsequent bonus chapter will be released within next 14-16 hours // Chapter 754 Furball's Power. In its small pocket form, which it liked to minton around Rudra, it was no bigger than 45 centimeters, or about half a meter in body length, with additional 25 centimeters of 8 wiggly tails that were constantly moving in random directions. For someone who did not understand beasts and their origins and powers at all, Furball would look like a pocket dog type of pet that rich women like to keep around due to their insane cuteness. Its looks posing no physical threat whatsoever to an onlooker. However, those who understood the origin of beasts and their powers would be terrified of the right tails probing out of the beast. Just like no one would underestimate a baby dragon. Anyone with half a brain would never underestimate a 9-tailed beast either, who just like the dragons reached tier 4 power upon maturity. A 9-tailed beast reached the tier 4 power level when it sprouted the 7th tail, and reached the peak of tier 4 when it had 8 tails. A full 9-tailed beast meant that it was at the early tier 5 realm of power. The tier 5 9-tailed beast that Rudra had met in the Valley of Illusions many years ago was at this power stage, and at that point the elder had advised Rudra that his eyes of truth and pet were two of his greatest assets, and that he should cherish them. However, she worried that although Rudra was more powerful than Furball back then, beasts matured much faster than humans, and there was no way that Rudra would be able to keep that strength gap when Furball matured. Many years later, her words indeed proved to be true, as Rudra's eyes were indeed his great asset, which allowed him to see a world that no mortal could ever see, help him strategize war and collect intelligence unlike any scout, and prevent his information to be read by any enemy irrespective of their power level. Not even Lucifer could read his information, and it was all because of his eyes. The Elder Ninetails had also been correct in her prediction that had it been any other player in the world except for Rudra, she would have fallen behind the maturing Furball, since the second highest level player was still in the middle sector of tier 4. The peak tier 4 8-tailed Furball had indeed surpassed the entire player base, second only to Rudra in terms of sheer power scale. Furball was a divine beast who had the potential to not only reach tier 5, but given enough time, even tier 6. It was not just a regular 9-tailed beast race member, but a higher existence even amongst that species, and the power she commanded at tier 4 peak was no joking matter. Furball was Rudra's biggest investment in Omega. Her from her grooming to feeding her expensive elixirs to sharing his EXP with her. Rudra was the only player to give a significant portion of his level up EXP to his pet, and still be as powerful as he was, as the majority of the player base did not feel like the nurturing was worth it, and hence did not train combat pets. Just the food Rudra fed Furball alone costed $4-5 billion a month, and it was only someone like Rudra, who was a guild master, and a freak of nature, who could afford raising a divine beast like he did. The result was obvious. A spoiled and insanely cute beast that was packed with power stared down a legion of demons alone without fear. The tier 4 demon beast tamer's POV. The beast tamer stared into Furball's eyes, with his amber red eyes, as it tried to make the beast his subservient. The beast tamer was capable of enslaving even a tier 4 hellhound, and had the confidence of suppressing a small fox for sure, but was dumbfounded when his repeated attempts to make contact failed. Furball did not even pay him any attention, as she kept licking her paws and setting her hair, as if unaffected by his beckoning. The beast tamer increased the intensity of his beckoning, and Furball seemed annoyed. It made eye contact with the beast tamer, and the beast tamer nearly fainted out with what he saw. Far from enslaving the fox, the beast tamer wanted to sure asterisk his own pants, as when he made eye contact with the small fox, he was sucked into another world where one giant beast looked down on his puny body and killed him with one paw slash. When he died, the illusion broke. However, back in reality, when he put his palm on his neck to make sure his head was still attached to his body, he found his hand to be moist as he was bleeding profusely. The beast tamer could not believe his eyes. There were claw marks on his neck that were oozing blood and narrowly missing his vital veins. Had the depth of the claw be even 1 centimeter deeper, he had no doubt that he would be a dead man at this moment. The illusion was real, and the power of the beast was something even he could not fathom. Utterly scared, he said, "That beast! Don't underestimate it!" His tier 4 companion, however, did not heed his advice, as he charged towards Rudra. However, seeing the malicious intent of the berserker towards her master, Furball leaped off Rudra's palm and onto the ground as it blasted the charging enemy with a giant fire blast. The blast that the small beast unleashed was big enough to burn the entire town hall building thrice. As the charging berserker was dumbfounded by the sudden attack and was forced to cross both his axes in a defensive pose to block. The blast pushed the berserker back, and he tried his best to hold his ground. However, although he had his feet firmly planted to the ground, he was still blasted back several meters before his weapon broke down, and he faced the brunt of the attack, without the Tier 4 berserker blocking the blast. Nearly 20,000 soldiers alongside half the town hall was blasted to ashes. The remaining demons were terrified as they finally realized the reality of the situation. Rudra apart, they were not even strong enough to face his beast. / bonus chapter for super gift by Matthias Schmidt. Please thank him in the comments for this one / Chapter 755 Hell Shaken Up. His right eyebrow was completely reduced to dust, and his hair were completely missing from the right side. Although the demon had 65% of its HP intact. One fire blast from Furball chipped off 35% of his net HP, which terrified not only the demon, but the soldiers beneath him too. The beast tamer was already too afraid of Furball to act, and half the town hall that they were desperately protecting was already blown to smithereens. Under such circumstances, the demon soldiers, who were a cohesive unit up till this point, lost their will to fight as one after another. Many abandoned their weapons and started to run for their lives. Furball became a one per terror show in the area as it took on the Hellhound alone, and although the beast was immune to fire attacks, Furball used illusion to trap it in a mind control spell such that it started to rampage and attack the demons itself, becoming a liability rather than an asset to the demon army. Since the rest of the elites had already started to wipe out the defendants of the town, it became only a matter of time now that the town defenses crumpled. It was indeed what happened. As 90 minutes later, Furball had finished off the demon berserker, and Rudra gained control of the town hall by killing the mayor, as the elites gained control of the town of Gates. The defending forces were routed, and all the Tier 4 generals laid dead on the town floor, and it only took the elites 2.5 hours to achieve this result from start to finish, without a single crack in the outer wall of the city, or a single round of arrows or ammunition wasted. The elites took control of a well-equipped and rationed city without losing a single man. In just under 1 day since they set out to fight, Rudra had completed 2 weeks' worth of agenda, and that too without his forces being overexerted or overstretched. It was a display of war strategy at its finest, as Rudra proved his technical superiority in combat planning by achieving this perfect result. When Rudra established the elites, he had exactly this vision in mind, to create a cohesive group of superior players that could take the world on even when outnumbered. And today, fighting alongside those same men after almost a decade of gaming, he found that vision to come true. The 30 of them could achieve the same results as an army of 1 million strong, and it swelled Rudra's chest in pride to see the fruits of his initial dream finally bore result. He presented the same terms to the hundreds of thousands of inhabitants of the town of Gates as he did to the other 2 villages, which was to leave or perish. Many left. However, close to 100,000 demons chose to die with their fallen town, and Rudra obliged their wishes, choosing himself to be the temporary guardian of the town. Rudra alongside Tank were the only 2 who stayed back in the now ghost town, while the others went back to the other 2 villages, and finally back to the camp to inform the camp of the successful raid. As per Rudra's instructions, 3 men occupied each village, and the rest returned to the base camp, and were now under Karna's command. Asmodeus's POV. When Asmodeus saw the 22 Tier 4 generals returning back to the camp in little over a day's time, he believed the worst, and thought that Rudra and 7 other generals must have lost their lives in battle. He hence rushed up to Karna and asked, "What happened? Why are you all back in just a day?" Neatwit frowned at the question. He did not like the questioning tone of the demon, being super protective of Karna and Rudra. He naturally said, "Oi! Is that how you talk to your first commander's men? Let me tell you, not even the guildmaster talks in such a tone to the vice guildmaster. You better." Neatwit wanted to say more, however Karna placed a hand on his shoulder to signal him to stop. Neatwit instantly paused as he let Karna speak. "Reporting to the second commander. We have captured the 2 villages and the town. There have been no casualties so far. First Commander Shikuni is currently holding the town of Gates until the army arrives." When Karna finished speaking, Asmodeus was stunned silent as he could not believe his ears. Although Rudra marched with a group of 30 strong men, capturing towns was not as easy as cabbage. One could not capture 2 villages and 1 town in a day like it was nothing. Yet now Rudra's men claimed to have completed the task. "So the mission is done?" Asmodeus asked in half disbelief. Sir, yes, sir, replied Karna with a slight smile. Good, Asmodeus said almost inaudibly, as he ran away to report to the others in Hades. In the next day that followed, 2 identical reports were read out to 2 different gods in hell. One of the reports was interpreted as good news, while the other was grim. The camp of death praised their first commander and his elites for a successful mission, and chanted their names with joy and pride, while the demons on Lucifer's camp shuddered to hear that name. Either way, Rudra's name reverberated throughout hell, as irrespective of how the news were spread, his name and notoriety rose alongside it. The final takeaway on both sides was the same Shikuni of the elites had arrived in hell, and had started the hunt for Lucifer's throne. / This chapter concludes our month of August. Hopefully all of you enjoyed the content this month. The prices for the top tier privilege will remain the same into next month, and additional discounts have been added in middle tiers, while the top one is still 99% off. / Chapter 756 The response from defending forces. Supply lines had been set up from the camp outside the village of no return till the town gates. As the forces of death were spread out throughout this region, taking control and building temporary residences. Lucifer had already mobilized forces to the eastern front once it was confirmed that the army of death was moving from the eastern province. However, recalling his forces from the north, west and south, and then making them march down towards the east required time. The closest response unit took a time of 3 days to reach the capital city, while the last ones arrived at day 7. Lucifer restructured the defenses from the other regions, and packed every single town and city that was yet to be conquered from the town of Gates till the capital city with troops and heavy arms, and started to evacuate citizens. Just 2 weeks since the army of death began their operations in hell, Lucifer's counter-defense was set up, and from here on out every single battle was going to see millions of soldiers on both sides lose their lives. The town of Gates was separate from the first major city, the City of Whispers, by 2 large villages. These 2 villages were set up parallelly to one another, separated by only 25 kilometers horizontal distance. This meant that attack on any one village would see reinforcements deployed quickly from the other village, which would outflank the attackers. The 2 small villages would be needed to be taken down quickly and simultaneously for the army of death to gain a foothold to launch an attack on the City of Whispers. According to Rudra's scouting, the City of Whispers was currently housing 25 million demons and 130 Tier 4 generals, with 1 Tier 5 demon commander. This meant that the struggle for the city was going to be the start of the real fight for the army of death. While conquering the 2 villages without being flattened by the Tier 4 generals and Tier 5 commander in the city was a small challenge of its own, Lucifer had very smartly retreated all Tier 4 warriors from the 2 villages, leaving it to only weak Tier 3 troops to defend. It was an obvious bait, as the idea was to lure the army into the villages and give them a taste of peak Tier 4 and 5 attacks. War Council Room. The town of Gates. Hades sat at the head of the table, as the rest of his 5 commanders sat around him and discussed the coming war plans in this week's War Council. The agenda was the capturing of the 2 small villages ahead, and the responsibility to execute this mission correctly fell on the 5th Demon Commander Belphegor's division. After Rudra proved his proficiency in battle, his words started to become gospel within the war room. If initially his plan seemed to be too far-fetched, now the other commanders had more confidence in it, because not only could Rudra make bold claims, but could also successfully back them up with action. Hence, even though Belphegor was in charge of the attacking on the villages, it was still Rudra who called the shots. Rudra said, "Both villages need to be attacked simultaneously. There are about 150,000 soldiers stationed in both villages, with 70% of them being Tier 3, while the other are Tier 1 and Tier 2 weaklings. For the demons to keep no Tier 4 forces within their city is clear indication that they are baiting us into attacking their territory, and must have some underhanded technique to make us pay. I have sensed unusual deposits of materials buried beneath the village grounds. However, I'm not an alchemist, and although I can see those materials, I have no idea what they do, or if they are rigged explosives. The village is defended using a tall and thick wooden wall, but it is nothing that a Tier 3 attacker can't chop down in 2 slashes. Hence, if we overwhelm the enemy with a ratio of 2 to 1, we should technically be able to win this war quickly. What bothers me, however, is the proximity of the villages to the city. The damn City of Whispers is built on a much higher ground and a raised platform from the normal ground level, mostly to be safe against flooding of River Thames. But in this situation, it gives it the higher ground to attack from the city walls towards the villages. Only 2 kilometers from the villages, the Tier 4 and above generals in the city can take up long-range assaulting on the attacking forces, and should they launch Tier 4 attacks, our forces would see a rout in no time. As Rudra laid down the facts, the tension in the room seemed to be rising by a few notches. The next attack seemed to be a tricky one. However, it was critical in the grand picture of things, as capturing the City of Whispers was one of the most important agenda of this war campaign, and to get there the villages needed to be neutralized first. Finally, Belphegor said, "Let me send in 15 Tier 4 generals from my end alongside a standing army of 1 million. I think that should be enough to root the villages as well as provide enough security against Tier 4 attacks that are launched from distance." Hades looked around the room to see any opposition to Belphegor's suggestion. And seeing none, he passed the plan of action. Belphegor's unit was to move out to attack in 2 days. / new month. New bonus system. 1 bonus chapter for every 200 golden tickets. 1 bonus chapter for every week that we end in top 15 of GT rankings, given on every Monday. 1 bonus chapter for every 2,500 power stones. 1 bonus chapter for every super gift. In addition to all this, there will also be bonus chapters based on Patreon goals that will be shared tomorrow, so we are looking at possibly the highest bonus chapter month ever given out. I don't want much, guys. Just help me reach these targets, and both of us will be happy humans. Side note, the commission map of Hell will be uploaded tomorrow on Discord. So join if you haven't already. Link, https://discord.gg/qvdhminejt// Chapter 757 Max's First Fight. The life in Hell was much more brutal than back on Middle Earth, as the food provided to the army was rationed seriously, and not nearly as good as the one on Earth, and while the lack of sunlight was fine for the first 5 days, it really started to affect his psyche after 1 week had passed. The difference in strength between the different tiers was nakedly visible to Max. As while everyone was given the same exercise, which was to transport the sack of sand from one corner to another, as a part of physical training. The ways in which different tiers approached the training was very different from one another. The sack weighed roughly 35 kilograms, and the few hundred Tier 0 men had to huff and puff, and use all their strength to drag the sacks from one end to another, as transporting 10 sacks took them roughly 1-2 hours. For him at Tier 1. Although he could successfully lift the sack over his back, he still felt the pinch of the weight of the sack, and after transporting all 10 sacks in roughly 10 minutes, or so, he felt a bit out of breath and strained. However, compared to the Tier 0 men, it was still a much better performance. For the Tier 2 men, they could pick 2 sacks in both of their hands, and needed only 5 small sprints to complete the task in little under 2 minutes, as they seemed to take it as a laughing ordeal, and nothing serious at all. While for the Tier 3 men, they could literally toss the sacks from end to end, and be done with it in under 10 seconds. Although after a rigorous training session, Max sometimes got a system notification that his strength stat had increased by +1. It was still nothing significant compared to the strength of the colleagues a tier above him. For Max, the various Tier 3 colleagues that he saw around him were untouchable existences, who he could only look up to, and not even dare to approach and talk. However, when he saw the same Tier 3 colleagues take on one Tier 4 general, his worldview was completely shattered. Even a 100 Tier 3 warriors that were super fast and super strong in his mind could not scratch a hair on the body of the Tier 4 general, as although it was non-lethal sparring. In just 5 short minutes, all 100 of the men were on the floor, writing their limbs in pain from the brutal beating. As Max looked on the ground to see the devastation left behind by the sparring, he felt horrified at the monsters battling. However, if this was the level of just a Tier 4 taking on a few Tier 3 warriors, what exactly was the strength level of his brother at Tier 5? Max's mind stopped working at this question. He had seen many battles of his brother over the years, and realized that the men he had seen in action were nothing compared to his brother. And although he had always seen him perform big moves as if it was nothing, it wasn't until he himself started playing Omega that he realized how difficult it actually was, and how easy his brother made it seem. Ever since Rudra had came back from capturing 2 villages and 1 town in 1 day, his reputation across all camps seemed to have soared. At every dinner table, at every training session, all that everyone talked about was the elites under Shikumi, and how amazing they were. Hence, when the marching orders finally came for Max to participate in the coming attack on 2 small villages, he felt pumped and excited for the event. He did not wish to remain weak for much longer. And in the immortal words of his own brother, war was the best opportunity to level up. Max hence resolved to reach the peak of Tier 1 by the end of tomorrow's fight. Meanwhile, on the forums, the war in Hell was the hottest topic across Omega at the moment, as apart from everyone who participated in the war, those who were skeptical and did not join it either wanted to know just how much everyone was improving in Hell. Naturally, those who were in Hell wanted to make those outside jealous, and hence presented false reports of exaggerated incidences. But the truth of the matter was that it was progressing like an actual and proper war. where it took time for attacks to be launched and cities to be wiped, and nothing like the usual warfare in Omega where entire kingdoms were toppled within a span of few weeks. There was boredom for troops when they were not training and wrestling. Hunting and gambling became common activities to kill the time. Regardless, most people understood that this was how things were going to be in the future for mankind, and that they must perform at their finest when their chance to battle came. Rudra had not manipulated millions into a false promise of non-existent realm-level war. As the war was real, the map was for everyone to see, and the demons were there to be killed. The only question that remained to be answered now was that those in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Division, who had not gotten an opportunity to fight yet, had already lost 2 weeks of leveling time by coming to hell, and if it would be another 2 months till their turn to fight came, they would have lost a lot of invaluable time. In such circumstances, what remained to be seen was whether or not the XP for killing a demon was worth it or not. As if it was not, then many wanted to commit suicide and get out of hell as soon as possible. The answer to that question, however, depended on how the million-strong came back after the attack on the villages tomorrow. / bonus chapter for ending the month on rank 13 for GT last week. Enjoy! / Chapter 758 An Agile Thief. The other Tier 1 players at least had a full set of armor on their body. However, Max only had leather boots of common grade and a bronze armor, with 1 silver sword and 1 stone sword and a few common daggers in his inventory. As the army lined up, and a Tier 2 overseer was assigned to a group of every 100 Tier 0 and 1s. The army was structured into the Tier 4 generals at the top, followed by the Tier 3 captains, the Tier 2 overseers, and the Tier 0 and 1 fodder. The Tier 2 overseer of Max's unit was a knight class, and from his facial hairstyle and his choice of weapons, Max could clearly see that the guy was a Shikuni wannabe. Max waited for a few words of motivation from his overseer before the marching orders came, as he had seen his brother motivate the elites time and time again before every war. However, those words were never spoken. The army was asked to roll out into the fight. And roll out they did as units walked in compact formation of 10 files of 10 rows each. In 25 short minutes, the army reached the village gates, and somewhere from behind the screaming order of halt came, and the overseer trained to repeat the order, hence screamed halt. The marching stopped and tried to peek past the men ahead of him to see why they had stopped at enemy gates. However, his movements were heavily reprimanded by his colleagues. "Stop moving, peasant! Show some discipline." Someone disdained with Max's low-quality equipment talked down on him, as Max felt frustrated and embarrassed by the situation and stopped moving. Humiliation was a bitter poison that he never wanted to endure. However, he knew that at the moment he had no identity, and for him to become someone, he needed to start from somewhere. And there was no shame in having a humble beginning. Calming down, Max drew his swords out, as while his stone sword looked crude and nicked at many parts, his silver sword glistened brightly. "Peasant, trade me that sword for 2 pieces of bread." A voice came from behind Max, as someone who believed himself to be a funny man tried to joke with Max. "If 2 pieces of bread is too much, how about 2 pieces of my sh***? The man followed up with a joke, and the unit started to chuckle. Max's face was flushed red in anger and embarrassment as he carefully decided the best course of action. However, his chance for revenge was overshadowed by the horn of war. As his Tier 2 commander shouted, "Charge!" Max had no idea as to what happened ahead of him, or why were they suddenly charging. But he understood that such was the life of a common soldier. They had to just do as they were told. Aghai! The men around him let out a war cry as the file marching starting to loosen down, and soon completely break down into a free run. In front of his own eyes, Max noticed how the 2 week intense training about attacking in formation crumpled down, as the idiots in front of him broke files and charged like barbarians. Naturally, this painted an open target for the archers of the village, who blew the heads off many of his colleagues. Max tried his best to run in his own file. However, it wasn't until an arrow narrowly zoomed past his cheek that his chest tightened in fear, and his perception of the fight broke down. For Max, this was the opportunity of a lifetime to live the dream of playing Omega and participating in big wars. Unlike others, he could not afford to die here today and just move on with life like nothing happened. He needed to survive, and he needed to improve. His senses hence went into hyperdrive as he let survival instinct take over. Breaking formation himself, he calculated the positions the archers were currently stationed in and the angles from which they could hit him. From then on, choosing to run behind a man who covered that exact angle from the archer, Max managed to enter the village fray where the actual fighting began. A huge-looking Tier 1 lesser demon seemed to have noticed him as he swung down his curved blade towards Max's shoulders, and Max defended by meeting the blow with his sword overhead. Block! Max's back instantly hit the floor as the wind was knocked out of his chest. However, although his position was absolutely bad, his right hand still blocked the curved blade from slicing his body, hence in terms of HP. Little to no damage had been done. The lesser demon raised his sword once more, and Max got a split second to throw a dagger with his left free hand, as he accurately pierced one of the demon's eye. Oerg! The demon screamed as it dropped its weapon, and clutched the pierced eye with both his arms, leaving his full body exposed to the enemy. "Thank you, Sir Johnny," Max said, as he profusely thanked the #1 mercenary to have rigorously trained him in the art of throwing daggers, which led to him having an opening to kill a demon today. Plunging both his swords deep inside the exposed gut, Max managed to finally take down one Tier 1 opponent. He then proceeded to level up twice due to the encounter. // Special shout out to Savanthy for the 5,000 coin magic castle, and congratulations to us for hitting the 200 GT target. Today will hence be a 3-chapter day, this being the normal one for the day. The map of hell that I had commissioned is finally complete. I will attach a low-quality document in the comments below, so do check out. The better quality will be uploaded on the Discord channel // Chapter 759 Trembling Teenager. He couldn't believe his own eyes that he had defeated such a large creature all by himself, and being the teenager that he was. He felt an immense confident boost from this one accomplishment, as he immediately jumped into the next battle. The second demon he decided to take on was already battling two of his unit's Tier 1 men, and noticing an opening in the demon's defenses as it battled the two men. Max picked his timing to launch an attack, and planted 2 daggers into the demon's throat to steal the kill. Max leveled up once more, and his laughter grew louder. He was thoroughly enjoying the war. However, the 2 men whose kill he had just stolen did not seem to be amused by his intervention at all, as they stole his 2 daggers from the dead demon's neck and said, "They are ours now. Intervene again, and we won't let you off the hook so easily." Max flinched. He could not understand what the other party's problem was. They were all on the same side. Why did it matter who killed the demon? Everyone involved had gotten the EXP. However, he was in no position to complain. He only had 5 daggers total, as it was all that his fortune could buy him. Losing 2 men a big blow to his dagger reserves, and Max could not let such a thing happen. Hence he said, "Give me the daggers back, and I won't interfere." The 2 men were clearly irked by Max's response. Since Max looked like a teenager, they did not take kindly to his retort, and hence replied in a domineering tone, "What did you say, punk?" Max said nothing, as he just showed the man a grin. And soon the man paid the price for being distracted mid-fight, as a demon swung his axe down, decapitating the man's neck clean. Max could have saved him if he wanted to, but he let him die and leave his partner to fend off against the demon himself, as he waited for the demon to finish off the lone man before jumping into battle. For 2 hours, Max consistently fought against demons at his own pace, killing 11 Tier 1 demons and 13 Tier 0 demons in the duration. The fight seemed to progress into a standstill, as while the fight was ongoing for 2 long hours, there seemed to be no end to the fighting on either side. Max had started to slow down, as his stamina was nearing rock bottom. He no longer actively looked for enemies, as his only desire was to go hide in a corner and replete his energy. The only reason he could fight for so long was because he leveled up 12 times total in the fight, as he added the extra points all into agility and stamina to keep going in the fights ahead. This was undoubtedly the most productive leveling 2 hours of his life, as usually gaining these many levels would take him anywhere from 1-3 weeks. Although the army of death was making no significant progress, they were not on the losing end either, and with a superior numerical advantage, if the war continued at the same pace, the human army would be the ultimate winner. However, this dynamic changed as loud explosions started to blow up the entire village to smithereens. Boom, 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 boom. Random huts and houses blew up in the village, killing both demons and humans alike, as the top brass of the Tier 3 demons evacuated the city. Debris and ash rose all around Max, as his ears started to ring from a loud explosion, damaging his eardrums. Max had no idea as to what was going on. However, as a large piece of wood smacked him right in the head, he understood that he had no other option but to sprawl onto the ground and pray that he survived the explosions. Brother, Max thought as a tear escaped his eye amidst all the explosions. As although Max was a strong warrior, he was still a trembling teenager in the end. He was not yet ready to face the true horrors of war. Rudra's POV. Unlike Max, Rudra only had his eyes set on the grand scheme of things, and the bigger picture looked truly grim. The 10 demon generals dispatched by Belphegor were utter disgraces to the Tier 4 name, as the 10 of them could not even break a deadlock against 1,000 puny Tier 3 defendants. The attack on the village took much longer than the army of death wanted it to last, as losses mounted on their end every passing minute. Just when the army covered 70% of the village, however, The Tier 3 demons started retreating in a hurry, as it was blatantly obvious to Rudra sitting in the town of Gates that something was wrong, and the army needed to retreat as well. However, apparently for the idiots leading the legion, it was more important to charge into the trap. And charge they did, as the unknown deposits that Rudra had identified under the city revealed to be some bomb technology that the army of death was unaware of. Boom! 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 The town was smoked and 350k Tier 0, 1 and 2 soldiers lost their lives. Idiots! Rudra growled in anger as he grabbed his sword and started to gear up. He no longer had faith in the 5th Legion to get the job done. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Savanthy. Please thank her in the comments for this one. Also guys, I'm proud to say that the Patreon for Rebirth of the Strongest Guild Master is finally set up. There you can support me for art, bonus chapters and super gifts, as in all categories. The return rewards from my side are grand. The bonus chapter counter is only $5 a month, and for 25 members joining, I will give 2 bonus chapters every month. 55 bonus chapters, 110 bonus chapters, and 220 bonus chapters. Also, for every super gift of $100 on Patreon, I will give 2 bonus chapters instead of 1 in the book. I will drop the link in here, in synopsis and in Discord. So please support me if possible. https://www.patreon.com/rodshaw70152 Chapter 760. The boss arrives. Death and destruction surrounded him, as the 100-man unit that he was a part of at the start was reduced to just 3 men, as the other 97 were killed in action. The Tier 2 knight wannabe overseer of his was also dead, and the other units around him were not faring much better either. Yellow and red HP bars were common amongst the survivors, and even the men in the best condition had 15–20% of their total HP depleted. Max was one of the few with a slightly green HP bar, and was truly fortunate to be in such a good shape. However, the troubles for the army of death did not stop at the explosions. As soon after the explosion stopped, the escaped defenders of the village rushed back to swarm the village once more. Tier 2 and Tier 3 forces started to make short work of the red and yellow HP bar survivors, as the army quickly lost 30% of the progress it had made in claiming the village in just 10 short minutes. Wherever Max saw, men were retreating and fleeing for their lives, as nobody wanted to put their life on the line to stop the charge of demons. And with their backs turned towards the enemy, there was naturally no mercy. Stop! Face the enemy! Don't rush back! Max shouted as he tried to rally men around him to fight back. However, no one paid any heed to his shouts. As they kept running away, Max became more and more desperate. This was not how he imagined a war to be. A war was supposed to be glorious. It was supposed to be a struggle to triumph over evil. However, the war he was fighting today was just pure despair. Pulling the splinter of metal from his right leg, Max let out a war cry as he rushed towards a charging Tier 2 demon. It was a stupid choice, and a fight that was way out of his league. Nonetheless, he gave it a valiant effort as he managed to trade 2 blows with the demon and give it a 450 damage before being smacked across like a fly and landing 15 meters back, crashed into a wall. 1700 critical damage. A critical damage marker appeared over Max as his HP came close to a dangerous red. A few bones in his chest felt broken, and he had no energy to fight his opponent anymore. Even then, his eyes still had a fighting spirit as he let go of his swords and clutched his daggers tight, waiting for the opportunity to strike back. The demon slowly closed in for the kill, as it raised its side to slash Max's head off. However, Max threw his dagger right at this moment, hoping to hit his eyes. But a Tier 2 opponent was not as slow as a Tier 1 opponent, and his attack was deflected easily by the demon. Max closed his eyes and let out a smile, thinking this is it, as he accepted his fate of death. He had gotten a real experience of a war, and although it was one short fight, much less than what he hoped it to be, it was a valuable experience of his life. However, the dreaded side slash never came, as when he opened his head, was shocked to see the demon's head roll off instead of his own as its lifeless body dropped to the ground. Who? Max thought as he struggled to his feet, only to realize that the demons that were once advancing like there was no tomorrow were now running for their lives, scared, as if they were staring death right in the face. Max could hear loud cheers from the human camp as he saw the same men that had ran away from the fight moments ago rush back into it with renewed morale. Although it took him a while to realize what was going on, when it finally clicked, he just let out a grim smile and looked towards the heavens. There was only one man who could effect a fight in this manner. There was no question about it. His brother had arrived in battle. Rudra's POV. Rudra saw the situation deteriorating and decided to personally intervene. For him every human life was an asset, and while there was nothing wrong with Belphegor's plan intrinsically, the execution of the plan was plain moronic, as the generals leading the plan were utterly garbage. Under such circumstances the losses on the side of the army of death were already too much to bear for two small villages, and would only pile up the more time he took to reach the battlefield. Rolling out, he only said to Karna, "I'm going!" As the next moment, he used gravity manipulation to take it to the skies, as he reached the vicinity of the village in 130 seconds. As Rudra reached the vicinity, he saw swarms and swarms of men retreating, and decided that he needed to motivate them all to return to battle. Rudra said, "Men, heed to me. I Shikuni am here." Saying so, Rudra used 10,000 sword cuts to kill 10,000 demons at once as heads of tier 2 demons rolled all over the village. "With me here the sky won't fall. Glory to Hades. Death to demons. Har Har Mahadev." Just a simple speech and a show of strength reaffirmed the men that they could indeed pull this off. As the fleeing men stopped running and found a newfound confidence within themselves that with Rudra around the sky would not fall, they swarmed the village back with newfound confidence. As the tides of the war changed with one simple move of Rudra's sword. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Enjoy. Also do join Patreon membership for only $5 a month, so that we can have many more bonus chapters. / Chapter 761 Changing Tides. The same fights which the humans struggled to win a few minutes ago were now as easy as taking candy from a child. The Tier 4 generals finally gained the upper hand against the group that was restraining them, and after 10 minutes of spirited fighting the two parallel villages were finally conquered. Cheers and celebrations could be heard, as the few 100,000 men who succeeded in completing the mission had leveled up significantly by killing the weakened demons, while the others were in celebration mode. Rudra was in vigilance mode as he hovered in the middle of the two villages and kept a watch on the City of Whispers. In front of him was a 100 feet high wall, and on top of that tall wall were nearly 40 Tier 4 generals and one Tier 5 demon commander, all gazing intently towards the one human in the sky. The Tier 5 demon took his finger, and with an evil smile on his face pointed it towards Rudra. As the Tier 4 generals around him immediately obliged his command, and released their strongest Tier 4 attacks towards Rudra. The red hellscape was instantly illuminated by the incoming attacks as giant wind attacks, water attacks, fire attacks, and even non-elemental attacks such as poison and sound came at breakneck speed towards Rudra. 40 peak Tier 4 attacks, strong enough to obliterate Rudra and everyone under him in an instant, covered the hell sky, and naturally the weaker troops under Rudra buckled to their knees in fear, as their only hope for survival against these attacks now was the one godly man hovering in the sky. Max distinctly felt a tingling sensation on his skin as one lightning attack zoomed past over his head and reached his brother's location. The power of the move burning and itching his top skin as his mind could not even comprehend what would have happened if it hit his body. He turned to see how his brother dealt with the attack. However, he was a split second too late, as in a single microsecond's time his brother had already dealt with the incoming attacks. Rudra's POV. Rudra saw the incoming attacks and felt the laws of elements inside them, as he could understand the Tier 4 attacks, the theory behind them, and the damage it could cause to his body in an instant. The only attacks which posed him real threats were attacks of the nature of thunder, solar, darkness, and wind, as these were some elements that he had not comprehended enough to mitigate their effects. However, for water, earth, and fire attacks, he could reduce their potency by about 70–85%, so that the resulting impact would be a shell of the attack's true power. Nonetheless, Rudra did not wish to take even a 1 damage on his body, as he had a superior way to deal with these puny attacks after having comprehended the laws of space. Rudra used the Space Buster to open 40 small wormhole portals connected to just one opening, such that all 40 of the incoming attacks towards Rudra were returned in one concentrated location towards the Tier 5 commander on the walls of the City of Whispers. Swish! In a split second the sky was cleared of all approaching attacks and everyone was utterly dumbfounded as to where did the attacks go, until the second wormhole opened about 2 seconds later and returned all the attacks towards the Tier 5 commander. It was the second commander of Lucifer's army, who was deployed to hold down the City of Whispers. And he was a high Tier 5 veteran, who had served Lucifer for over 2 centuries now. Although he was a bit surprised to see the attack incoming. Just like Rudra, he was not worried about it at all, as with sheer calmness, he raised both his hands to create a prison of water, inside which all the attacks exploded with their full might. Yet not a single drop of water splattered out, and not a single attack was able to penetrate its borders. After the job was done, the demon lowered his hands, and the water splattered on the ground as normal water, and he turned around to leave the wall. He had gauged the strength of the enemy commander and understood that it would take more than just weak tier 4 attacks to defeat him, and hence any more action was just a waste of energy. Initially he had planned to wipe out the 2 villages, and the forces within them after the villages were routed. However, with Rudra present, that plan seemed too unfeasible. Had it been any other demon commander in Rudra's place, however, or even 40 generals defending the villages, they would be killed today in action. Rudra too understood that the level of his opponent was far beyond what a normal demon commander could achieve, and that the opponent could actually make fighting Maras look like child's play. With him present in the City of Whispers alongside the thick 100 feet tall wall, it was going to be no small task to take control of that city. As for the task to be completed smoothly, all 5 legions may be needed to be mobilized. With no more attacks coming, Rudra lowered himself to the ground, and the humans around him worshipped and cheered his safe return. The villages were exceeded, and a temporary camp was set up for troops to take cover in case the enemy archers started to fire. However, the peace at the 2 villages was temporary, as inherently the village grounds were not meant to be used as military camps, as the risk of an attack always loomed over one's head. // Guys, why is there no bonus today? We have so many methods to get bonuses. This is not done. I want more GT, more power stones, or any of the 4 other methods I put out for getting bonuses. Let's get them ASAP. // Chapter 762 Things Spice Up. When the players finally got a chance to experience combat in Hell, and see the effects of the fast leveling, the first thing they did was to take it to the forums and gloat about it. Today in 3 hours I gained 6 levels. It was absolutely child's play to kill the demons with Shikuni around, and with a much grander city fight just around the corner, I think I will gain another 20 levels just this week. #war leveling. The hype is absolutely real. One fight is all it takes. Falling in love with war. Possibilities. War looks like all I need. Shikuni is the man. Had I followed him since day 1, I have no question in my mind I would be tier 5 by now. First fight. First victory. Amazing. Both domestically and internationally, the results of the leveling up of the war participants excited the netizens. For people to gain a week's or 2 weeks worth of levels in just a few hours was terrific, and a proof that in the much bigger fights that were to come, they could gain much bigger benefits by following their commanders. This especially calmed down those who did not get a chance to fight in the war yet, and had potentially wasted 15 days of leveling time by idling in Hell, as now they knew that one fight would offset all this time lost, and everything thereon would be a big bonus. Many people who did not join the war by having reservations now started to feel uneasy in their stomachs, as they started to feel like they might have missed an opportunity of a lifetime by not signing up. However, while the light faction players in the middle realm regretted not joining the fight, the conversation on the dark faction end of the forums was completely different. The dark faction forums. Unlike the light faction players who worship Vinegar, the dark faction players actually worshipped Lucifer as their base religion and were at the beck and call of their Lord and Savior. Hence, when Lucifer gave the Pope of Darkness the order to gather his forces and march to Hell, it provided a unique opportunity for dark faction players to enter the action in Hell. Lucifer had demanded instant reinforcements from the church, and the Pope obliged by marching with his full NPC army and enlisted player servicemen. However, due to the instant nature of the request, the recruitment period for player help was extremely short, which made the overall turnout to be just under 5 million players. However, the overall force strength was not to be underestimated, as the Church of Darkness marched into Hell with its Tier 5 Pope, 64 Tier NPC 4 generals, 21 Tier 2 players, and a standing army of 21 million troops. Had the recruitment period not been a short 1 day and at least a week long, then the turnout would most likely be 2-3 times more. However, this gathering of troops was also more than formidable, teleported into the City of Whispers as reinforcements. The dynamic of the war changed significantly overnight, as the difficulty of toppling the city increased many-fold. It would have been a surprise for the light faction players to see other humans defending the city, had the dark faction players not felt the need to gloat on the forums about their arrival in Hell. Posts like, "The righteous dogs better watch out. The real hounds are in Hell. Here for the free XP from killing light faction players. How audacious of the upstart religion of death to think that they can topple the Lord Lucifer. No worries. His warriors are finally here to support him," were all over the forums, as it was the internet warriors who picked it up and fanned the flames of war. As soon it became breaking news that the whole of internet was aware about, the trash talking then started on both sides, as the stakes had just been elevated alongside the difficulty. For the light faction players who hated the dark faction players to the bone, the fight for the City of Whispers was now a matter of pride. They had to go down no matter what. Karna's POV. When Karna was finally shown the forum thread of how the Dark Faction players were going to make Shikuni their bit *** in hell, Karna needed time to understand the context of what was happening first. Naturally, he was not one to stand for the bullshit that was thrown towards his guild master. But over time, he had grown immune from insults from such nobodies. The higher the elites climbed, the more focus the world had on them, and the more trolls they had for their success. He could not waste his time and energy trying to shut all of these trolls up, as his time had better uses. However, somehow, this particular forum thread irked him a lot, as he simply posted the video of Ridro wiping the floor with top 10 rankers of Dark Faction on the thread with the caption, "Here is a gentle reminder of when your daddy took 10 of you together. Bareback." The post was a slap and an insult to all Dark Faction players' pride, as it shut many of the trolls up. While even those who tried to counter the post with a trolling statement was burning from shame inside, but hiding it externally. Rudra had a legendary career in Omega, and the feats he had achieved were enough to shut any troll up. However, all of that legacy meant nothing if he failed to take down the City of Whispers now. Understanding this fact, Karna shut down the forums and went out to have a chat with his guild master. It was wartime and the enemy had just pulled out a Hail Mary. How was their commander to respond? // Special shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the 5,000 coin super gift. Thank you so much for the patronage. It definitely pumps me to work with a big smile on my face. I just complained about us not hitting the targets fast enough, and sure enough my man is here to push for them as always. Please thank him in the comments for this bonus chapter // Chapter 763, A Moral Choice. Rudra had to call for an emergency war council regarding the recent developments of the reinforcements joining in, as he broke down the grim news to the other commanders. Rudra had scanned the City of Whispers, and what bothered him the most was the Tier 4 generals present within the city, as they numbered nearly a whopping 200. This was about the same number as the total Tier 4 forces the Army of Death had in total, and in a 1 versus 1 confrontation, the losses on the side of the Army of Death would be unbearable compared to the defending forces. Even if the army managed to root the city, should it come at the cost of losing 40-60% of their Tier 4 generals, it would essentially incapacitate the whole campaign ahead, as the remaining generals would not be enough to take down much more challenging cities ahead. Lucifer was banned from the Middle Realm and the Upper Realm. He hence needed to expend much more energy compared to Hades to open a portal into the Middle Realm, as his mana was opposed by several angels and goddesses. Under such circumstances, for Lucifer to have maintained a portal big enough to call for such reinforcements showed that he was getting desperate. Although Rudra was just guessing, his guess was indeed spot on, as the price Lucifer had paid to summon these troops was indeed astronomical, as the damage to his body from overstraining was so severe that the devil was currently bedridden. The reinforcements was not something that Rudra had anticipated. However, he understood a core concept regarding the reinforcements that the troops themselves did not seem to grasp. The death of the reinforcements in hell was going to be permanent. They were still humans in hell, and without a church of darkness within the domain of hell that was powered with the arrays of rebirth from the divinity of Lucifer himself, the respawn option was going to be unavailable. Unfortunately for the human reinforcements, this was indeed the scenario, and most dumb humans who had jumped at the opportunity of war in hell did not seem to realize this brutal reality. This meant that Rudra was in a moral peril as to what to do with these people, as him wiping out the city effectively spelled permanent death for 5 million players from Omega. Not only would this endeavor impair them from growing stronger before the first awakening, but this would also mean that Rudra was going to be the one who was going to deny them of their second lives as adventurers in Omega. However, there was no getting around it for him either. Although most humans did not know the faction that Earth was going to join upon the first awakening and the criteria for selection, Rudra understood that should he not win in this war, it would mean that Earth would become a Dark Faction planet where only strength would rule supreme. Wanting to save billions from such a fate, and the future generations of Earth too, if Rudra had to sacrifice the gaming careers of 5 million people, he was willing to do so for the greater good. Nonetheless, he decided to give a fair warning to the Dark Faction players beforehand, as he posted the following message on the forums. My earthen brothers of the Dark Faction, who have ventured into the depths of hell without thinking twice about your lives, I implore you to make sure whether or not you have a respawn option available upon death. I do not wish to end your gaming careers with a permanent death inside hell. However, if push comes to shove, I will kill you all personally. Under such circumstances, disengaging might be a wise choice. This message was posted under his name and instantly sparked a lot of debate on the forums. However, the ongoing discussions were no longer any of Rudra's concern. He had done his duty by giving the fair warning that the Dark Faction players deserved. From here on, all his focus was on the fighting strategy. The biggest challenge in attacking the City of Whispers was that it was near impossible to outflank the city. There was only the northern front from where the city was attackable, as on the west it had the raging river Thames. On the south it had the wild beast territory, and on the east it had steep cliffs into the endless abyss. This meant that the defense effort of the city could be concentrated into just one front, and on that end it had 100 feet tall walls that were triple reinforced with only one small iron gate for entry. It was a strategically built city that was meant to be impregnable. The city got its name from the whispers of the dead legions that had fallen at its gates. 21 legions had tried to storm the city over the last 2 centuries. Yet none had successfully taken the city. It was the stronghold on this side of the river Thames, and a Herculean challenge for Rudra to overcome. Since nobody spoke anything, it was Hades that broke the awkward silence as he said, "Although this is a difficult challenge for you commanders to overcome, you must fight this fight alone. I need to conserve my strength to fight Lucifer and cannot exert myself more than necessary." Hades had raised his hands from this fight, and instantly Asmodeus's face looked like it lost all color, as he was just about to suggest Hades opening a path for the army to attack with his immense strength. But his proposal seemed to be shot down before he ever made it. Rudra, however, was not shocked at all. He was not worried about not receiving the god of death's help, as he had never counted on it in the first place. This was a challenging task, and it was forcing Rudra to use his creative brain cells and think out of the box. And out of the box did he think as an evil grin spread on his face. Rudra said, "Alright, listen up. This is how we are going to approach it. // Special shout out to Savanthi for the 5,000 coin magic castle. Please thank her in the comments for this bonus chapter. Thank you so much for the patronage, ma'am. Because of it, we also crossed the mark for the GT target, which means more chapters for us today. / Chapter 764 The Plan. Everyone more or less knew that it would be up to Rudra in the end to come up with a proper plan, as Belphegor had basically completely given up on thinking in the first place, and was only patiently waiting for Rudra's turn to speak. "We will need all 5 legions to take part in this war, and we will need to expend our weaker tier 1 and 2 forces as bait. Plain and simple. The task of bringing down the wall is my 1st legion's responsibility, while charging in and taking care of the Pope and the tier 4 generals posing a threat to my division would be the responsibility of the other 4 legions. I need you guys to bring the fight to them like you have never brought a fight to the enemy, and absolutely clear an opening big enough for at least 25-30 million of our troops to be able to move freely in the city. As to how I'm going to bring the wall down is none of your concern. What you 4 need to focus on now is how you will capitalize on that opening and wipe 20 districts in a matter of 3 hours for our armies to take hold of 50% of the city and set up defense lines. We are 5 tier 5 commanders, and they have only 2. Me taking care of the demonic one leaves you to deal with only 1. Failure here on your part is not an option. The structural integrity of the city is utterly useless. So blast them buildings down if you have to, but no matter what, I want 50% control of the city once the walls crumple. Do you guys understand?" Rudra's aura exploded unconsciously as he got worked up about the coming fight. He had a vision in mind such that they could win this fight with minimal losses. But to make that vision a success, he needed to trust the other 4 commanders to do their jobs, as he could not pull this one off alone. Rudra was utterly disgusted by the demon commander's strength in Belphegor's army, as their sheer incompetence was revolting. Rudra demanded a certain level of competence from his forces, and counted on them as such. For him to have to meddle in the fight for the villages was a shame on Belphegor's legion, as the 10 of them should have been more than enough to kill the tier 3 defendants of the villages with no effort. Yet they choked. Under such circumstances, no matter how Rudra made a plan, if his forces were not competent enough to follow them, there was nothing he could do about it. His elites could not take down the entire hell alone, and he could only expend his own forces so much in each fight. He was already taking the most Herculean task of bringing the wall down on himself and his division, and the least the other 4 legions could do was give him a clean sweep. The main difference in an open war and in city war was the presence of defensively mounted structures and walls. It was the wall that allowed numbers advantage to be neutralized, as scaling a wall was difficult, while shooting down a wall was advantageous. The elites understood this advantage better than anyone else, as it was the wall of Purple Haze City that had time and time again took the lives of hundreds of millions of troops over the years. However, if the wall crumpled, the most major advantage of the defending forces was eliminated, and from then on storming a city was much easier. But bringing a triple reinforced 100 feet tall wall, manned by uncountable tier 3 and hundreds of tier 4 generals, was easier said than done. Which was why Rudra was this aggressive about the others making the most of the chance he was about to create. "Don't worry. The 2nd Legion will not disappoint," Asmodeus reassured. "The 3rd Legion is up to the task. The 4th Legion is up to the task. The 5th Legion is at the 1st Commander's command." All the commanders reassured Rudra as they too understood the importance of the opening that Rudra was to provide them with. Talking about a few more specifics. Rudra ended the war council, as he rushed out to meet with his boys to talk about the real strategy. In the end, it was only the elites that he could truly count on when things got hard. Especially his one fatty best friend from his childhood, who was a bloody genius when it came to making trump cards for the guild. Meanwhile, on the dark faction end of the City of Whispers, when the players finally read Rudra's post on the forums, panic ensued as everyone had mixed reactions to the content. Some believed that it was fake and Rudra's attempt to rattle the dark faction players up, while some believed it to be true and panicked at their stupidity for jumping into a portal without thinking about the repercussions of the jump. The most panicked were the Tier 4 players of the dark faction, who had much more to lose than the normal Tier 1 and 2 weaklings. The ones that were supposed to show the most spine in the face of such extraordinary circumstances were the ones to shy away first. As after chaos ensued in the camp, a wise man decided to test the authenticity of the situation by killing a Tier 1 human. The dark faction player was convinced that Rudra was lying, and was paid $2 million in compensation for his valiant attempt, as he was stabbed multiple times in the gut and killed in hell, when his body did not disintegrate as it did after a few seconds of a player's death. The others started to panic, thinking the worst as Rudra's words descended hauntingly on them. When the killed man was forced out of the game permanently and regretfully wrote a message on the human internet that was later conveyed by other players in-game in a matter of 3 hours. All hell broke loose inside the Hellside camp of humans. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job everyone. Enjoy the flurry of bonus chapters today. And hopefully, we have the same pace tomorrow, as well / Chapter 765. Not all retreats are shameful. Karna frowned, looking at Rudra's suggestion, as although personal experience had taught him that Rudra's war acumen was not to be doubted, his general common sense was screaming to him that this was a dumb plan. Putting forward his reservations with respect, Karna said, Guildmaster, how are the 15 of us going to topple the entire wall again? Rudra smiled evilly. The plan he had put forward was indeed extremely senseless. However, in the entire room, only Karna had the balls to cross-question him. Wrapping his hands around Karna's shoulder, Rudra pointed at the map of the eastern region as he placed Karna in a headlock and said, My friend, not all retreats are disgraceful, and not all reinforcements add to the strength of your group. By letting in snakes in your camp, you are just adding to the volatility of your defenses. Karna could not follow Rudra's riddles, as he tapped out to Rudra's ridiculous strength and gasped for air after being freed from the headlock. Rudra said, Vice Guild Master Karna, inform the other commanders to be ready to roll out in 3 days' time to storm the city. Meanwhile, tell the Tier 4 gang to be ready for combat in 1 hour's time. Karna. Pants, sir, yes, sir. In 1 hour's time. Rudra looked at the All-Shake 1 fighter tanks, and the wind was completely sucked out of his lungs looking at those bad boys. Fatty Kalash had worked extremely hard on this project to create the single most revolutionary piece of equipment in war by making armored tanks with an internal combustion engine that could cross any open terrain and withstand enemy bombardment without having to worry about there being appropriate cover from enemy attacks. Named the All-Shake 1 tanks. They were built from mithril iron steel tempered with blue crystal powder in a special solar-powered forge that got temperatures for forging as high as 1,500 degrees Celsius. An impeccable body frame that could even withstand Rudra's normal sword slashes without a single scratch on its surface, and with a body weight of 150 tons and an engine powerful enough to push back 4 Tier 4 generals blocking its path at once in a contest of strength. The All-Shake 1 tank was a beast of nature. Making the body of the tank was not the difficult part. The challenge in construction was the engine. There was no petroleum or similar flammable products in Omega for making an internal combustion engine, as the only alternative for fuel was stuff like oils, and with that did not provide nearly enough energy to sustain such a heavy vehicle. This problem, however, was solved by the fuel for the handheld pulse cannon, the ether. The ether was a chemical that had 16 times the power of petroleum in a single drop, and was the perfect substitute for making an internal combustion engine, and with the elites being the only guild at Omega with access to ether manufacturing manuals from ancient times. Fatty was the only engineer in the world to have made a working internal combustion vehicle in Omega. Each tank costed a little over $25 billion, and the elites had 15 such beasts in their active arsenal at the moment, who were not only packed with innate defensive capabilities, but specially engraved with defensive runes and high-quality weapons. The main offensive weapon of each tank was undoubtedly the modified version of the handheld pulse cannon in its tank snout. It fired 1 round every 20 seconds, and was capable of delivering Tier 4 strength concentrated blasts on enemies, and was specially designed to deal maximum damage to surfaces such as rocks and walls. It was the perfect wall-breaking machine. However, that was not all. Alongside the main weapon, each All-Shake-1 tank was loaded with 2 Dragonhead flamethrowers on each side of its frame, and a mechanism shot deadly spikes from its rear end. When looked as a whole, it was the most complete war machine ever built, and today, it was time to take 5 of these beasts to scale the enemy walls. Rudra's plan was to initially use the tanks to punch a hole through the city wall, and then fight a difficult fight with the tanks' cover inside the city, hoping for the other forces to show up and change the tides later. However, he scrapped that plan when he saw the panic inside the human forces of the City of Whispers, who could not fathom their mortality danger inside hell. From their rants on the forums, Rudra instantly understood that if he could frighten these men enough, he could make them turn on their own camp in return for an assurance to life. To achieve this objective, Rudra needed to show them that the wall that they were feeling protected with was not as good of a defensive structure as they believed it to be, and that he could crumple the up in no time. In theory, he could not destroy the whole wall when hundreds of Tier 4 generals manned the walls, and 2 Tier 5 commanders were present in the city. However, his goal was not to crumple the entire wall in the first place, but only to punch one small hole in it. Rudra looked at Fatty, and saluted the man for this commendable piece of engineering. The lifestyle division under Fatty Kalash was undoubtedly the backbone of the elites. As time and time again, it was proving to be the golden goose for Rudra in testing times. Waiting patiently as Fatty finished fueling the tanks up, and instructing the specially trained drivers about the day's mission, Rudra noticed the drooling faces of the elite elders, as they too marveled at this amazing work of art. "Already, Guildmaster," Fatty Kalash reported, as the selected Tier 4 elites started to sit inside the tanks in groups of 3 for each tank. Within 5 minutes, the elites were ready for action, the human Tier 4 generals on patrol on the walls of the City of Whispers. The others panicked too much. "Look at how thick these walls are. 15 men can stand here without having to worry about enough space," a Tier 4 Dark Faction player said to his comrade as the two patrolled. "Yeah, man. The others are just weak. The Light Faction humans can never topple such a high wall. I mean, look at the defense we have. Like 100 Tier 4 generals are just patrolling this wall. Like, how can you scale it? Yeah, man. We won't die. We will kill lots of Light Faction players under this wall and level up tons. We are going to go straight for the top." Yes. What the hell? What is that?" The man pointed into distance as they saw 5 trails of smoke being formed, as something seemed to be approaching the wall. Alarms were blared as enemy movement was detected. However, due to the long distance, nobody could quite clearly see what was approaching them yet, and it was only when the elites came within a 1 kilometer's range that the enemy saw the tanks. Is that a tank? Oi! Why does it look like a tank? The elites have tanks now?" The human generals could not believe their eyes as to what they were seeing. A modern human vehicle of war was being seen in action inside Omega, and it looked extremely formidable. However, the part that was more ridiculous than seeing a tank was as to how Rudra was positioned on it. "What the hell? Is that Shikuni laying down on one of the tanks sipping lemonade?" One of the Dark Faction players lost his mind when he saw Rudra wearing sunglasses and laying flat down on one of the tanks as he sipped lemonade from a glass and chilled as if he was on a beach. The overconfidence that Rudra exuded made the enemy speechless, as they could not even begin to understand their own feelings regarding this situation. Was the enemy looking down on them? Probably. Should they feel angry? Definitely. But then why did it look so cool and domineering that they felt like worshipping Shikuni? They had no idea. "All forces, get ready for combat. Now! Move your asses!" A Tier 4 demon that was nearing the peak of the tier shouted on top of his lungs as he got everyone to get in fighting positions. The human generals too shook off their goosebumps from seeing Rudra chill over a tank as he approached millions of enemies, as they prepared to engage in combat. However, the leader of the elites was already prepared for everything they were going to throw at him, as he was not a showboater that did things without confidence or good reason. Since he dared to show off here, it was of course with a good plan to back it up. // No targets were met, unfortunately. So only one chapter for the day. We are not top 15 in GT rankings this week. Help us push there by Sunday ends, and we will have a bonus on Monday. // Chapter 766 Too easy. The reason why he was sitting on a tank sipping lemonade while approaching enemy lines was not because he was actually relaxed enough to chill on a tank, but because he wanted to create the illusion that he was utterly untouchable. On the Tier 4 Dark Faction humans patrolling the walls, Rudra understood that him displaying supreme confidence in front of rattled individuals would make them come to terms with their most deep-seated fears, and that the weaker man would then psychologically crumple to a deplorable state that he wanted to instill in them. Currently the deep-seated fear in the minds of the Dark Faction players was that the elites may tear down the city and end their careers with it. And the players were ready to go to any lengths to prevent such a consequence from happening. Naturally, this was easier said than done for Rudra, as he needed to fend off a storm of attacks unleashed by the opponents. When the defending forces saw the tanks approach, they quickly got into positions and started to fire arrows and long-range artillery towards the tanks. As the Tier 2 and 3 archers started their long-range volleys. For the first few attacks, Rudra was anxious as he saw hundreds, if not thousands of arrows slam onto the vehicles at once. However, seeing them bounce off without landing a single scratch on the All-Shake 1 tanks, Rudra was relieved. Ting! 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 A symphony of metal things could be heard as the arrows and large spears bounced off the tank body like pebbles hitting a car. And the tanks advanced at full speed towards the walls without any issues. Rudra faced heavy fire on his own body. However, he used a simple gravity manipulation trick to create a strong gravity field in front of him to deviate the path of all incoming arrows from his body. Although he was extremely vigilant of the situation. To an onlooker, it only seemed as if all the arrows shot at him were being magically deflected as Rudra himself sipped on his drink nonchalantly. Holy shit! Why can't we hit him? Have the archers gone senile? Why are all of them missing their mark? He is sitting over a tank. Sipping lemonade, for God's sake, hit him. This is ridiculous. The man isn't even defending himself. 10, 20, 30 meters. The tanks moved forward under the heavy fire with no pressure at all as the defending forces started to panic a little. All Tier 4 generals. Attack! Attack! Obliterate the humans! A senior Tier 4 demon commanded the other generals on the wall. As the Tier 4 generals lined up to the edge of the wall and started to prepare their spells, Rudra saw the lineup and decided that he could no longer sip lemonade with both hands. So taking a big gulp, he finished the drink and tossed the glass aside on the floor as he prepared for the coming flurry of attacks. As expected, a few seconds later, hundreds of Tier 4 attacks were launched from the top of the wall towards the 5 little tanks. As the earth rumbled from its force and the sky split under its pressure, technically the combined attack power was enough to wipe out the entire town of Gates that the Army of Death was currently positioned in if launched directly at the town. However, it was safe to assume that it was an overkill to do so on 5 small tanks. The reason why Rudra chose to take only 5 tanks was not arbitrary at all, but a well-calculated estimation of his own powers. Currently, he could only control 5 portals with a move space buster, which meant that he could only cover the 5 tanks with his wormholes, and not a single more. However, cover he did, as 5 massive space portals opened in the path of the incoming attacks, and the tanks, as all the terrifying Tier 4 blasts were sucked into a spatial wormhole. For a moment, there was sheer silence, and it was at this moment that the Tier 4 generals knew that they had royally *******d up, as their battle senses warned them as to what was about to come next. Sure ****. Be ready to defend. Shakuni that be ********. The defending forces cursed and swore. However, none of their cursing was going to help them in the return attack that Rudra had prepared, as when the wormholes opened, as he wanted them to open, the entire wall was thrown into mayhem with hundreds of Tier 4 blasts hitting it from everywhere. Boom! Bam! Kaboom! The explosions were so strong and severe that the entire earth rumbled, and even the heavy 150-ton tanks vibrated and jumped due to the earthquakes. Large portions of the top of the wall disintegrate into ash, while many more broke off. However, while the attack power was enough to obliterate the wall to ashes, the actual damage done was pretty much tame. This was because the 2 Tier 5 commanders in the city took action and stopped the brunt of the damage using their powers. Even so, hundreds of thousands of demons manning the walls, and at least a dozen Tier 4 generals lost their lives in Rudra's counterattack, as the demons learnt a valuable lesson in not attacking Rudra with powerful blasts, lest he turn it back and unleash it on the creators themselves. // Special shout out to Savanthi for the 4 magic castles she gave to me at once, grinning face with sweat. I appreciate the patronage greatly, and will try my best to give out the appropriate bonus chapters as soon as possible to match your energy. However, please pardon me if it takes 2 days instead of 1 to give them all, and the associated GT bonuses, as I can only work so much in 1 day // Chapter 767 The Power of the Tanks. Rudra felt the heavy pressure exerted by the 2 Tier 5 powerhouses, and did not back down to retaliate with his own aura as he stood up to the challenge. Rudra did not want an altercation with the Tier 5 commanders today. However, he did not want to leave without punching a hole in the wall either. As the defending forces recovered little by little, nobody dared to launch a single attack on Rudra's tanks anymore in fears of a reversal. Although nobody said or spoke anything, it was a funny atmosphere to see hundreds of Tier 4 generals on top of a mighty wall. afraid of 5 small tanks advancing on their territory, as they could not even challenge their march. Continuation. Point 1. The Pope of Darkness raised his arm, and black mist started to swarm in from all sides, creating a black tornado extending above his arm, as the entire sky darkened, and black clouds emitting black thunder started to form. The demon commander also put his fists together in a sort of fist bump as rainwater started to trickle down from the black clouds, and although nothing much could be seen by the naked eye, Rudra with his god's eyes could see the tons of water that was being assimilated above the thick layer of clouds ready to be bursted down as a dangerous cloud burst. Finally the Pope of Darkness exhaled and unleashed his Tier 5 attack. Nature's Darkness! Onto the 5 tanks. As thunder split the earth in front of the tanks, and the tornado ripped the split earth further to create a trench seemingly out of nowhere in the path of the tanks. Although the attack did not directly affect the tanks, Rudra understood the scheme and what was to come next, as although the tanks held strong as of this moment, with the build not rattling at all under the terrifying winds, that was about to change with the stream of water falling. Rudra tried to foresee the attack and stop the large mass of water splashing behind the tanks from the cloud burst and letting it sweep the tanks into the trench by forces of nature, making them stuck in a trap that they would never be able to escape by using the Space Buster move. However, the size of opening for the Space Buster was a huge restriction for Rudra, as he could not open a portal big enough to cover several kilometers square of area. However, he tried to lessen the impact as far as possible. But what Rudra did not anticipate was that the moment he opened the Space Buster portal, a spear of darkness would impale his upper torso right at the moment that his full concentration would be on opening and maintaining the portal. It was at that moment that Rudra realized the biggest flaw of his Tier 5 move, the Space Buster. It tied him up completely and left him vulnerable to external attacks while execution. Vision breaks. Future sight ends. Back to reality. Point 1. Seeing his own torso being impaled left goosebumps on Rudra's body, as the very first time he used future sight showed him getting gravely injured by an enemy attack. Not wanting to repeat that alternate reality, Rudra gave a loud and clear command. Halt! The 5 tank drivers instantly obliged, as the tank stopped in front of the 100 feet tall wall, at a distance of 700 meters from the wall. Rudra had already managed to advance the tanks 300 meters more than he needed to, as the effective range of the cannons mounted on the tank was a whopping 1 kilometer. His decision to halt naturally raised some eyebrows with the 2 commanders, as they waited to see what the enemy was up to. It was at this moment that Rudra decided that it was the opportune moment to exploit the attacker's advantage. For every war up till this point, it was him who had to deal with the unfortunate duty of helping every elite irrespective of their position. As when an enemy targeted a particular weakness of the elites, it was always Rudra's job to cover for them. It was always a huge hindrance in him just going his way and tearing through the enemy lines, as his primary duty was always to protect. However, this time around the primary duty to protect was of the Tier 5 generals, and Rudra was going to exploit that weakness. In a complete low blow, Rudra opened a wormhole and blasted a full solar beam inside of it, before opening the other end of the portal inside the city, as he targeted not the military, but the civilian areas of the city. $###**#. The Tier 5 demon commander cursed Rudra in the most profane of ways possible, as he irritatingly had to remove himself from the wall to immediately respond to the threat of saving the lives of his civilians. Rudra also summoned Furball and did the same. However, this time unleashed her fire on a section of the wall, which did not have any Tier 4 generals present, and only Tier 3 and 2 humans. The Pope naturally had to respond to this threat, giving Rudra the opening he wanted, to blast the wall to smithereens. Take aim! Fire! Boom! 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 5 pulse cannons were shot towards the center of the wall, and blast after blast after blast it shook up the entire wall before the 3rd attack took the structure off clean, and the 4th and 5th went on to pass through a 10 meters wide gap into the city. Just 5 blasts and a few casual attacks by Rudra later, the impregnable city walls of the City of Whispers were left in shambles, with a 10 meters wide hole, and the top sections missing from a majority of the structure. As the demons could do nothing but to watch the tanks retreat in victory, as they managed to strike horror amongst the hearts of all defending forces. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Savanthi. Please thank her in the comments for this one / Chapter 768 Social Media is a Tool. Rudra had a long and detailed talk with Amelia regarding how to go about this marketing campaign, and he asked for her explicit inputs about how to shrink male ego down to size. Amelia was a solid 8 out of 10 in looks, and although the elders in the guild never hit on her, because they respected her enough not to. Not because of her overly dominant personality. In general she did receive a lot of male attention. However, despite hundreds of men trying to woo her, and dozens of secret admirer societies within the Elite's guild. Nobody was able to date Amelia ever. Some of the bolder men who tried to woo Amelia despite her clear lack on interest were legends amongst these secret societies, as they were personally eviscerated by Amelia in a verbal trashdown. Amelia's scoldings were absolutely brutal, as she not only disgraced the men who pursued her in an eloquent and classy manner, but also made comments that destroyed their sense of masculinity. It was only when Rudra saw a brutal and wincing video of Amelia brutally obliterating a guy who romantically proposed to her in public inside the Elite Gardens that he came to realize the hidden talent of the guild's secretary. This was the exact reason why, after explaining his needs to Amelia, he let her choose the words and the manner in which the content about the tank fight was posted on social media. Rudra understood the power of the forums and social media, and although he did partake in small manipulations of masses from time to time on these platforms, he had left behind his mass manipulation days. However, he did not mind manipulating a singular group of men if it meant saving millions of lives on his camp. Hence, when Amelia worked her magic and produced a blistering video targeting the dark faction men in hell, the nightmares they got from it were enough to crumple their confidence completely. The video that Amelia put out was a complete troll meme-style video at the start with a hip music, as she carefully selected posts done by the dark faction men in hell, who called out Shikuni to try and bring them down. Then, there was a drop of beat, and Rudra walked out of the shadows and said, "I am Shikuni of the Elites." A quick barrage of photos followed next, showing Rudra's escapades over the years, as photos of decapitated enemies and destroyed cities were rolled, as Rudra was shown blasting powerful attacks one after another in the montage. Then it showed Rudra casually sipping lemonade on top of the tanks, as the music reached its hype, followed by the scene of the wall destroyed by the tanks from its attacks. In the end, the video blacked out with a message that said, "You call the Grim Reaper. Now your death awaits you." Initially, the message was against a black background in white text, but ends with the white turning to a bloody red as blood trickles from the texts. It was a bone-chilling warning to the Dark Faction players, and one that worked perfectly to rock their psyche, as when the Dark Faction players saw this video, their worst fears were realized, as they genuinely felt the full glory of Shikuni of the Elites, and their mortality stared them right in the face. Civil order deteriorated amongst the surviving men, as the deaths of those who died in the attacks today were already a hot topic on the Dark Faction forums, as one of the players, who lost access to Omega forever, was apparently running naked on the streets after suffering mental breakdown. Although the video of him running naked on the streets pretending to be a chicken was extremely funny and entertaining. For the men inside hell, it was no laughing matter, as they feared the same fate should the Elites march with full force again. And just when the fear of the tanks and the shock of the initial video was at its peak amongst the members of hell, Amelia released a carefully photoshopped picture of Rudra sitting on one tank, while there being hundreds of tanks lined up behind him in what seemed like a storage garage, as Amelia showed to the world a false image of the Elite's strength. When the defending forces, who were still in disbelief over the power of 5 All-Shake-1 tanks, saw hundreds of them, horrifying images of the entire wall of City of Whispers crumpling in a matter of 15 minutes surfaced in their mind, as their desire to fight against the Elites decreased even further. No player wanted to face permanent death, and with those trying to abandon the camp and try and escape the city being hanged to death for treason by the demons, the human reinforcements had no place to turn to at all. It was the darkest hour for nearly 5 million humans inside the City of Whispers, as the fear of mortality was deep-seated within these weak men. And it was at this opportune moment that Amelia decided to strike when the iron was still hot. Posting a long and detailed document containing terms of surrender and asylum, she pushed forward Rudra's agenda on the depressed human soldiers. Rudra's plan was simple: commit treason and destroy the wall and defenses on his signal, in exchange for absolute protection and safety in the camp of death, throwing a lifeline to a sinking ship. Rudra was now waiting for the helpless fish to bite his bait, and bite they did, as by the end of the day 4.5 million humans inside the City of Whispers had sworn allegiance to Rudra in exchange for his peace deal. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Savanthi. Please thank her in the comments for this one. I will try post another chapter by tonight, but it may be tomorrow morning till I post it to / Chapter 769, Beware of Snakes. A lot of things had happened in the 2 days that Rudra attacked the walls and retreated back, as the defending forces were thrown into shambles by the show of power by the leader of the Elites. Constant bombardment could be heard in the open lands from the village Thames to the City of Whispers, as deep trenches were dug and craters were made in the plain fields to stop the smooth advancement of the tanks. It was a crucial and extremely important strategic decision by the demons, as after witnessing the power of the tanks firsthand, they realized that if the war machines were left unchecked, they would wreak havoc on the walls of the city. The reconstruction of damaged sections of the wall started at a rapid pace, such that wooden closings could be seen everywhere, as all the damaged areas were patched with wood, even if it was not the most sturdiest of build choices. In the 10-meter wide hole that the elites had punched open in the wall, gravel, stones, cement and dead bodies were piled up one after another to create a new temporary wet seal in the wall meant to temporarily block the invaders once more. This time around, the defensive forces understood that it was just a stupidity to unleash a Tier 4 attack on Ridra's convoy and decided to use alternative measures to stop advancing forces instead of AoE spells that could backfire, although not as effective, with the other measures as the AoE attacks were for crowd control. It was the best option they had considering that nobody had the power to stop Ridra's spacebuster. However, while the demons were busy rebuilding their walls and preparing trenches for the tanks, the humans within their camp were brewing a conspiracy of their own. A secret meeting of the Dark Faction players. Man 1. Are we going to follow Shikuni? Man 2. What choice do we have? Man 1. But he is a light faction player. Imagine the disgrace that falls on us when the news gets out in the wide world. Man 3. Of course it's disgraceful. What did you think it would be? It's either death or disgrace, and I don't know about you lot but I choose to live. Man 4. I agree. The tanks and Shikuni are too powerful. Look at how he was not even taking this whole fight seriously. He can't be beat. The only option we have to live is to join his crew. Man 5. There has to be a better way, no. Everyone looked at each other waiting for a better answer to be discussed. However, nobody said a single word even after 5 minutes of silence. Man 1. I guess then there is nothing that can be done about this. We must follow his instructions. Man 4. Well, his instructions do make sense. We are already manning the main gates. If we can backstab the forces on top and then open the gates by the time the elites are on the doorstep, then we can easily use the chaos to escape the city after, and if Shikuni honors his agreement, we can be safe in the town of Gates in a few hours' time. Man 5. But will he do it? Will he honor his agreement? The room plunged into silence once more. Nobody knew this answer for sure, which was the biggest reason of their unease. To gamble their gaming lives on the word of one man was not a small ordeal, and many had their well-earned doubts as within the Dark Faction. One of the most notorious and criminally painted players of all time was Shikuni, especially after his rout against the top 10 rankers and his capture of the Dark Elven land. The hate against Shikuni was at an all-time high within the faction. He was basically public enemy number 1, and now, for the Dark Faction players to join this very enemy in desperation was something they did not wish to do. However, it was at this moment that one of the wise men in the group suggested something sinister. Man 2. How about we play a double bluff? We help Shikuni in the start and open the wall doors and kill the men on the top. But when the elites invade, we start recording and kill 1 or 2 top figures of the elites as well, and then post a video on our community forums about our valor. This way the community won't be angry, and due to the chaos none of the elites would be any wiser. Man 3. Good. Good plan. Let's kill Shikuni himself in a backstab. Man 4. What good plan? Are you guys morons? We will take asylum with the elites. We cannot kill them and post videos and not expect them to find out. What happens when they see it and decide to kill us all in the town of Gates for this treason? Idiots. Man 2 and 3 shut up listening to this, as they did not think about this aspect of the scenario at all. Man 4 continued. We have no other option. We are at Shikuni's mercy. Man 4's words brought a heaviness in the room. But it was a consensus that every man had reached after exhausting all other options. The only way out now was to lay in wait and bite like a coiling snake. / bonus chapter for the super gift by Savanthy. Please thank her in the comments for this one. Also guys, I would really appreciate it if you could take some time from your busy lives and subscribe to my Patreon. We already have 2 subscribers, and the first bonus chapter will be released when we reach 10. Comment guys. I know 8 of you can join it today itself. Here is the link https://www.patreon.com/rodshaw7152. But you can also search for rodshaw7152 on patreon.com to find my page. Thank you // Chapter 770 The March. The elite's combat unit was ready mentally and physically for the war. Tensions were naturally high as in the briefing the night before the elders of the guild had told them that the fight today might get really nasty and that everyone needed to be at their best. Although the elders made it absolutely clear that survival was the first priority, it was also important for the elite legion to create an opening for the rest of the army to enter, which was a critical task. The other legions on the other hand were much more relaxed than the elite division, as 1. Their roles were much less critical than the elite legion. 2. Their commanders did not approach the task with the same intensity that Ridra did. For them, it was just another day at work. as Rudra and Karna geared up side by side. Karna asked Rudra if the men at the other side will comply or not, to which Rudra gave a really interesting reply. Rudra said, "Of course they will comply, Karna. They are spineless men, with no leadership structure. I think you understand if a man is solid or not when you see him behaving vainly in public. In this last decade of gaming that we have done together, how many times have we posted our achievements ourselves on the forums? How many times have you gone on the social media and posted your Olympic gold medals or your shiny equipment? Is it because we can't flex? No. It's because to us the vain glory of other people's approval doesn't matter. However, when a man becomes influenced by public opinion and influenced by a crowd mentality where they want to win public approval, like the men who entered hell and pretended to be heroes on the forums, you become a type of man who has a very low baseline and someone who marches on the beats of trends and popularity. For those types of men, to put their lives on the line for a cause is not something they can intrinsically stomach, which is why I know for a fact that the glory chasers will obey, as they need to obey to survive. As if they die here there will be no more opportunity to grasp glory." Karna put his sword in the scabbard as he heard Rudra's explanation and said, "I see. Well, if they don't obey then don't worry. Your brother Karna will punch a hole in the damn wall himself." Rudra chuckled as he put his arm around Karna and said, "Haha, for sure my brother. For sure." The march. 15 tanks rolled out filled with 3 tier 4 generals and a driver in each tank. However, none of the elite elders were inside one as they were on foot alongside Rudra leading the infantry troops towards the walls. Rudra had created a marching formation where a group of 1,000 troops had 2 tier 3 mages amongst them, all having learnt the spell called Wind Dispel. It was a spell Rudra had not seen in his previous life but in this one. As one night, as he saw a video on the forums of a fight between 2 minuscule third-rate guilds, he saw this ingenious technique used by the attacking side to evade arrows. The Wind Dispel spell reduced the speed of incoming arrows and messed with their trajectory with a pretty reasonable area of effect. Hence having 2 mages protect a group of 1,000 men, Rudra ensured that the damage from incoming arrows could be minimized. Naturally, when the troops came in the range of the arrows, ballistae and javelin machines, not all of the incoming damage could be neutralized, as despite the marching men being well equipped with shields and armor, there was still about 100 casualties every 10 seconds. However, this amount was pitiful compared to the humongous size of the First Legion as with Rudra present. None of the tier 4 demons manning the walls had the balls to try and use an AoE spell on the advancing army, although there were trenches and holes throughout the plains that made crossing it extremely slow for the tanks. The All-Shake 1 tanks had a robust and powerful engine that could power throw all potholes, while Rudra's object manipulation got it across the trenches one at a time. Rudra had practically became a complete warrior with his moveset now, as he controlled an impressive trio of space, time and gravity, some of the most mysterious and powerful forces in the universe. However, the real show had not started yet, as while the elite troops marched on, the dark faction humans manning the walls waited in anxiety over Rudra's signal. Rudra was in no rush to give the command, as he knew that he could only make the most of the distraction if he had only 500 meters or so to cross with the army, because the 3 5-minute window that the chaos would bring him was only enough to cover this distance at a full speed. The elite legion faced its first actual difficulty when 7 sandworms appeared out of nowhere and started tearing down the weaker sections of the legion. However, 7 shots by the tanks and a few hundred attacks by the tier 4 generals saw the beasts slain in a matter of 4 short minutes. The elite legion was a well-oiled unit that was rigorously trained. Unlike the march of the 5th Legion, where the formations broke as soon as their commander asked them to charge, the elite soldiers marched shoulder to shoulder by holding their lines tight, and hence minimizing damage. As the elites marched closer and closer, the dark faction players' anxiety grew larger and larger as the orders to attack were being given by their superiors, and if Rudra did not give them the order to rebel soon, then the demons would realize that they were not complying. It was a race against time now. // bonus chapter for the super gift by Savanthy. April 4th. Please thank her in the comments for this one // Chapter 771 Treason. The signal that Rudra had decided to alert the rebel forces inside was to use haze potions and cover the entire attacking army in thick haze, making it impossible for the enemy to get a clear view of what was going on beneath the walls. However, the problem was that the demon generals were demanding actions from the humans that were not being executed promptly. What the F*** is Shikuni doing, man? He is going to get us all killed. Is he even going to ever give a signal? Or is it all a hoax? Damn it, that scary demon general is screaming at me. I got to start attacking or he will gouge my eyes out. Damn it. I say foo *** the signal. Let's start attacking the demons right away. However, right at this moment, The elites had crossed the 500-meter line from the wall, and Rudred gave the command to unleash the haze potions. Within seconds, thousands of bottles of haze potions were smashed on the ground, as haze spread quickly throughout the battlefield, restricting the line of sight to just 3 meters by the naked eye. It was the signal for the human rebels to attack the demons and open the gates, whereas it was the start of the biggest tactical challenge for the elites, as now their formations could not break and their focus needed to be absolute. The arrows were still being showered from above. However, nobody could block them anymore because of lack of vision. They were at the mercy of the gods now, and the acumen of their leader to get them through this haze with their lives intact. It's the signal. Attack. Our time is now. Go boys, go. Glory to the darkness. The dark faction players saw the signal and turned on their own comrades. Within seconds, thousands of unaware soldiers were stabbed in the back by the backstabbing humans, as nearly 5 million humans rebelled at the border security from within. The Tier 4 generals managed to severely injure several Tier 4 demon generals, while the others swarmed the gate security from the within. A long and gruesome battle started for the security of the gates, as a few thousand demons tried to block the gates against millions of rebels. This dynamic was fragile, and could change completely in seconds, as the Tier 5 commanders snapped out of their initial confusion, and started to attack the rebels mercilessly. The human dogs have rebelled. Flithy race. By ****** rebels. Some of them are still helping us. But some of them aren't. Kill all humans. The peak of the confusion was the fact that the humans loyal to the Church of Darkness were still committed to the cause of defending the city, and so was the Pope. However, because the players rebelled and everyone was dressed in the same red-colored armors, it was very difficult to tell human friend from foe, as a lot of innocent Church of Darkness warriors lost their lives after being branded as rebels. The Tier 5 commanders could have regained command over the city if it wasn't for one man named Shikuni of the elites. As Rudra, being a gravity manipulator, levitated above the city walls and stood over it as its overlord, as his presence and suppressive aura garnered the attention of both the Pope and the demon commander. In a battle at the Tier 5 level, there was absolutely no room of focusing on anything else but the fight, as within a split second, the enemy could deal life-threatening damage. Hence, although both the Tier 5 commanders were capable of guarding the gates and bringing the situation under control, they could not take any actions, as a moment's carelessness on their end could prove disastrous not only for their own lives, but the lives of hundreds of thousands of their troops as well. Push! 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 Slay the demons! Just a few more left. Then we can open the gates and run. For freedom! For freedom! The humans did their best in killing the last bit of resistance defending the gates, as a few Tier 4 generals then worked together to crank open the gate's heavy lever mechanism and open the whole damn thing up. The moment the gates were opened, thick haze started to roll into the area, as the rebel humans started to rush out like crazed bees out of a honeycomb. Rudra had given them explicit instructions to run in a straight line out of the city from the gates, and not wander even an inch to the left or right. This was because Rudra's elites were marching in a tight formation with an exact 20-meter patch left from the center of the gate for the rebels to escape. As the rebels started to rush out of the city, the elders started to swarm into the city through the opening. However, none of the common elite troops were seen. Standing back to back, while being surrounded by a sea of enemies, the elite elders showed no signs of fear or backing down, as a while later their leader dropped in from the skies at the exact center overseeing the city. The reason why the elites were not swarming the city, and only the elders were in there, was because the real climax had not even started yet. For 5 minutes, Rudra and the elders fended off attacks from a swarm of Tier 4 and 3 troops in one of the most intense fight sequences of all time. However, standing back to back, covering 180 degrees on each other's side, the elites created the ultimate defense for one another, and 5 minutes later the elites were all still in green HP bars. The reason why Rudra chose to put his main team under such a pressure was because his true plan was not for the army to storm through just a thin gate, when he finally felt that enough rebels had evacuated the place. His real plan to bring the whole wall down began. Chapter 772, Collapse. Rudra only decided to spread the haze because he did not want the enemy to be able to see the tank or troop movement of the elite troops, in order to not be able to anticipate when or where the attacks from the tanks would come from. However, that was not all. When the rebels were escaping through the gates, some of the advanced elite members were hammering nails at strategic points across a straight line in the stone of the wall. Apparently, according to Fatty Kalash, if a stone was hammered at a particular pressure point, it would crack apart, as the nature of stone was innately brittle. The thick haze meant that working was very difficult, but it also ensured that the enemy, who was standing 100 feet above the wall, was unable to understand what was going on right underneath him. All that was left now was Rudra's signal, as the tanks had already set their aim near the base of the wall at a range of just 100 meters from the wall. For a few intense minutes Rudra and the elders did the best to hold the enemy fire off and give the elites enough time to hammer the nails and back off from the walls. And only when Rudra felt that the heat from enemy attacks was getting out of control that he gave the signal to shoot the cannons. With a stomp of his foot and a loud roar, Rudra shouted, "Har Har Mahadev!" It was an earth-shattering scream and the signal for the tanks to fire. As amongst nearly 10 million screams of Har Har Mahadev from the elite Legion, 15 cannons shot their pulse cannons straight at the walls with full power. Boom! 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 The entire wall rocked from the blasts as the shockwave and tremors could be felt all across the city. The Tier 5 demon commander and the Pope both widened their eyes in shock as they realized the strategy Rudra was up to and tried to react immediately to the threat. However, Rudra activated gravity suppression at this moment, subjecting his own elites and everyone near him to 70 times gravity. The sudden change caused the Tier 5 beings to lose their step as they slipped and stumbled for 2 seconds before recovering. However, it was already too late for them to respond now, as the second round of shots were already fired. Boom! 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 The wall structure collapsed clean off the line of tension created by the nails, as a ton of debris fell inside towards the city, killing thousands of soldiers while injuring even more. The mighty wall of the City of Whispers was brought down by the elites in a grand fashion, as the once 100 feet tall structure was now reduced to just 1 feet of wall followed by 3 feet of debris. Roars and cheers filled the city as the elites celebrated this achievement like they had already won the war. The fog started to dilute and dispel as the wind carried it into the city, and when the dust finally settled, the demons were horrified to see an army of dozens of millions strong staring them right in the face ready for a fight. The faces of the Tier 5 entities turned ashen white, while the normal netizens of the city started to lose their minds in panic. "Oh my god! The humans have come! They have destroyed the walls! The Great Wall is obliterated! The humans are too strong! Death! Death! The god of death is back! Hail Hades! Run, run! Run for your lives! The wall has fallen! The Great Wall, standing for 234 years, defeating 7 legions, has been turned into rubble! Run! Run!" The normal netizens could not believe their eyes that an entire section of the wall was obliterated. Not just a hole in the wall, not just a gate being breached, but the entire wall was brought down by the elites. However, the even more ridiculous fact was that not only did the elites achieve this feat, but they also did it with a loss of only a few 100,000 personnel, which was nothing compared to the Herculean task they had taken at hand. Right on cue, Asmodeus and the other demon commanders rallied their troops with full enthusiasm when they saw that the wall had collapsed as the elites started providing cover fire and opened a path for them to give an easy entry. The demon commander started to prepare a massive AoE spell of Tier 5 to stop the advent of the enemy forces. However, Rudra was having none of it, as with Siege Breaker in his left hand and Grim Reaper in his right, he dove right into his favorite natural instinct of battle and started to suppress the Tier 5 demon general. "You can't stop me, puny human," the demon commander said, as he was clearly visibly annoyed with Rudra trying to contain him. However, Rudra just replied, "That's not how you talk to your daddy. By asterisk asterisk asterisk," as he used Blink to circumvent his defenses and slash him slightly on his back thigh. The demon winced as blood trickled from the sword cut. However, he was more annoyed than injured by this maneuver, as he blasted Rudra with a jet of water. Rudra crossed his swords and minimized 90% of the attack impact. However, the water still wet his hair, which annoyed the leader of the elites. "And NBSB," chuckling Rudra said, "now that you have ruined my hairstyle, you must pay. //// Guys, we missed the GT target of being top 15 last week by a small margin of 40 votes. Let's keep at it and try for it this month. We are also at 4 members on Patreon and growing incredibly slowly. But to entice you guys to join there, I will give a bonus chapter when we hit 10 members only. Come in guys, it's a good deal. Just 6 more joinings for a bonus chapter. Please take this much time out to subscribe, as it will mean the world to me. https://www.patreon.com/rodshaw7152 Chapter 773 A City Fight 1. With the wall collapsed, the army of death stormed the city unobstructed, as it basically became a plain street fight without there being proper defensive mounts. A defending force could have an advantage while defending a city from ground zero, but that needed them to make lots of pre-planning by setting up roadblocks and supply centers. They needed to backward integrate a whole lot of things for their forces to fall back only 1 block at a time, with their every retreat being covered and every advance being backed. Such a robust structure needed careful planning of reinforcement centers, medical centers, as well as wall-mounted defensive structures. just like the elites did in Purple Haze City before the invasion of the Blood Merchants. However, that was only possible because the elites knew that the attack was coming for months, and had ample time to set such things in motion. Without those things, however, there was no tactical advantage that a city's defending forces had over the invading ones. It all finally dropped to the numbers game without any tactical advantage, and for once Ridra was fighting in his side, with an overwhelming greater numeric capacity. This was one of the reasons why Ridra called for the full strength of the army on this attack, as it was one of those days, where the result of the fight ultimately did depend on the numbers game. The army of death outnumbered the city's forces nearly 3:1, and this gave them the ability to charge swords blazing as the enemy forces were attacked left, right, and center. Ridra took on the Tier 5 demon solo, while the Pope of Darkness was taken on by the other 4 demon commanders. The Tier 5 demon in charge of defending the city was named Vigo, and he was ranked the number 2 strongest commander in Lucifer's army. Vigo was someone who could actually go toe-to-toe with a beast like Ridra, as despite Ridra having an unbelievable boost of stats, he was still not fast or strong enough to overwhelm Vigo in a 1 versus 1 fight. Ridra's strength already put him past an average Tier 5 existence, as his stats were nearly double of that level. However, Tier 5 was a vast tier, and those at the very peak of Tier 5 were existences who had lived for a long time, and whose power exceeded Ridra's by a fair margin. Vigo was not at the absolute peak of Tier 5, but could be considered to be in the higher range for sure, and was an absolute master of wind and water arts, with water being his strongest forte. Chapter 774. A City Fight 2. Max's POV. Today's fight was the first time that the light faction humans that Ridra had recruited for the war in Hell across all legions got a chance to taste war for the very first time. Today's war was much different to the fight that Max had fought in the village, as today it was a mad slaughter of demons, as for every human there were 2 humans looking after their back. But for the demons, it was a shit show. The flood of humans never stopped, and nor did the attacks, as although a demon could fight at high intensity for 2 minutes, after a while, its hands would start to ache and its movements would become sloppy, as the enemy would be as fast as the start and managed to cut it down to pieces. In about 40-45 minutes of fighting, Max managed to level up 4 times, and was nearing the peak of Tier 1. The fight was basically easy and crowded, as he needed to really try hard to find a demon to kill rather than fight a demon to kill. Upon looking up, Max saw blazing explosions above the city's sky as he saw 2 small figures fight at hyperspeed into space, and his gut told him that one of them must be his brother. He no longer even thought about the time it would take to reach his brother's level, as he had basically given up on that dream. This was because of the fact that even at Tier 5 he grew faster than Max did at Tier 1. And hence Max decided to focus on the search for potential opponents rather than sky gazing. The search consumed much of his energy, while the fight consumed less. But due to this phenomenon, and the fact that he was surrounded by a sea of human fighters, he became comfortable and casual in the environment, not understanding that the direction the mob was moving in had a Tier 4 demon on the other end. It was only when a Kuzurigama chopped off heads of 12 men in front of him that he realized that there was a huge trouble ahead. A Tier 4 demon warrior stomped his feet, as his athletic lean body with 8 abs and blazing black tattoos intimidated Max, and caused a fear debuff to be triggered. System notification. You are in presence of a vastly superior opponent and in a state of fear. All stats are reduced by 90% temporarily. Max felt the strength leave his body, as he felt helpless and defenseless against the demon swinging his blade from a chain. Max could technically still move his body, however he was as slow as a snail at this moment, with his own body weight currently being his biggest obstacle. Max thought that this was it, and there was no leading on from this incident, as he mentally prepared himself for waking up inside a church of life. However, before the Kuzurigama could meet with his neck, it was deflected by a glaive, as a Tier 4 elite warrior came to the rest of the crew's rescue. Max recognized this warrior. He was Matthias Schmidt, aka Master Ofkos, a second batch of elite pass-out and Max's senior in the academy. A popular guy who had reportedly fought the elders on his first day at the academy, and was beaten by Karna after a strong fight. The guy was a legend in the academy for having one of the fastest rise in power levels, as he was currently the only elite academy pass-out to reach Tier 4 power, and be promoted to a core elite. Matthias looked at Max, and recognized his junior as he said, Year 1. Lecture Creatures and Creation. Species Demons. Recite me the book, will you, Max? Max stuttered for a second, however remembered the information in an instant as he said, Demons. A species that is categorized into higher demons. Demons and lower demons depending on their bloodlines. Higher demons have wings and strong inherent strength whose warriors reach Tier 4 more often than not. Their average species height is 6 feet 11 inches, but most warriors are 7.5 feet to 8 feet tall. They have the same physiology as humans, however their build is more robust and superior. The only department where a demon is weaker than a human is intelligence, as although the species is sentient, it's not as clever as humans. So when facing a demon, the best way to beat it is through outsmarting them. Matthias smiled as he said, "Very good, Max. Your theoretical knowledge is on point. No wonder you passed out so fast. It took me many hours to memorize this stuff. However, let me show it implemented to you practically today." Saying so, Matthias charged at the demon. The way Ridra had designed the curriculum for the fighters in the Elite Academy was that it developed critical thinking ability that could help them in any situation. The only reason why Ridra spent countless hours personally writing a book about all the known species and how to fight them was because he wanted the students to think in a certain manner while facing certain species to better form fight strategies. This was the biggest advantage that an Elite Academy pass-out had over any professional gamer in the world, as their line of thought was backed by scientific thinking and probability, while their fighting skills were sharpened by the best players in the world. // Chapter Notes. Kusarigama, a chained weapon that has a blade attached to one of its end that is swung around and used to penetrate armors and also to cut legs of horses. Glaive, a mid-sized weapon that has a metal stick for a body and a sharp, often dual-sided blade for the top. If you guys are still confused about how they look, there is a picture attached in the comments below. Bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job everyone // Chapter 775, Overwhelming Power. Ridra found it increasingly hard to keep the demon commander Vigo contained, as while his mana was depleting rapidly, the enemy seemed to keep up the attacking intensity, as if it did not bother him at all. Ridra knew that the only way to end this fight fast was for him to somehow restrain the damn demon and use Holy Lance to pierce his heart. However, not sure of how to approach this problem, Ridra used Future Sight as he started to visualize the attack pattern. Continuation point. Ridra charged at Vigo as he used Stormbringer to unleash a deadly bolt of lightning on the demon. Vigo saw it coming and sidestepped the attack as he countered with a water cannon of his own, which missed Ridra due to Ridra's image being an illusion. Ridra had used the Shadow Doppelganger move right when he used the Stormbringer attack to use the brief time span to replace his own body by a double, as he himself used Blink to teleport above the demon. When Vigo saw that the Doppelganger was a fake, he immediately looked around for Ridra, but it was already too late, as Ridra had started preparing the Holy Lance right above his head as he awaited the slimmest of chances to pounce. The heavens seemed to rumble over Ridra's head as the holy power disrupted the natural cloud pattern and structure of the normal day's sky as it became convoluted and concentric, as if running away from divine mana after Ridra starting to prepare the Holy Lance. However, when Ridra finally launched the attack onto the demon, while it traveled even faster than what Ridra remembered it to go when he was tier 4. But even then it did not pierce the demon's chest as expected, as to his sheer horror, the demon's body too disintegrated after coming into contact with the Holy Lance, as it turned out to be water. Continuation point over. Ridra's future sight ended, and the frown was apparent on the leader of Elite's face regarding his future vision. Even with the knowledge of the immediate future, Ridra could not figure out as to how to kill the demon Vigo, as all he could do now was to take a leap of faith and gamble. Ridra followed the initial sequence of scheming the demon in perfect sync with the future sight, as he used Stormbringer and Shadow Doppelganger to cast a distraction. It was then that Ridra changed his line of action, as by using time dilation Ridra slowed the flow of time around himself by 10 times the normal rate, and focused on finding the real body of the demon from the Doppelganger. While his normal vision failed, his God's Eyes ability did not fail him at all, as apart from his water Doppelganger, Ridra was able to locate his real physical body, which was shockingly 25 meters behind Ridra, preparing its own attack spell. The moment Ridra located the demon's real body, he continued to prepare the Holy Lance as if he was going to hit the water Doppelganger, and not the real body, and only at the very last possible second did Ridra twist his body and aim at the real body of the demon, completely shocking it. The faking technique that the demon Vigo had used to substitute his real body with a water clone was a tier 5 rank technique that guaranteed no detection from any enemy sight. The move was virtually untraceable, with the only existence to ever see through the illusion being the great demon Lucifer himself. Hence, when Ridra did find his real body out, Vigo was completely dumbfounded, as he could not react in time to prevent the spear from piercing his body. Splat! The spear made of divine mana narrowly missed his heart, as he had moved a little from his initial position despite the shock. However, it still poked a hole through his chest as the demon Vigo became severely injured, losing 70% of its net HP due to the attack. 32. 456. 544 critical hit. A damage hit counter flashed before Ridra's eyes, as without heeding the stats displayed on it, Ridra only focused on finishing the demon when he was down as he engaged in close combat at unbelievable speed under the influence of the time dilation skill. Meanwhile, Max witnessed the exhilarating battle between the Tier 4 demon and the paladin Matthias Schmidt as he saw Matthias strategically attacking the demon's legs in the fight. Matthias asked mid-fight. Year 2. Subject: General theory of fighting monsters. What is the technique to fight larger opponents, Max? Max, who was watching the battle in rapt attention, said, There are 3 techniques to fight larger opponents. 1. Cripple their legs to shrink them down to size. A larger body means a larger target, and once such large creatures lose mobility in their legs, they become easy prey. 2. If the enemy is large but slow, then use agility to circumvent its attacks and hit its weak spots. 3. Use restraining techniques on the enemy to land clean shots while maintaining large distances and focusing on mid-range battle for defense. Matthias heard the answer but said nothing for a few seconds as he breathed heavily from fighting the demon in high intensity. After a while he said, For a demon who is quick and agile, Technique 2 is not viable, whereas for me, as a warrior, who is a paladin, there is no usable restraining move in my arsenal to use, which leaves me with only method 1 to use. Hence let's chop of his legs. Saying so, Matthias upped the tempo of his attacks as he used a series of sword attacks that used the holy element as its base and managed to land lots of cuts on the demon's legs, as after a point they gave out under the constant attacks, and after one fell swoop Matthias chopped both of them clean off. Thud! The demon's legless and tired body hit the ground as Matthias, who was heavily panting, stomped on his head. Looking at Max, he said, And that's how you defeat a demon. As he plunged his glaive through his defeated opponent's neck, killing him effectively. Max was thoroughly enlightened to witness this battle between 2 Tier 4 existences in close range, as he was extremely thankful to Matthias for his guidance. Although after defeating the enemy without taking a single second to breathe, the man ran off trying to find the next opponent to face, as he did not want to idle around in an active war. For Max, the man was a hero, hence he bowed for a good 1 minute towards him in the direction he had left. Although Max was an elite academy pass out, he was not thinking critically enough according to his teachings while fighting an opponent, which was why his meeting with Matthias had opened his horizons. He had actually learned the manual to fight every single species of every single build type back at the elite academy, and now the only thing that he needed to do was to apply the knowledge in the real world to shine above an average warrior. It was at this moment that it hit Max that the reason why the elite legion was miles better than the other 4 legions combined was because Rudra had trained and molded his guild into a breed of warriors that were not only smart and powerful but also equipped with the best synergy and battle tactics. It was a combination of all these factors which was the driving force behind the elite's domestic success, and the reason why the true elites was hailed as the #1 guild in the world. Being an elite was more than just being a gamer. There were countless professional players who might even be more skilled than an elite in 1 versus 1 fighting, however did not have the qualification to call themselves an elite, as the elite was not just a tag for a professional gamer, but a way of life. What Rudra had created in his guild was basically creating a way of life for his community, as the elites lived together, played together, trained together, and had the same technical mindset. 90% of the lives of the elites were basically similar, with similar training schedules, hence, it was natural for such a community to have synergy, and the strength of one individual multiplying many-fold when combined into a unit. In other words, the elites were truly a guild that lived and breathed the slogan, One for all for one. Go elites, go! With a big smile on his face, Max rushed into the winning battle, as even he realized that this fight for the city was as good as one, with nearly 80% of the streets now flooded by the army of death. // guys. Today is the first time I have seen the book failing so bad. We are not even top 20 in GT rankings, while the book's earnings have plummeted nearly 70% due to the discounts I have offered all of you guys in the privileged section. I will try and pump more chapters on my end to offset the income loss. So please help me get to the top 15 spot if you have GT to spare. // Chapter 776, Last Words. Rudra rushed towards Vigo, and due to the time dilation his speed was beyond exaggerated. Rudra's speed was basically so fast when using this skill that he was traveling faster than the speed of sound, which created a sonic boom when each of his muscles moved. Although Rudra himself did not realize it. For his body to become tough enough to sustain such speeds, it was only possible because he was no longer technically a normal human. Otherwise, even if he was a tier 5 individual with this speed, using the skill would do his body self-harm at this pace. A normal human could only accelerate x5 without his bones crumpling due to acceleration. However, Rudra did not feel anything even at x10 speed. This was testimony to him becoming more than what a normal human was destined to be, as while he himself did not understand the implications of his own power, the intense battles and constant struggle were honing his skills naturally. However, the interesting part was that although Ribra was this fast, Vigo still managed to instinctively activate a wind barrier between himself and Ribra the moment the spear pierced his chest, as he knew that there would be a follow-up attack in the very next instant. Unfortunately for him, Ribra's speed was so fast that he could see the wind molecules rearrange themselves in the air as he managed to just thrust Siege Breaker and Grim Reaper into Vigo's gut before the barrier formed completely. Slub. Blood trickled, and the swords pierced his armor with great force, as Ribra's strength multiplied by 10 times was a force that was enough to even break legendary-grade armors like butter. The wind barrier finally formed, and Ribra felt crushing force all around his arms. However, the damage had already been done. Vigo stared Ribra in the eyes, as his hostility seemed to be vanishing rapidly alongside his HP, as he struggled to utter these next words. "Human, what is your noble name?" Ribra was shocked, and his pupils widened in surprise at the question. However, with equal dignity he replied, "Shikuni of the Elites. But you can call me Ribra. Ribra, it was my pleasure to fight and die by the hands of an accomplished time manipulator like you. May the unnamed God bless you." Saying so, Vigo, the second in command in Lucifer's army, died by the sword of Ribra, as his dead body was suspended mid-air, with blood trickling from the 3 holes created inside him. Ribra's mind became a mess listening to the last words uttered by the demon before his death, as there were a lot of questions created in his mind after his death. There was no question in Ribra's mind that it was a noble death, however, for the enemy to know that he had chosen the skill of the unnamed god, and for him to cite it here when Ribra had never ever seen or heard the name of the unnamed god. In the lore of Omega in both his lifetimes was something utterly unexpected. Nonetheless, the time for questioning was later. As for now, all that mattered was the army of death capturing the city. Ribra descended from the sky with the dead body of the demon commander in his arms, as when the demons finally noticed the result of the battle with their naked eyes, they could not find the proper words to express their shock and horror. A demon screamed, "The commander, he is dead. The guardian has fallen." Another one said, "The commander, he has been slain by Shikuni of the Elites. Run! How can the commander die? Just how strong is the human? Run! 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 No way can this be happening, could it? Run! The city has fallen! The city has fallen!" As Ribra descended from the sky, he checked on the other 4 commanders fighting the Pope first, only to see that the dumb commanders were still fighting that one outnumbered opponent. Ribra was utterly disappointed in their skill, and had to control the urge to not kill the tired Pope himself and hog all the EXP, as he let the battle drag on for the other 4 to take some experience. The other parts of the city were more or less captured. Apart from a few individual stragglers, the defending forces, as a whole hand, fled the city, and now it was an elite den. More or less this fight was going to end in a sure-shot victory now, and the only thing that was left to do was to understand the cost at which this victory came now. Hence, sitting onto a wooden ledge of a demon household, Ribra looked at the hellscape's horizon while waiting for the fight to finally be wrapped up. It took 2 more hours for the Pope to finally die, and the circumstances of his death were tragic to say the least. Apparently Sir Johnny was passing by after wrapping up his fight to see the old Pope fighting 4 commanders, and then Johnny felt disgusted by the 4 commanders just like Ribra, and decided to take matters into his own hands, quite literally. What happened next was an extremely painful death of old soggy ball bursting. Probably one of the most painful deaths suffered by any Tier 5 existence of all time. However, for Johnny it was apparently too old to use. Anyways. Hence the fight for the City of Whispers was finally concluded, and the winners of the fight by an overwhelming margin were the Army of Death. // guys, firstly a very special and heartfelt shout out to Omar Alsheikh for the 15,000 coin gashapon and to Alexander 20 VA for the 5,000 coin castle. Your support for my book when it is down is beyond moving, and it just fills me with boundless gratitude. However, let me show my genuine praise for my lovely readers today by actually showing it with actions. I pledge 3 days of 5 chapters each to show my appreciation for you guys, to help me reach top 15 in GT rankings as I asked for. I'm an author who shares both my joys and my struggles with my readers. However, when I say stuff like my ambitions, I genuinely don't expect my lovely whale patrons to shower me with gifts to get there, but it's just a rant for me to work hard and get there. Saying that, a comment that says thank you for the chapter is all the motivation I need to get back up. No money needed. Slightly smiling face // Chapter 777, Angry Devil. Lucifer's POV. Lucifer lost his damn mind after the reports came in that the City of Whispers had been captured in about a day's battle by the Army of Death, and both the reinforcements from Middle Realm and the 2nd Division commander were slain in the battle. The devil looked at the report, and then at his commanders in the war room as he banged his table and said, "So the great demon commanders can't even hold a city for 1 day against an enemy attack? What a worthless race you all are! Every single demon in the room felt their blood boil at this remark. However, when they looked into Lucifer's blood-red eyes, their boiling blood instantly ran cold, as their survival instinct took over, and they became docile. Shikuni of the elites. Great war, General. Excellent warrior. Genius strategist who turned our own men against us and blasted the wall apart? Is anyone else looking at this report? What is this? Will I have to put an end to this man myself? Or do we have competent demons in this room who will take him out? Lucifer was completely enraged by Ridra's performance in the war. The ant who had escaped from his blast all those years ago had now turned into a giant, and it was bothering Lucifer a lot. The first commander of the demon army stood up as he said, "I will bring you his head, my lord. Just give me the command." Lucifer's eyes softened looking at the first commander. He was the demon who was previously the second commander of Hades' army, and the betrayer who turned sides and helped Lucifer claim the throne of the underworld. Not only did he assassinate the then first commander of Hades' army, but also ensured that all of the demon race feared and respected Lucifer for the king that he was. Lucifer said, "Not you, Darius. Not you. I need you in the capital." Darius, the first commander, sat down as he intently stared at one particular demon in the room, as if waiting for him to accept this responsibility. The demon did not want to take on Shikuni, however the intimidation that the first commander gave him made his life difficult, as he was forced to accept. "Deception King Rumi, will you accept this task?" Lucifer asked as he saw one demon stand up. Rumi was called the Deception King, as he was a Tier 5 demon that specialized in assassinations, and was the human akin of a hitman. He preferred to kill his enemies by tricking them into intricate traps, as his deception was an art that took months, and sometimes years to perfect. He hailed from a race of demons, who only inbred, and were a secluded society whose fame was for every demon being a character that was part of the king aka Rumi's play. One of his most popular assassinations was that of the 10th commander, as one of Rumi's people became the commander's wife, and even bore him kids before slowly and steadily getting him addicted to a particular lunch place that was built and created by Rumi. For 7 years the shop was run as an honest store until the demon commander did not suspect anything wrong with that place at all, and dropped his guard after a heavy drinking session one day. That was the day the commander never walked out of the restaurant, and Rumi and his race became wanted throughout hell. It was only after Lucifer pardoned Rumi to kill a commander by making him the 10th commander that the bounty on his head was voided. However, it was only now that Rumi was asked to take his first assassination mission by the state, and the pressure from the first commander meant that he had no option to reject. Saying yes reluctantly, he accepted the task. Rudra's POV. Rudra had to deal with the population of over 20 million demons after the fight was over, as he gave them 2 days to vacate the city. Rudra did not want to displace these many people, as they had Thames River on one side and Beast territory on the other, which meant that with the city destroyed, they had nowhere to go. However, thankfully the demons were kind to their own species at least, and the migrants were allowed to cross the Thames bridges by the other side, as Rudra also respected the enemy's heart and did not try anything underhanded during the migration. After that the bridges were raised again, and the battle lines were cleared again. Although the army of death had gained complete control over the eastern side of the eastern map on the east coast of the River Thames, there was still lots of wars to be fought ahead. Hades was thrilled by the victory of the army and showered Rudra with lots of praises. Due to his ingenious strategy, the total losses in the fight for the city numbered only 6.4 million troops, with majority of deaths being in Tier 1 and Tier 2 troops, and only 4 Tier 4 deaths. It was a pretty good result considering the difficulty of capturing a city, and the best part was that the enemy forces lost 2 Tier 5 commanders from their ranks. With the fall of the City of Whispers came a short break for Rudra, as after over a full month of gaming continuously, he logged out of Omega, and went back to his home, and to his wife, after a long time away from home. Little did he know that while he was away, Naomi had already visited the doctor several times, and knew about the gender of the coming baby. As when Rudra came back home, he was welcomed to a gender reveal party. / Chapter 2 of the 5-chapter montage for today. Special shout out for Anton Kartunen for the 1000 coin gift. Thank you very much for the gift. I am truly humbled by the love showered. But I see you commenting on my book every day, and my lovely reader, those comments are support enough. / Chapter 778, Gender Reveal Party. Rudra knew that they had logged out of Omega after the win at the battle for City of Whispers, as the last few days had been strenuous for all, and they needed to detox a bit. However, as he had some work and meetings left, he could only log out much later, which is why he was surprised to see the others at his home, as they were supposed to be enjoying their time off. Rudra looked at Naomi, and the swell on her belly, and instantly his heart melted. Her wife had swelled up so much in the last one, and a half month that he did not meet her, as his heart ached at the thought that he was away from his family at such a critical time. Rudra ignored everyone as he went straight towards Naomi, and gave her a smooch before holding her belly lovingly and giving it a kiss. Naomi smiled brightly at first before pouting as she said, "The baby is not even born, but it seems you love it more than me." Everyone in the room chuckled, including Rudra, as he said, "Of course not." The long pause made Naomi's face puff even more, as she teasingly slapped Rudra on the arm. As the loving couple talked amongst themselves, Johnny, who had seen Rudra for the first time in real life after his Tier 5 promotion, asked SMG, "When did the boy become red-skinned and a tattoo freak?" SMG almost choked on the water he was drinking, as he could not understand how Johnny could be so clueless. Johnny continued, "It's the gaming pod. He must have Tang UV installed inside. What a smart lad. However, maybe there is a risk of radiation. I need to talk to him about this later." SMG could not understand whether to correct Johnny, or even where to start explaining if he could. As in the end, he just gave up and let it be. However, what Johnny truly missed was the sadness in SMG's eyes when he saw the loving couple, as inside them, there was a longing for the warmth of Naomi. Hiding his feelings back well, SMG swallowed his emotions alongside the water. Finally, Rudra had given Naomi satisfactory attention, and hence, he stood up and looked around the room and said, "So, why are you all here?" It was at this moment that Neatwit shouted, "Yes! I won the bet!" Guildmaster did not notice anything. Karna clicked his tongue and handed him a bundle of money, as Neatwit smiled in satisfaction. Rudra, who noticed this development, said, "Notice what?" Instantly he activated his god's eyes, as although his head ached severely from using the skill, he tried to make sense of what unusual phenomena was going on around him. Finding nothing, he sat back down clutching his head, as he closed his eyes to refocus on reality for a while, before opening them up and asking again, "Notice what?" It was at this moment that Karna stretched his t-shirt to give the dumb Guildmaster some hint. Rudra saw this, still did not understand what Karna was trying to show him, as only when he saw everyone around him wearing a half-blue half-pink t-shirt did he realize that everyone was wearing the exact same t-shirt. Rudra said, "What is this? Some new movement to support a new gender? Why are you all wearing the same t-shirt?" Skyla slapped her face at this question as she gave Naomi a look of pity, and the two women said at the same time, "Men." Instantly Neatwit and Mediv felt offended, as they felt that they had better social reading of a situation compared to their clueless guildmaster, and that branding them alongside the other idiots of the room was not fair. However, they also knew that should they exclude themselves from the Idiot Men Club, they would never gain access into the club again. And although idiotic, the men's club was still a better place to be, hence they drank the insult and stayed quiet. Karna said, "Think, idiot, think," as he popped open two crackers, as both blue and pink flakes dropped from the cracker. Rudra said, "What is this? I've seen this stuff in those gen." Rudra's voice trailed off, as he covered his mouth and found a place to sit, as he looked incredulously at his wife. Naomi laughed and said, "Yes, we are having twins. One boy and one girl." Everyone cheered, as there was an atmosphere of genuine joy and excitement in the house. However, Rudra was just smiling, sitting in the corner, as he could not utter a single word at this moment. Rudra felt a whirlpool of emotions, as he started to laugh and cry at the same time, as for the first time since the band had been together did the others see their guildmaster so vulnerable and human. There were tears of joy in his eyes, as Rudra remembered dead Mama and Papa Rajput, as they would have been the happiest hearing this news. Rudra hugged Naomi tight as he said, "You have made me the happiest man in the world." The couple enjoyed each other's warmth, as a beautiful moment was created. And after a while Rudra asked Max to jump in too, and even though the kid was a bit awkward at first, in the end all 5 of the Rajput family members shared a moment of joy and embrace. As Naomi felt her heart turn to mush, the 2 Rajput men felt their resolves being strengthening, that come what may, both of them would always protect this family from all threats. // Chapter 3 of today's 5-chapter montage. A little change of environment from the constant wars. Hope you all enjoy. // Chapter 779, Problems? For most of the day, he would put his head on his wife's belly, and just listen to the 2 small hearts beating, as he wondered how the 2 would turn out to be. But one thing was for sure, that even though the kids had not been born yet, they were the most precious things in the world for Rudra. Rudra purchased the best facilities and supplements for Naomi that money could buy, while he baby-proofed the entire house overnight while Naomi was sleeping. Naomi was about 5 months pregnant now, and at the rate the war was going, Rudra would most likely be very close to the capital city by the time she was expecting, which was why Rudra started making lots of backup plans in case he was not able to make it. Naomi was both happy and a bit scared to see Ridra work like this, as one part of her heart felt assured that no matter how busy Ridra was, he would always take care of the family, while the other part of her worried that Ridra would change after becoming a parent. It was true, because although Ridra said nothing to Naomi, internally he felt that all the matters of Omega or the entire world were useless if it binded him from not being there with his wife when she needed him the most. Wars were projects that could not be rushed, as the lives of millions of people depended on Ridra's strategic decisions. However, at this moment, he wondered if he should accelerate the timeline of the war by 3 months, so that he could end the fight a week before Naomi's expected date. Because of his absence, Naomi had to spend her time alone in the house, as with Mama and Papa Rajput gone, all that she had now was a nanny that helped her do day-to-day chores. However, although she was her physical support during this trying time of raging hormones, Naomi had no emotional support at all. Max was basically useless in this aspect, as the teen was awkward while interacting with Naomi, much less be her emotional support. As after she caught him having sex on the couch, Max could never see her in the eye again because of the shame of that day. In a passing remark, Naomi did mention that she had friendly visits from Skyla and SMG from time to time, which seemed normal to Ridra, as he felt grateful for their care shown. Neatwit was someone she was extremely close with, as being her twin brother, she knew practically everything about him, and vice versa. However, just like Ridra, the guy too was hardly ever out of Omega. Neatwit was also unaware that Pink Lotus aka Yua was pregnant too, as the only people who knew for now about this pregnancy were Skyla and Naomi. Unlike Naomi, who was married to Ridra, Yua was not married to Neatwit, and only his girlfriend, which was why she was not comfortable in telling him that she had his child, as she did not know how would he react to it. Scared of him leaving her or forcing her to abort, Yua wanted to make sure about his feelings about having a kid before informing him about it. Being only 1 month into her pregnancy, she wanted to wait for a while more before revealing the information to Neatwit, and her decision was respected by both her female friends. Meanwhile, on the forums, the fight at the City of Whispers saw the entire army of death participate with all its legions. Hence, the hefty chunk of EXP fell between all the players, as most of them tasted their first taste ever of mass war leveling. A few high-level players gained 5-7 levels, while the average was 12-15 levels for Tier 2, and about 20 levels for Tier 1. This was rocket leveling speed, and the netizens were extremely happy about it. It was finally starting to pay off for them to come to hell, but with their level UPS came an issue relating to their tier promotion. While on Middle-earth, there were tier promotion test centers everywhere. The humans were not aware of such infrastructure in hell, which made it near impossible for humans, like Max, who reached the peak of Tier 1 realm, be promoted to Tier 2. The tier bottleneck made the whole system useless, as while the players could power level up, if they could not be promoted in the process too, then it was a dead investment for them. Hence, many started to take this problem to Ridra, as millions of people tagged him in posts asking him such questions, as many players demanded a way, or they threatened to commit suicide and return to Middle-earth. This was a serious issue, and Ridra had to take it with absolute seriousness, as without the bulk of his player base, fighting further wars would become increasingly difficult. The demons were practically useless, as being born by Hades as death magic, although they were powerful and had stats and moves comparable to a Tier 2, 3, 4, 5 individual. They did not have the associated battle experience, which allowed them to utilize their power properly. This made them very ineffective troops in battle as their human counterparts. Although weaker in build, proved to be much more valuable assets in fights. Thankfully, all the legions comprised 70% of humans, while Ridra's legion had no demons at all, which meant that the overall situation was not that bad. However, should Ridra lose the support of these players, it would be disastrous. // Chapter 4 out of 5 for today's montage. We have just one more to go for now. Every vote you give my book is valuable, and this is my way of showing you that I genuinely care. // Chapter 780 Assassination Target. When Ridra finally returned to Omega, there was a mess of protests in the camp, which could only be solved by him. Hence, he needed to immediately get into action to solve the camp crisis. For small problems, like the Tier 2 and 3 promotion quests, while the others racked their brains about what to do about the problem. It only took Ridra 6 hours to get in touch with the various professions training halls back in Purple Haze City, and convince them to open a temporary branch in the City of Whispers in Hell. A request to Lord Hades, and a portal opening later, the required staff was accommodated, and the protesters were assured of promotion opportunities in 1 week's time. Just like that, Ridra assigned the Lifestyle Division the task of setting up the various promotion halls, and hence quelled 90% of the rebellion at once. On the other hand, the Tier 4 promotion tests were much more complicated. There were a whole bunch of superior warriors, who reached the cusp of breaking into Tier 4 after the fight, with many of them being from the 1st Legion, and the Elites Guild themselves, and although no elite protested against Ridra's orders, they were still uneasy about not having a promotion opportunity. It was at this moment that one demon from the 5th Division requested audience with Ridra regarding this problem. It was unusual for demons to talk to humans, as although both demons and humans worked in the same legions, both had different campsites, and apart from the fights choose not to mingle with one another. This was the rule of the thumb for most humans. However, there were always a bunch of perverts, who liked non-human women more than human women, which led to the demonesses beating the living hell out of a few peaking perverts, while most of the humans failed in approaching demonkind women. Shockingly, the virgin Sir Johnny succeeded. It was the wrong kind of success, however, as what Johnny taught to the demon women was a technique that the male species regardless of race would curse him for generations to come. Apparently a few demonesses had seen Johnny crush the Pope's balls, and were pestering him since to learn the technique. Usually Johnny would decline as he was not interested in teaching his moves to people. However, in front of the big-chested demon women who were taller than him at 6.5 feet with D.O.R.E. cups hanging straight in front of his nose, he became helpless and gave in to the demands. It was one of these women who was learning how to crush balls from Sir Johnny, who heard about the murmur of how the kids these days were wimpy, and crying about tier promotions from Sir Johnny, and volunteered to show away. The cover story for the demon women was impeccable, and hence when she approached Ridra, nobody suspected foul play, including Ridra himself. However, she was actually from Rumi's tribe, a demoness, who had killed one of the demoness in Legion 5, and took her face, and replaced herself as a spy in the army of death. This was the reason why Rumi was the king of illusions, as his tribe was a special race capable of infiltrating any organization. They had genuine body morphing techniques, and ways to replicate any physical structure with genuine authenticity. In front of Rudra's eyes no spells or potions would have worked. However, due to genuine body morphing, even Rudra was unable to detect that the demoness was not who she claimed to be because she had not actually become what she claimed to be. Rudra said, "So, I have been told that you know a way for us humans to promote to tier 4 inside hell." The demoness replied, "First Commander, as I do not know if you know or not know this, so let me begin explaining from scratch. Just like you humans, us demons have to undergo a tier promotion test too." However, while warriors follow different paths, all demons undergo the same promotion test for all professions. For the tier 4 test, there are many centers across the map, with the safest being in the central region near a place called the Central Mountains. Inside those mountains is a cave where one can promote. However, for obvious reasons, that safe option is not available for us, which leaves us only a dangerous second option. 50 kilometers south of this city in the Beast territory, there is a place called the Beast King's Temple. It's an ancient ruin that is said to be the place where the ancient phoenix was once chained and captured. That place has a trail called the Trial of Fire, which can help anyone be promoted to tier 4. However, reaching the palace is extremely dangerous. Only 1 out of 20 challengers manage to ever enter the temple to attempt the test, and only 1 in 10 amongst them come out alive. The description given by the demoness left the room speechless, as Rudra also fell in deep contemplation about the information provided. After a while he asked, "What's the maximum strength of the beasts in the Beast territory?" The demoness replied, "Some beasts are rumored to be above level 600. Rudra stroked his chin as he dismissed everyone else from the room, and sat with Karna to discuss on this topic. While the decision to go or not to go had not been made yet, what Rudra was unaware of was the fact that the moment he would decide to go, there would be a deadly assassination trap already set up for him at the Beast Temple upon arrival. // chapter 5 out of 5 for today's montage. Hope you all liked it. I plan to continue the same pace for 2 more days. And while I wish to do more than 5, I know that I can only healthily sustain this rate without burning myself out. Once again, my deepest gratitude for everyone supporting my book. I appreciate all of you very much. Chapter 781, Rudra's Decision. Rudra contemplated on entering the Beast territory, as now that the elites controlled the entirety of the eastern side of River Thames, the next phase of the war, the critical river crossing, was absolutely not going to be easy. For the army of death to have better odds of winning, it was imperative to have as many tier 4 generals as possible in the army. At the moment, the demons created by Hades were practically at the lowest rung of tier 4 generals, as even with them possessing their 4 strength, they did not have the necessary battle experience to back that up. Under such circumstances, Rudra could only turn to the player base, as if he could somehow manage to add even 5,100 tier 4 generals to his existing force, it would be a huge advantage in the coming fights. At the moment, nearly 47,000 tier 3 soldiers were at the peak and ready to break through, while 270,000 more needed only 1-2 levels to break through. Hence nearly 317,000 soldiers total wanted to take the promotion test. This was a significant number of undertakers, and although Rudra did not expect all of them to be able to be promoted, even if a small fraction of them was able to pass, it would be a big win for the army as a whole. especially when Rudra saw 120,000 elites amongst the 317,000 soldiers. Nearly a third were highly talented elites, which meant that it was Rudra's duty as a guild master to help them. After Karna said he should do it, Rudra let go of his reservations to venture into unknown lands and started planning on how to carve a path out towards the Beast King's temple. When the news came out that all Tier 4 test undertakers would be taken to attempt a promotion test in hell, a wave of happiness spread across the camp, as while the test undertakers were elated beyond reason. Their lower Tier 3 counterparts felt reassured that when their time to take the test would come, they would be provided with the opportunity to take it. This as a whole calmed the mindset of the army of death, as everyone from Tier 1 to Tier 4 was taken care of by Rudra. This alongside the practical experience of capturing a city assured the human players that all of Rudra's promises were true, and that this war was indeed once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to get stronger fast. However, when the news spread across the camp, it also fell into the ears of the demoness spy, who relayed the news back to the assassin Rumi. Hence began a sinister plot to assassinate the first commander of the Death Army, as while Rudra was busy planning his expedition, Rumi started planning his assassination. In essence, both of them had the same mindset when planning stuff, which was creating a layout and backups for every critical juncture of that plan. If Plan A failed at critical juncture A, they could move to Plan B and C and D, making many alternate paths to reach the goal according to the situation. Scouting missions also started on both sides, as both parties sent scouts to the Beast territories and waited for a proper map and Beast strength to be gauged. While Rudra read the information and drew the best path to take the safest and easiest path to the temple, Rumi reverse engineered the same information to first draw the best path to the temple, and then plot assassination attempts on the route. It was a mastermind versus a mastermind at work, and only time was to show which one was going to get the best out of the other. However, for now, Rudra alongside Johnny, Karna, Mediv, and Neetwit rolled out of the City of Whispers, heading north into the Beast territory with 371,000 test undertakers in tow. Rudra wanted to wrap this trip up in 4 days, with 1 day to go, 1 to come back, while 2 days being there to take the test. This meant that the group needed to cover a good 50 kilometers of rugged terrain during their journey in and out of the territory. Meanwhile, Max had reached the peak of Tier 1, and due to Rudra opening the Thief class promotion hall inside the City of Whispers, he was now currently undertaking the Tier promotion quest to reach Tier 2. Max had perfectly prepared for the Tier 2 promotion test, as he had gone through a lot of study materials and talked to a lot of seniors to try and understand the best method to pass this exam. In Tier 2 promotion test, every class hall gave their undertakers a mission, and the completion of the mission saw the players to be promoted, while how they cleared the mission showed their rating. Max was given the mission to steal something precious from the demon kind within 7 days, and being the daredevil that he was, he decided to take a dive down River Thames and cross to the other side to look for treasures. Currently, many humans were doing such missions, only for 9 out of 10 to meet their end by the defending demon forces on the other side. However, Max had a hidden secret to help him. Hence, with his eyes set on the economic hub of the east, the giant city of Savanthi, as his destination, Max leaped into the River Thames after consuming one appearance alteration potion, changing his human appearance to that of a demon, or rather a demoness. Max had felt confident when he stole 5 strands of hair from a demon's armor about his plan. However, never in his wild dreams did he imagine that it would turn out to be a demoness's. It was only when he grew D-cups did he realize the situation he was in. / Continuing on my commitment to bring 5 chapters to you guys for 3 days. Today will also be a 5-chapter day. / Chapter 782 Complaint Launched. Real life. SMG. SMG was a man well into his late 40s, and about to touch his 50s, and having given his whole life to the art of perfecting his profession. He never had enough time to start a family, or find a proper girl to settle down. He never regretted this way of life too, until he joined the elites, and met beautiful women inside the guild like Yua, Skyla, and especially Naomi. At first, his curiosity was limited to gazing only, as while he would steal glances at the office parties at the women from time to time, he would not think much about it, and feel happy about having witnessed such beauty. However, all that started to change when the girls started giving attention to other elders, and the guild master but not him. As in their eyes, he was almost non-existent. While they teased and played with the young guys, they would absolutely not pay romantic attention to the old ones, like himself and Johnny, and while Johnny still had a certain charm that made girls levitate towards him and talk to him despite his age, SMG had no game whatsoever. This started to bother SMG, as even when he became an instructor in the elite academy training the meanest black operations recruits, the few girls in his division would look at him as a near grandfather level figure, and without any respect as a potential partner. SMG, who had trained all his life seeing his master, who at age 60 had 10-20 women around him, at all times used to believe that, after he had all the success in the world, women would definitely levitate towards him despite his age, as long as he was respectful towards them, and could provide their needs. However, when this illusion crashed, over time SMG's core principles started to fluctuate as his obsession with wooing women increased. He started to approach them out of his own free will, as from time to time, he would help them in various spheres of life, trying to make himself useful to get their attention, as the women would also feel comfortable around him, and start to rant about their various problems in life. However, even after all this, he was always within his limits, and his obsession was buried inside his heart without an outlet. As in the end, he was a good friend of the men who were dating these women, and would not want to steal them from their partners. This, however, changed on one of the Black Operations missions outside the Upside, as SMG was accidentally caught inside a warehouse on fire that was storing cocaine. What started as a life-threatening situation ended completely altering the course of SMG's life, as after a week of the mission ending, the body still craved for a hint of coke, and after resisting a lot, the curiosity finally won as SMG bought a few grams and started his addiction journey. The positive of him becoming a drug addict late in life was that his obsession with elite women ended, as he filled a void in his heart with substance abuse. However, on the other hand, after reaching Tier 4, his body had such an unbelievable metabolism that every hit hardly lasted him half an hour before fading off. As time went by, the things came to such a point that even when playing Omega, SMG would feel a certain thirst in the VR world that was insatiable without logging out for a second, snorting some coke, and coming back. This led to a notable drop in his performance, as well as his manner of talking, as although he did not realize it himself, he started to talk and behave like an absolutely different person, which was bossy and full of toxic masculinity. His own division members started to feel dreadful under his command, and for the first time ever in the history of the Elites Guild being formed, a formal complaint letter was lodged against an elder in the management, as SMG voluntarily and brutally killed a Tier 3 assassin of his division while training, just because he outsmarted SMG in the start of the battle and managed to land an attack on his cheek. Humiliated, SMG proceeded to beat the living crap out of the guild member before taking his one life that was his protection in hell, as he was respawned in the Church of Life in Purple Haze City. The division members had tried to stop SMG desperately. However, SMG seemed to be a beast possessed, as his bloodlust was only satiated after killing the guild member, and not before. Middle Realm, Purple Haze City. Amelia. Amelia was in charge of looking into complaints from the management structure, and in her decade-long tenure as the secretary of the guild, she had only ever seen 3 complaints being lodged, all of them being against the lifestyle division, with many of the lifestyle vendors being famously late on their delivery times. However, never had the elite ever had a problem with upper management, and hence, when she saw the complaint report against SMG, who was a pillar of the elite strength, she felt something inside her guy wrench over. She thoroughly investigated the incident, and was shocked to realize that it was indeed SMG who was at complete fault. Amelia found herself to be in a tough situation, as she did not want to punish someone as important as SMG publicly, while she also could not let such an offense slide. As within the elites, no elder was allowed to make wrong use of the power vested inside them, and nobody could get away from committing a crime. Hence, she decided to talk about this matter to SMG personally, and since she could not talk about it to him in game, she decided to look for him in real life. // I request you all to give this particular storyline with SMG time. It's here for a good reason. // Chapter 783, Traversing the Beast Territory. Rudra's POV. Rudra used his eyes to scout the area around them every 5 minutes, and made sure to steer clear of opponents stronger than Tier 4. While he trapped weaker beasts in his gravity manipulation, and allowed those who needed only 1 or 2 levels to progress to Tier 3 peak to kill them, so that they could level up in the journey. Neathwit was in heaven apparently, as he was laughing constantly by fighting strong Tier 4 beasts one after another, and leveling up at a fast pace. There was a good reason as to why the beast territory was left untouched by the demonkind, as the amount of Tier 4 beasts and higher within the region were so large that without ordering a full army invasion of the territory, it was impossible to clear the full region for human use. And as it was practically impossible to start industrial operations in unsafe lands, it was all but given that weaker Tier 1 and 2 demons responsible for building cities would never step into this land by themselves. In the end, the cost of reclaiming the territory turned out to be too large to start a viable expedition into the region, which was the reason why there were no roads, and not even a shabby hut to be seen within the beast territory. After about 10 kilometers of land traversed, and about 2 hours into the expedition, Rudra found the first oddity in the scout's map versus reality, as the map the elite scout had drawn for him did not show any lakes within the region. However, using his heavenly eyes, he could see a lake 1 kilometers ahead of their current location. The lake was not a small one at that. It was about 1 kilometer wide and about 2 kilometers long, which meant that it was actually a very important structure that should not be missed by any scout. Ridra clicked his tongue. A water body was sure to attract lots of powerful beasts, as even for demonic beasts water was the basic component of their bodies. The problem was that Ridra was currently ascending a small natural hill, and had taken the whole group along with him on a path that he felt was free from most monsters. To change the path now would mean taking a 3-4 kilometers detour, which would add 1 hour to the journey. Hesitant to do so, Ridra carefully scouted the area for powerful beasts, and finding none decided to pass the lakeside as quickly as possible with his troops. Although Ridra was quick to scout the lake, he was actually deceived by the creation of the lake itself, as while he found it odd that the scout missed drawing the lake, he felt it was the incompetence of a scout rather than suspecting foul play. The reason why Ridra was fooled was because the lake was actually created perfectly. The spot chosen for the lake's creation had a naturally sloping gradient from all sides around it, which meant that it was the perfect place for rainwater to be drained into and collected. And there were natural-looking reefs and aquatic life at the bottom of the lake, plus beast marks around the lake's water that suggested that many beasts came to the lake to drink water. Rumi had perfected his art of illusions, as he did not create fake mind manipulations, but replicated actual reality from his detailed observational skills, and his creations were impossible to see through by even most experts. Rumi planned to redirect a thirsty Stegosaurus, an ancient beast, who was one of the few species, to reach tier 5 strength towards Ridra and group while they were crossing this lake, as he wanted to probe Ridra's strength and see his moves using this experiment. The Stegosaurus was lured using its favorite bait, the demon hog, as when Rumi was informed by his tribesmen that humans were in the vicinity of the lake. Rumi quickly mind-controlled the demon hogs he had placed around a Stegosaurus his clansmen had tracked and started to lure it towards the lake. This was the first and a near-harmless scheme of Rumi, as the lake was created to make Ridra believe that a powerful beast appearing there out of nowhere was just a coincidence and not a sinister scheme. However, never in a million years would Rumi have ever thought that his schemes would be seen through by someone. Shockingly, that someone was not even Ridra, as Rumi's schemes were actually unearthed by noon, but Sir Johnny English. Johnny, who was hips deep into the lake, seemed to pick some lake plants out of the lake, as after careful examination he declared, "Shikuni boy, this lake is not a natural lake that's been here for centuries. This is a fake created not more than 2 days ago. Prepare for ambush." Ridra's eyes widened at this declaration, as he immediately spread his aura and drew his swords as he became alert. Seeing Ridra draw his swords, Karna and Mediv became alert too, and so did the rest of the army. Ridra scanned the area once more, only to find a powerful beast approaching. But it was still 3 minutes away, while Ridra found no other threatening lifeforms present. Ridra asked, "Why do you say so, Sir Johnny?" Ridra did not doubt Sir Johnny's words. If the man said that the lake was a fake, then it must be a fake. However, he needed to understand the reasoning behind it to understand the motive of creating a fake lake. And the answer shocked him. Johnny said, "The plants, they have been unrooted and planted into this lake. Not a single plant at the lake's bottom is natural or healthy. They still live because they have been freshly transplanted. However, if you pull any one of them off, they come out effortlessly, which is not how plants are supposed to grow. The bottom of the lake is carefully created, with there being tide replicated base that could only naturally ever form over the lake experience high and low tides for hundreds of years. However, whoever made this fake made it reverse for some dumb reason, because a tide base in this eastern region should gradiate from left to right and not right to left. I can confidently say that this is a work of an assassination organization, and a brilliant one. However, it's a shame that their foe is the boy under Johnny English." Chapter 784 Discovered. Ridra stared at Johnny wide-eyed, as what he said made perfect sense to him. When he looked at the area from his eyes, he just looked at the reef at the bottom and the footmarks of the beasts. He did not think critically enough, and if it was not for Johnny uncovering this crucial information, Ridra would have still believed that it was a natural lake and not a trap. The question that remained now was, why would someone go to such lengths and create a lake when there was nobody present to ambush? As the one high-level beast that was moving towards Ridra now was not enough to wipe the whole party out in an ambush. Nonetheless, Ridra became extremely vigilant as he started to run his calculations in his mind at superhuman speed. Being a mastermind himself, he thought from the perspective of an attacker who set this ambush up, and when he introspected why he would ever try this, his heart told him that it would be for reconnaissance. The enemy wanted to test out Ridra's strength and his moveset, which was why he orchestrated this move. However, now that Ridra knew that it was a trap, he was not going to let the enemy have the satisfaction of seeing his plan succeed. Ridra gave the call. "Karna. Mediv. A large beast is approaching from the west. Go about a kilometer west from here. Change his course and drive him away from the lake." Neatwit. Take your ducks and duck the hell out of that dino. Dot. Instantly the three elite elders sprung into action, as upon reaching the designated location, Medivh started to prepare a strong fire spell whereas Karna unleashed a tier 4 sword attack. The Stegosaurus was busy chasing a few demon hogs, and did not notice the arrival of two tiny humans. It was only when Karna unleashed an attack that the beast was alarmed. Roar! The dino roared at the incoming attack as it swung its armored tail to meet Karna's strike, resulting in the beast getting a skin wound on its tail. However, it was Medivh's attack that scared the beast off, as the massive raging fire forced it to retreat. The beast was irritated that its prey was lost and that someone was attacking it, as it turned towards the human duo, with vigilance and anger contemplating if it should attack or not. However, at this moment a massive juicy duck appeared out of thin air in front of the beast, and it said tauntingly to the dino, "Quack, quack, quack." Meanwhile, in the real world, Amelia went inside SMG's office in the Elite Towers using her corporate card. However, upon entering the room, she was shocked to find packets after packets of drugs, both sealed and used, as she could not believe her eyes as to what she was seeing. The gaming pod's light was on, which meant that SMG was gaming inside. Hence, Amelia decided that it was the perfect opportunity to look at the security footages of the room using SMG's own computer and find out what was going on. Amelia played the security footage at 5x speed as she saw days after days of SMG's routine and a few moments of him abusing drugs. The part that shocked her the most was seeing him log out of the game just for some quick drug shots before logging back in. As most people she was around treated Omega as their absolute pinnacle worship and played it seriously for days at end without a single wink. To see an elite elder fall to such lows was shocking to Amelia. However, her initial shock soon turned into anger and disgust as she went out of the room and called the security to install a camera inside and wipe the room clean of all drugs, as she watched on her phone waiting for SMG to come out. Based on his behavioral pattern, Amelia knew that it would take him 25-35 minutes at maximum to come out for a snort, and she was spot on with her prediction. SMG logged out of the game only to be shocked to see that his office was wiped clean of all drugs, as his addiction caused him to lose his mind over the situation, as he started to rummage through his own cabin. Who did this? Who cleaned my office? SMG panicked for both losing his drugs and also for the potentially dangerous situation of someone else finding out about his addiction. SMG half destroyed his own office in anger, as he opened the door in anger to storm out, only to be stopped in his tracks by Amelia, standing beside 20 security guards of the Elite Division. 5 of them were Black Ops trained by him, while one of them was a Tier 4 core member who was on physical duty for the day outside the game. All of them giving SMG a disgusted look. Amelia hung a small bag of drugs in front of SMG and asked, "Looking for this?" In this moment SMG felt ashamed, angry, and also craving for the drugs at the same time, as his mind crashed from the overdose of strong emotions. "Why did you walk into my office? I thought we were supposed to have privacy," SMG said, as calmly as he could, reining in his anger and desire, as he tried to maintain his composure. This was a good sign, as Amelia took it positively, and concluded that SMG was not beyond saving, as she said, "Okay, let's talk about that, and this bag in my hand in private." The security around Amelia thought this was a horrible idea, as they were quick to raise their protests. However, Amelia waved them off, and just said that SMG would never hurt her, as she went inside his office to talk about it. SMG's anxiety only grew as the two sat across each other in private, as although he had many arguments to justify his addiction, he knew all of them would make him seem hollow, and that there was no salvaging this situation for him from here. // Chapter 4 of 5. One more to go // Chapter 785, A Confrontation. Amelia said, "I received a formal complaint against you today, SMG. It's the 4th ever formal complaint lodged in the guild, and the first one inside the combat division. You beat a guild member to death brutally inside hell. How do you explain your crimes?" SMG stared at Amelia for a while, as the first voice in his head was angry at the junior, who ratted on him, as the devil in his mind said, "That rat BA *******. However, not daring to say that in front of Amelia, he said, "It was an accident." Amelia tapped her wrists and showed SMG a clip on her mobile device, as in the clip, it showed clearly how SMG was brutally beating the elite with his bare fists, and did not stop even after multiple attempts to stop him by others around him. After the clip ended, Amelia said, "Accident? I think not." SMG was very calm under the situation and said, "I made a mistake. I will personally apologize and offer compensation." Amelia nodded. It was indeed the right thing to do. However, she added by saying, You do that, and also resign as an active elder of the elite guild, and I will consider this matter settled. Dot. SNG's heart skipped a beat as his anger visibly flared. He glared at Amelia and said, I do what? If it was a weaker woman sitting in front of SNG, she would be frightened of this trained tier 4 assassin, who could kill her with a flick of his hand, however not Amelia. As she glared him back straight in the eye and said, You heard me. Dot. Ha 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 ha. SMG laughed hysterically as he clapped his hands, and seemed to fall into insanity for a while before stopping as he said, Is this the guildmaster's orders? Dot. Amelia shook her head and replied, He doesn't know this yet. I don't plan on telling him too if you do as I say. Dot. SMG felt emboldened as he said, I don't think you have the authority to dismiss me as an elder or ask me to step down. My contributions to this organization are greater than yours minded, and I admit my mistake, but I'm not going to take sh*** from you. Dot. Amelia stood up as she turned around and started to leave. But before opening the door to exit, she said, I was never going to accept your resignation even if you offered it, nor report today's matter to Guildmaster. However, judging by your reaction, I'm not convinced that your mind has been poisoned. If you were truly sorry about today's events, you would not hesitate to step down. In fact, it would have been voluntary. However, you telling me about your contributions is proof that you are delusional. Dot. Saying so, Amelia slammed the door on SMG, but before doing so she threw him the small packet of drugs she had on herself. Her mind was made, and although the final call would be Rebirth, she was sure that she no longer wanted the services of SMG in this guild anymore. Max's POV. Max crossed River Thames as a naked female, and the embarrassment he was feeling at the moment could not be put into words. From time to time, he was checking out his own naked body and feeling flushed as a result. He had become a demoness, and that too an extremely beautiful one, as his own naked image made him feel wet in the wrong areas, which was an odd phenomenon to experience. However, his humiliation was only made worse when a bunch of patrolling demons who spotted her started to whistle and tease her like a bunch of horny hounds. Hey there, gorgeous. Why are you here today? Don't you know that this place is off limits? Max felt embarrassed, and his cheeks flushed as a result. However, the demons became even more excited seeing his coy reaction, as the male hormones within themselves raged on. Max said in as sheepish voice as he could, I was here for a bath, but my clothes seemed to be washed away by the river. Dot. The demons started to joke and hit each other on the arms as they started to discuss who was taking the pretty girl back home. As it was only after a full 2 minutes that one of them said, Well, it's not safe here. Let me take you my home. I mean your home. Dot. Max cringed at the comment as internally he was swearing the guy a lot, however externally he said, Thank you, brave sir. Dot. The demons then escorted Max to the nearest village and were hitting on him constantly throughout the journey. Max felt suffocated by the male attention, as all the wetness in his body from seeing his naked reflection was gone after seeing disgusting demon pigmen hit on himself. Or herself. Although there were a lot of advantages of being a woman. The prime one being that he got a free ride to a village with VIP escorts, which would have never happened if he was a man. What also would not have happened would be men grinding on his naked bum and accidentally touching his D cups if he was a man. Going through this traumatic experience, however, Max swore that he was going to emancipate the next guy who touched him, her, even if it caused him to die. Knocking a random girl out in a street corner, Max stole her clothes, as he then proceeded to pick some pockets to gain local currency using his thief class, and get out of the village as fast as possible. His destination was the city of Savanthe, where he heard that laid a great treasure in the Museum of Demonic History. // chapter 5 of 5 for the day. Keeping my promise of giving 5 chapter every day for 2 days in a row. Tomorrow will also be a 5 chapter day. So hope you guys enjoy the extra chapter dump this week // Chapter 786, Make the Hunter the Prey. Quack quack quack. Neatwit's duck started to rage on the huge dino, and for a moment everyone except Neatwit was thrown into confusion looking at this scene. Even the dino, who had lived for countless decades, could not believe his eyes, as to why was his food scolding him. Roar! The dinosaur roared at the angry chicken, and immediately the mama duck's courage all came flat out of her body, as she quickly pooped out 3 eggs in panic. What followed was the dinosaur chasing mama duck while drooling, while the mama duck running away fluttering her wings in dire attempts to save herself, while the smaller elder ducks flew straight into the dino's mouth to save their mama dino. Rudra saw the whole scene from distance and started to count the number of ducks that the dino was swallowing. 1, 2.4, 16, 27.30. It's done. Oh, it's done. Rest in peace, big lizard. Rudra knew that the lizard was going to face probably one of the most terrifying deaths, however he did not want to be too close to the beast while witnessing it. lest he be drawn into the aftermath. Usually when one killed 3 ducks, they got some pretty pathetic natural disaster, but this dinosaur had swallowed 30. Now when the stomach acid would start to actually kill these ducks one by one, the disaster would probably grow bigger and bigger until Rudra had no idea what would happen at 30 deaths. Rudra's guess was spot on, as within seconds a huge thundercloud that Rudra had only seen during his natural tribulation formed above the Hell's Cape, as one after another tribulation power thunderbolts started to pelt the dinosaur's skin. Roar. The dinosaur did not understand as to why the lightning bolts kept hitting it no matter what it did, and after initially trying to dodge and survive. After the 12th hit, it just got paralyzed and unable to move. After the 30th strike, not even its ashes were left to remember the colossal beast, as its body along with his bones were reduced to nothingness by the thunder. When Neatwit rode his duck back to the rest of the troops, he got a loud clapping reception of quack, clap, quack, clap, quack, clap chant, as he danced alongside Mama Duck on the beat. Rudra did not understand if the chant was a compliment or a demeaning thing to say, but since Neatwit seemed to be dancing to it, he let it slide. The group continued on its journey as Rudra started to think about the more serious things that he needed to consider regarding today's circumstances, which was who was the mastermind behind this assassination attempt, and what should he expect next. After a few moments of self-contemplation, Rudra decided to confer with the elders around him, as he said, "What do you think we should do, guys? I genuinely believe that the assassination target is not the entire division, but only me this time. What should the approach be? What do you guys think?" Karna thought for a while before replying. "I think we play the man. We stay together. Stay alert and try and foil the assassination attempt." Emmetive said. "I agree. I think Guildmaster should blend in with the crowd and suppress his aura. That way finding him would be really hard and we see." Before Mediv finished, he was interrupted by Johnny. "Heh! You silly mage boy. That's not how assassins work. No matter how much Rudra hides, he cannot hide. The organization behind this attack is not an amateur. However, they are not as good as Johnny English either. Trust the #1 assassin in the world and go venture out the Sun Temple alone. Karna boy will study the map and guide us with a deter. Go there, be alert, and kill the assassin by the time we come. The only way to stop an assassin is to become the hunter from the prey. Do the unexpected. Be at the unexpected time, and all his careful calculations will come crashing down, converting it into a man-to-man fight. And while the Shikuni boy is still a boy in front of Johnny, he is a man all right. Demon CU*TS can't hurt a hair on him." Everyone gave Johnny a blank look before Neatwit asked, "You mean the Beast King's temple?" Johnny raised his hand in annoyance and smacked Neatwit on the forehead as he said, "Sun Temple, Beast Temple, Temple. Do you think this old man cares, boy?" Neatwit shut his mouth and rubbed his head as he looked at Karna in protest, who offered no help at all. After thinking for a while, Rudra felt that Johnny's words made sense, but still no sense at all, as when he looked at things from his perspective, him venturing into a fight alone had lesser odds of him winning than him going in with backup, no matter the situation. However, since his elder Sir Johnny said he had to do it like that, he trusted the old man with his life and decided to follow the advice. Hence Rudra broke off from the rest of the group and marched on ahead towards the Beast King's temple through the pre-decided path, however via air to avoid all traps. Having noon to slow him down, it only took him 15 minutes to arrive at the temple via air, as the first thing he did upon arrival was to complete withdraw his aura, and use cloud feet to completely negate all his footstep voices as well. Entering stealth mode, Rudra did not even dare to breath heavy, as he used his vision to scan for trouble and lifeforms. However, instead of trouble, what he found within the temple was unbelievable, as his eyes widened in shock, and he almost lost control over his breathing. The Beast King's temple was not simple, as it seemed from the outside, as within it were buried some of the most ancient secrets of the pre-civilization beast era. Secrets thought to be lost in the sands of time. Secrets that could completely change the course of the war. // continuing on my promise. Today will also be a 5-chapter day. Enjoy // Chapter 787. Max is catfishing. Max's POV. Max reached Savanthi City and paid the toll for 2 silver taels to enter the city. Initially, Max expected a very demon-like city to be what he saw, where humans would hang like chickens outside street meat shops, and it would be a barbaric scene overall. However, that was not the case with the city at all. It was a hustling and bustling civilization who was not fearing immediate war. Food, clothing and lifestyle shops were open and children were happily playing on the streets. In fact, the landscape was not at all scary or barbaric. It was pretty and had a unique beauty, as the merchant town of Savanthi was one of the most beautiful and economically powerful towns inside entire Hell's Cape. As Max roamed the city, he found himself constantly having to look up to see faces of taller men, which was a very different feeling for him, as usually he never felt like a dwarf amongst men. But being in a woman's body amongst tall demonic men, he started feeling like one. The clothes he had stolen were a bit baggy and oversized, which made him look like women who was trying to cover her assets up desperately, however also failing miserably, as even though the t-shirt was oversized, his perky nipples from his D-cups were still visible. Every time Max walked, his chest jiggled, and he needed to desperately resist the urge to not start playing with them himself. However, he soon realized that his attention to himself was not the biggest problem, and it was more about the other demon men in the city. Internally Max sighed, as those who saw him pass by with slanted eyes, as whether they were with their wives, whether they were single or whether they were old. All men turned at least once to see the beauty that Max had become, and it was at this moment that Max realized that demon, human, beast, elf, orc, or any XYZ race for that matter, men will be men all around. Mankind was a race that was the most perverted, most delusional, and also the most hungry to check new women out, as this basic response seemed to be deeply ingrained in the Y chromosome itself. Although it disgusted Max to do so, he quickly realized that his appearance was his best weapon at the moment, and that if he was smart about it, he could catfish someone into helping him carry out the heist. Once this sinister thought entered Max's mind, he delved deeper and deeper into it, as he started to talk like the women he was most attracted to as a kid and who he considered the master of seduction. Skyla. Entering the Museum of National History, Max started to look around for a while at the beautiful demonic artifacts preserved, as he genuinely learnt about the history of the demon kind. Inside the museum were many cool artifacts, like the sword fragment of the first ever demon emperor, and the necklace of the last demon empress stored inside. However, Max's eyes remained focused on the one artifact that could guarantee him a perfect promotion, which was the book of the city's architecture, rumored to contain blueprints of important government buildings, the streets as well as the underground sewage system. It was a book that could help the army of death a lot with its overall reconnaissance. However, the problem was that it was sealed behind runes and 3 layers of pixie glass, which was the hardest glass forged by the legendary dwarves. Max needed to figure out a way as to how to break the glass and remove the rune alarm that will go off if he touched the glass, and then steal the item and run from the city without the 50 tier 3 guards catching him. However, just as he was thinking about how to pull this feat off, the answer to all his troubles came walking at him with a big smile. A nobly dressed demon, who was extremely average looking with no muscles whatsoever, walked up to Max and said, "I am the son of the owner of this museum. Do you like our exhibits?" Max smirked internally. It took him one look at the guy to understand he was interested in him, and he was going to make full utilization of this opportunity. Max said, "Oh my god! Look at you! Who would think that with these muscles you would actually be an art curator, and not a valiant warrior?" Hot dot. The demon was dumbfounded. He had never felt his ego blast so much at once, as he literally got a nosebleed hearing Max's words and voice. Max understood male psychology the best. He knew that the best compliment a female could give a guy was not about his personality, or his fashion sense or accomplishments. It was about his manhood. Tell a man he had a big D asterisk asterisk, and he would think about it smiling for days. Which was exactly why Max chose to compliment the other party's muscles, as he knew that as a lanky person, that was the compliment he craved for the most. It totally worked. The demon wiped his noseblood and said, Yes. I just help out once in a while in the museum. I'm indeed a warrior by profession. Jules, 1 heart. Dot. Max made a gawking expression as he said, 1 heart? Like the famous 1 heart of Savanthy City? No way. Max had absolutely no clue as to who the 1 hearts were. However, he knew that when a male said his surname in such a fashion, it was only because he was flexing his family wealth. Which was why Max acted impressed. This also worked totally, as the demon smiled at the compliment and said, Don't be afraid of me. I'm just a humble demon. Dot. Max closed his gawking expression and started to play his plot. So, Mr. Jules, have you ever touched this book in your hands? Jules looked at the book of architecture and said, Yes. When I was a kid, I scrolled through this book once. Max appeared to look extremely impressed as he said in a soft voice, I'm an architectural student. If I could ever look at the book in my hands, it would be the pinnacle of my existence. Alas, it's not possible. Saying so, Max sighed and let his body drop. He made such a cute expression that Jules's heart stopped to see Max so sad, as he immediately clapped his hands and called for his butler as he whispered something in his ear. Max knew what was going on with that whisper, and now all that he needed to do was to wait for the results to be reaped. Chapter 788 Lore. Rumi's POV. Rumi had initially planned on converting the temple of the Beast King into a field of assassination for Rudra, as he planned to set up his traps all over for the leader of the elites. When a peak tier 3 individual enters the Temple of the Beast King, they trigger the tier 4 promotion quest known as the Trial of Fire, and are teleported into a parallel space, where they appear for the trial. However, over the past centuries, there were no news about any tier 5 individual visiting the temple, as there was no known benefit for a tier 5 individual to enter the temple. There were no treasures to be looted, and there was also no motivation for them to go after already reaching tier 5. Hence, when Rumi entered the temple, he was stunned to see the scenario in front of his eyes. In the center of the temple was an altar that had chains as thick as a pillar, and scorch marks could be seen on the ground below, as if it was heated repeatedly using fires over and over again for centuries. The law of fire was so strong in the environment that Rumi could only will about creating fire in his palms, and fire would appear even though he was not a mage who had learnt to use the fire spell. Usually those who took the risk to traverse the beast territory and enter the temple would either not come out to tell the tale, or would tell the tale of the trial of fire, which was an alternate dimension not connected to the temple, while nobody told the tale of the temple itself because nobody had witnessed it. As Rumi was sure that if anyone had seen this scene before, then this temple would not be standing here after all these years, as Lucifer himself would have laid a claim on it. In front of his eyes laid a place that had ancient paintings across the pillars, where the chains emerged from that told the tale of how the ancient phoenix was captured here. It was a popular folklore that the demonkind used to say about the separation of the middle realm, the heaven and hell. As before the age of the two-legged species, there was the age of the beast kings who roamed the worlds as the dragon race, the phoenix race, the nine-tailed fox, and the hermit turtle race were the 4 divine races on the planet. The dragons ruled the skies, the nine-tailed beasts ruled the mountains, and the hermit turtle ruled the ocean. However, the phoenix chose to rule the underworld, as the hot boiling magma, and the heat inside, was its preferred habitat. When the primordial gods were born into the world, the beasts and the gods lived in harmony for years before the angels were born into the world. Hades, who was the new ruler of the underworld, respected the privacy of the phoenix, and hailed it as a sacred beast amongst the demonkind. The phoenix was worshipped, and its spotting was considered auspicious. However, it all changed when Lucifer took over. The angels were hungry for divinity, to get an opportunity to raise themselves beyond the tier 6 threshold, and become true gods by entering the tier 7 realm. However, breaking past the barrier was not easy. It was during this time that Lucifer killed a peace-loving hermit turtle, and sucked off its divinity to strengthen himself. When the other angels found out about Lucifer's heinous crimes against the hermit turtle race, who were driven near extinction by Lucifer's mad hunting, a great war started between the angels and the devil, and finally, after suffering defeat at the hands of Archangel Michael, Lucifer was banished from the Middle Earth. In hell, he tricked Hades into a millennium-long sleep and usurped the throne, while his presence forced the divine phoenix to cower and hide lest Lucifer came for its divinity. Hence, the beast men, the original demons, who could talk and tame wild beasts, created the Beast King's temple for the phoenix, and helped it hide from the eyes of Lucifer by creating many illusionary formations around the temple, as well as making different portals for different tiers of people entering the temple, to make it impossible for Lucifer to find this place. The beast men made it so that nobody above the tier 5 realm could ever enter the temple, while everyone under tier 3 would be instantly killed by the fire world created by the flames of the phoenix, while those who passed the trial of fire at the peak of tier 3 were promoted to tier 4. Even those at tier 4 entering the temple were taken to the same trial again and again, and the only break from this cycle was to enter at tier 5. The chains that Rumi saw were the chains that the phoenix voluntarily entered to release its pent-up power from time to time, as the chains were specially forged in a way that it used the discharged power from the phoenix's body to power the formations of the temple, as well as to fuel the trial of fire. The beastmen did a brilliant job in hiding the phoenix for nearly 1,600 years. However, nobody could have thought that even after all these years the immortal phoenix was still alive and resting within the temple, hiding from Lucifer. Hence, when Rumi detected the divine phoenix sleeping soundly in the temple, he could not believe his own senses, as he understood well that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he could enslave the phoenix, he could finally escape being Lucifer's pet and break away from this cursed place called hell. // This lore chapter was very important for plot progression. I'm sorry if it feels filler, but world building was necessary at this point to connect the events that will follow. If you did like this chapter and want more lore, do let me know in the comments below // Chapter 789, Rumi's Death and Rudra's Power. Rumi's POV. Rumi tried to sneakily approach the phoenix and chain him using the altar's chains. However, the only problem was that the altar's chains were so heavy that even with all of his strength, he could not life a single one for even a centimeter. This was shocking to Rumi, as no known material to mankind was this hard or this heavy. Little did Rumi know that these chains were made out of the hot metal within the continent's core itself, having density 100 times thicker than the thickest diamonds. Super heavy and indestructible, these chains were made to withstand the scorching heat of the phoenix without melting. A visitor. Interesting. An ancient voice startled Rumi, as he turned to look towards the phoenix only to see that the sleeping beast was no longer sleeping but staring at him with flaming eyes and a smile. Rumi started to sweat profusely. Due to the heat, it was not clear if the reaction of sweating so profusely was due to the temperature or the fear of the ancient beast. Hiya. Rumi threw 2 smoke bombs to distract the phoenix as he started to flee from the temple to regroup and re-strategize. However, after a full minute of running, it turned out that he was still standing at the same place that he had started as the phoenix looked on amused towards the invader. You want to imprison me and tame me? My, your ambitions are even more ludicrous than Lucifer himself. At least the devil wants to kill me. But you? Turning me into a slave? How bold! Rumi did not realize the true extent of danger that he was in until he felt his mana circuit burning, as the king of illusions was trapped in such an illusion that he could not get out of. The ancient phoenix said, I have set ablaze your mana circuit, since you wanted to turn me into a slave. It's only fair that I turn you into a cripple. Now burn for me. Rumi tried to mobilize his powers. However, without his mana circuit, the only power that he could mobilize was at the peak of Tier 3, as all Tier 4 and 5 moves use mana as their base. Rumi panicked and instantly fell to his knees and said, Please forgive me. Oh, Ancient One. I was blinded by greed. Please free me from this pain and do not burn my mana circuit. Let me go free and I promise to never return to this place again. The ancient phoenix sighed and turned from its beast form to its human form. Just like dragons who could transform into any shape at will, the other divine races could do it as well, and so could the phoenix. He turned into a muscular and robust man with blazing red tattoos all over his body, as he looked incredibly handsome with his red hair and amber red eyes. The phoenix said, The reason why this temple is unknown to the demonkind after so many centuries is not because no Tier 5 individual has ever walked into this place. The phoenix paused and revealed a wicked smile at this instant and continued, It's because none who entered ever walked out. The phoenix lunged at Rumi, and the king of illusions faced a horrifying death by being scorched to ashes. Satisfied with the job done, the phoenix said, These dumb humans. It's been 600 years since I invented this trick. Their mana circuit just feels ablaze because the fire mana in this place is too thick, while there is no other type of mana in the air at all, which makes mobilization of any other energy impossible. Yet nobody seems to realize this and start to get on their feet the moment their powers are taken away from them. Pathetic. After killing the man, the phoenix went back to its original form and back to its resting state as it entered deep sleep. After one day, Rudra's POV. Rudra entered the temple looking for an assassin, but instead his eyes fell on a sleeping phoenix, and in that instant, his eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Rudra scanned the phoenix's power level using his eyes. Divine Phoenix, Tier 6, a member of the ancient phoenix race, is a notorious member of the phoenix race. He and his 2 brothers were known as the responsible for? Rudra was stunned to see so much information about the divine phoenix to be redacted. However, what he was more shocked to see was the fact that the divine phoenix was Tier 6. It was a god. A god. A godly existence. Rudra already had a pet and had no intention to swap Verbal for anything. However, Rudra wanted to recruit this phoenix to his cause. As if this divine warrior joined the army of death, they would become unstoppable. However, right as he took one more step towards the phoenix, it opened its eyes and said, Your inspection is powerful to pry into my background even though you are a Tier 5 demigod. However, I don't appreciate anyone impeding my privacy. Now pay for your crimes, human. Rudra felt his mana circuit starting to overheat as he felt a searing burning pain throughout his body. He tried to mobilize the water law to cool his body down, however, no matter how hard he tried, the water won't obey his commands. It seemed as if he had lost his ability to wield mana. Shocked, Rudra looked at the phoenix with confused eyes. However, that look changed to a look of determination in an instant as he decided that if the old thing wanted a fight, it was sure going to get one. // chapter 4 of 5. Sorry I'm a bit late on this one, but I wrote this chapter once and rewrote it again after scrapping a lot of parts. Because yesterday night, I was not satisfied enough with how the phoenix was being portrayed. Hope you all like it // Chapter 790 Flex. Rudra felt powerless when he had the physical sensation of his mana circuit burning, and when he could not mobilize any of his usual attacks at all. However, unlike Rumi, who gave up and fell to his knees at this moment, Rudra felt determined to turn this situation around and fight. Summoning Furball. Rudra told his eight-tailed beast to come out to its full glory as the eight-tailed Furball looked at the phoenix and instantly unleashed a violent fire blast. The fire blast unleashed by Furball was exponentially more powerful than her usual attacks, as within the beast temple, the law of fire was so profound that every fire attack saw an exponential strength increase. Alas, the phoenix was the master of fire, and the fire attack at its body was a dud, as it simply absorbed the flames, as if it did not even tickle it at all. However, its intrigue was genuinely piqued to see a divine beast being a human's pet. The phoenix said, "Disgraceful human! How did you enslave a member of the divine nine-tailed beast species as your pet? You must die here today." The phoenix jumped towards Rudra, and Rudra instantly drew his swords and prepared for combat. However, the phoenix was stopped in its tracks by the violent bite by Furball, as it strongly defended its master. Furball said in a sweet feminine voice, "Touch my master and you will regret it for the rest of your miserable existence." Phoenix. It was at this moment that the phoenix genuinely faltered and looked confused, which gave Rudra the opening to pounce and attack. As using gravity manipulation, he made the phoenix's body weightless, and landed a kick straight to its ribs to send it flying into the wall. Rudra's legs were covered in a sort of red flame that would go off no matter how many times he stomped on it. However, when he touched it by his hands, it spread from his legs to his arms, as well, and slowly throughout his body. Rudra did not feel hot at all by the flames covering his body, but in essence, he looked exactly like the phoenix with raging flames all over his body. The phoenix was shocked, as a lot of questions arose in its mind. However, the only way to satiate its curiosity was to talk to the human. For a while the phoenix contemplated on whether or not it should parley with a human. But when it realized that the human was different from the others, and carried around a divine pet, he realized that maybe it was worth talking to this interesting being. The phoenix said, "You human, let's talk. Tell me about your secrets, and in return you can ask me the immortal phoenix for one favor that I can't refuse. However, you must answer me with all honesty." Rudra looked at the phoenix, and sat down on the floor below as he said, "The name is not you human. It's King Shakuni of the Elites, the Pope of the Church of Death, the Viscount of Hazel Grove Kingdom, the Honorable Death Knight, the Savior of Thal Village, the revered Medicine Master, the Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life, the world-renowned, the heir of Augustus One Knight, the Overachiever, the Dragon Slayer, the First Cultivator, the Supreme Overlord, the Legendary Demon Slayer, the History Maker, the Powerhouse." Rudra gave himself a grand introduction, and the phoenix patiently waited for him to finish. After Rudra ended, the phoenix said, "You have a few dozen titles. How cute. Well, I am Omar, the Beast King of the Three Realms, the leader of the immortal phoenix race, the notorious Flame Eater and Destroyer. I have wiped out the Flaming Lion race from the face of the Three Realms because their king dared to say its flaming coat looked better than that of a phoenix. I had once enslaved the Dragon King as my pet, and rode him across the skies as my mount. If I start listing all of my accomplishments, then 12 days would not be enough time for me to list them all. Be honored to know my name." Rudra stared at Omar wide-mouthed. When he listed his accomplishments, he wanted the other party to be impressed. It was usually a big flex when he stated his career achievements. However, in front of Omar, it was nothing much. However, when Rudra heard that the other party was the Beast King of the Three Realms, and a guy who wiped out entire races, and rode the Dragon King as his mount, Rudra knew that that person was the real deal. Rudra said, "Okay, Beast King Omar. I accept the parley." The phoenix too transformed into his handsome human form, and took a seat on the floor equal to Rudra, and said, "Very well, King Shakuni of the Elites. I have many questions for you. However, the first question I want to ask is not to you, but the divine nine-tailed fox that follows you around, if you don't mind." Rudra looked at Furball and said, "Ugh, I don't mind if she doesn't mind." Omar's evaluation of Rudra increased immediately, as he understood that Rudra did not treat his pet like a slave, but rather like an equal. And hence a small smile broke on his face. Maybe, just maybe, this human was going to be different than every other that he had met in the past millennium. / bonus chapter 5 out of 5 for day 3 as promised. Guys, this 15 chapter montage was just for me to show my gratitude for the support shown. Today is a Sunday, and we are still not hitting the top 15 GT target, missing it by a small margin. But I'm happy that we are in the neighborhood and trust you all that sooner or later we will get there by the time the month ends. Special shout out to my man Omar as well. One of the few people who should have had a named character in this book since long. But none was worthy enough until this point here today. Congratulations, my man, you deserve it / Chapter 791, a heavy discussion. Omar waited for Furball to reply to him. However, the nine-tailed beast was still shocked about the other party blocking its all-powerful fire blast, as if it was nothing at all and hence cautious about the other party's intentions. Rudra said, "Ugh! If you want to talk to him, you can." Furball purred and then transformed into her human form as well as she became a 10-12-year-old little girl with cute ponytails and a pouting face. Furball said, "What's there to say? When I was an egg, my father hatched me with his own warmth. He feeds me the most expensive food. He pets me and strokes me daily, never puts me in dangerous situations, and never lets anyone insult me as well. He is a bit weak when it comes to scolding me, but overall, he is the most powerful warrior I have ever seen in my life. Most intelligent and most kind as well. Even though he is my master, he is like my family. I follow him because we share a familial bond." Omar was surprised to hear this answer. Most humans saw beasts as nothing more than battle pets, but looking at Furball one could genuinely understand that she was well cared for and not sent into dangerous battles. Her fur coat was spotless and smooth, and there were no visible injury marks on her body, which meant that she was not like one of those pets who had lived a life of struggle. From her words, it was easy to understand that Furball was a spoilt pet, which was shocking considering her battle potential. Omar looked at Rudra with more questions than before as he asked, "Have you got no ambition? Have you got no fears? Most people who fight against me are consumed by their worst fears to lose all their powers when they find their mana pathways blocked. However, you choose to fight even with your bare fists against a stronger opponent rather than begging for mercy. Why?" Rudra raised an eyebrow at this question and said, "I have the most ambition. Call me and I'm the king of a nation and pope of a religion. It's not an easy journey, you see. As for fears, you are right, I don't fear losing my powers. I only fear losing my loved ones. I am a man who has seen the very bottom. I've lost everything there was to lose and lost even more. Once you hit such a bottom in life, there is nothing that you are scared of anymore. I mean, I've lost it all. What more is there to be lost? This power? It took me 10 years to build this power, however, if I have to do it again, it'll take me only 2. So the worst that'll happen to me is I lose 2 years of time. I say fine, take it. I'll rise once more. And this time even stronger." Omar nodded. This mentality was the mentality of elite men possessing the Sigma mindset. He approved of Rudra's line of thinking, and now developed mild respect for the other party. "Good answer," Omar said, as his aggressive tone visibly calmed down. However, seeing Rudra still on fire, he asked the million-dollar question. "The fire surrounding your body. Do you know anything about it?" Rudra looked at his body, which was on fire, and said, "About that? What is this thing? It's not even hot." Omar sighed, as he looked towards the heavens and said, "Let me tell you a story. Long ago, the Phoenix race, my race, felt that they had the best fire in the universe. The strongest and most unstoppable fire because our flames burned strong even after 1,000 years had passed. The other beasts called our flame the Undying Flame, or the Eternal Flame, and the Phoenix was hailed as the King of Fire. However, it all changed when my ancestors met a true god. Not the Tier 6 gods. The Tier 7 gods. The true ones. Even if he was Tier 8 or 9, we would have no idea as that existence changed our beliefs forever. He was called the Unnamed God. And he mastered the flame of rebirth called the Nirvana Flame. He blessed the Phoenix race with the Nirvana Flame and its secrets, and it helped the Phoenix race to rise above the other 3 divine species and become the king of the beasts. Unfortunately, I am the last beast king to have served his full 1,000-year tenure as a glorious king. As after me both my brothers and my son were killed in battle for their divinity by the dastardly devil Lucifer in a strenuous period of 250 years. However, that is a story for next time. What matters right now is the Nirvana Flame. The most terrifying flame in all 3 realms. Even Lucifer cannot touch it without suffering serious consequences. Only an idiot hence attacks a phoenix head on as one slight contact with the Nirvana Flame, and not even one soul remains. However, shockingly, although you are covered by it, it does not burn you. Just who are you? Rudra looked at the flames around his body in confusion, as he immediately got as away from Furball as possible as to not accidentally touch her. What the hell? Get this thing off me. Rudra did not like the fact that he was covered in such a dangerous substance. However, Omar, the supposed expert on Nirvana Flame, was apparently even more confused than Rudra was. Omar asked, "By any chance do you know the Unnamed God? Or have you experienced rebirth?" Rudra looked at Omar and contemplated his reply. However, the question the other party had asked really hit the bone. There was no beating around the bush for Rudra, and he was reluctant to tell the full truth about the matter either. // Thank you so much, guys. We did finally end the week at spot 14 for golden tickets, which is extremely humbling for me. Special shout out to Omar Alshake for the 15,000 coin Gashapon and to Savanthy for the 5,000 coin Magic Castle. Bonuses soon / Chapter 792A Frank Discussion. Rudra knew that he could not lie about it to the ancient phoenix, but could not tell him the truth either. Hence, for the first time ever, he took a moral yet diplomatic way out of the question. Rudra said, I cannot provide you with a satisfactory answer for this question. Please forgive me, but it is a matter I cannot discuss lightly. Omar looked at the apologizing Rudra and instantly let the matter go, as he understood that every man had a secret and some matters could not be pried into. He said, Okay, so tell me, what brings you to hell? Human? This was a question that Rudra could answer for once, as Rudra started from the very start and narrated the situation of the outer world to Omar. Rudra said, I have managed to enrage the devil thoroughly by capturing all his lands east of the river Thames. However, now I have the Herculean task of crossing the river alongside my troops and swarm either a terrifying port or a mighty fort. Omar seemed impressed by the whole story and was particularly keen on the part of Hades returning to the throne of hell. However, one question by Omar broke Rudra's hopes of this happening down. Omar asked, So what level is Hades at? Rudra proudly replied, 996. Omar seemed aghast as he said, What? Is he not even tier 6 yet? Rudra seemed confused as he said, Lord Hades is at tier 6. Even Lucifer is just level 999. Omar slapped his own face as he started to curse in ancient slurs. After a while he said, Count with me, dummy. Level 030 tier 0. Level 3060 tier 1. Level 6120 tier 2. Level 12240 tier 3. Level 24480 tier 4. Level 481,000 tier 5. Tier 6 starts at 1001. Rudra protested, 960. 480 960 tier 6 starts at 960 no. Omar replied, Technically yes. One needs to undergo a tier 6 promotion test at 960, and technically after it one becomes a tier 6 individual. However, the realm of the gods start 1000 and above. You see, 1000 is the level which grants you immortality, aka what makes you a god. For one to become a true god there are two ways. One way is to raise your strength naturally and amass enough power to break past the limitations and shackles of the world, and the second one is to be blessed by a divine body who has already broken past that limit. Hades used to be level 1200 when I remember his glory days. However, it's only because he was at that peak that he could survive being killed by Lucifer and emerge back for his revenge 2 millennium later. Whereas Lucifer, who won't be blessed by the true gods, is stuck on level 999 for countless years now, while his level won't increase. His stats will, and hence even when it seems like the level difference between Hades and Lucifer is only 3 levels, Hades will never be able to defeat the devil with this pitiful strength. Everything started to click together for Rudra now. Him seeing Hades and Lucifer's stats all those months ago, and how Lucifer's stats were basically invincible. However, the question that remained in his mind now was, why did Hades lie to him about being killed, and instead told that he was put in a slumber? What exactly happened in the war back then, and how did Lucifer, who could not trespass into the domain of the gods, kill a significantly stronger god? As the man and the beast king conversed, the confusion both had in their mind only increased as the knowledge was shared. Meanwhile, Max lured the rich heir to a private room in a motel where he was staying to show his appreciation for the private show of art. As the virgin demon, who had dreamt of such a day, could not stop thanking his lucky stars to get this amazing opportunity. When they reached the room, Max was very teasing, throwing one layer of clothing off after another, as the noble heir respectfully stood at a distance, his face drooling and his mind spinning looking at the beauty in front of him. Finally, as Max only wore a slim gown and nothing else, he turned towards the young man and said, Such a gentleman you are! Most demons would have torn my gown off by now. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment. He wondered if he should have been a man and taken things into his own hands. He wondered if the girl was thinking he was a sissy now that he did not take an initiative. Flushed red, he said, So you like it rough, eh? Max teased. Oh, yes please. The seduction in Max's voice was unreal. The demon felt a flood of blood rushing into his reproductive organs, as he felt like he was losing his mind, leaping on Max trying to take control. He opened his mouth and let his tongue out trying to forcefully kiss Max. Max did not let him pin his arms, but he did hold his hips close and let himself be pinned on the wall as he looked away and let the guy lick his neck much to his disgust. Rolling his eyes, he wished he could erase the sensation of this humiliation from his mind for once and for all as he raised his elbow, and slammed it hard on the young master's neck, knocking him out cold. Max not only robbed him dry of his clothes, and tied him naked on the bed. He also painted his tea in a dirty green color, and wrote over his belly, "Snip snip." He harvested a lot of the demon's hair for his future alteration potions, and after brewing one, he transformed into a man once more, and walked right out of the motel with messy hair, and a book containing countless secrets of the city. Just outside, he saw his bodyguards waiting for him, as they rushed towards him to carry the luggage, but Max refused, saying he would walk home after wandering a bit himself. The bodyguards obliged, but the moment Max was gone they started to giggle, and talk about how their young master was too fast in bed, and laughed like maniacs. However, little did they know that their young master was currently screaming muffled screams, while being tied up to a wooden bed, while looking at his naked painted D******. Now rich. Max quickly escaped Savanthia's city. / bonus chapter for ending up top 15 in GT ranks for the week. Good job everyone. This small success means the world to me. My heartiest thank you to everyone who voted / Chapter 793, a new ally gained. A few hours later, Rudra and Omar had talked for many hours regarding various important topics, and the picture was only now starting to get clear for Rudra. Hades was significantly weaker than Lucifer, and there was a lot that the god of death was not telling his commanders that was going down behind the scenes. Hades was once an all-powerful lord of hell, and a genuine god blessed by one of the true gods and given divinity. Lucifer, on the other hand, was stealing divinity from the divine beasts to temporarily bypass the restriction of level 1000, and in his mad boosted state, he took down Hades through deception, and became the ruler of the underworld after an epic battle. Now thousands of years later, when Hades experienced an untimely and unlikely resurgence due to Rudra reviving his religion and recollecting his lost divinity for him, Hades' ambition to take his throne back and dethrone the devil. However, according to Omar, his strength was insufficient. The only question that remained in Rudra's mind now was whether or not would the Phoenix help him in his thirst for killing Lucifer, as gaining a genuine divine beast past the level 1000 mark would greatly increase the odds of Hades eventually beating Lucifer, and Rudra being able to take down the bridges to River Thames easier. Rudra said, "So tell me, mighty beast king, why do you spend your time in this small temple hidden from Lucifer's eyesight, while he reigns free over the underworld?" This was a question that hit Omar where it hurts, as he said, "Do you actually believe I'll cower and hide without a purpose?" Before Rudra could say anything, he said, "They called us the terrifying trio. 3 of the strongest phoenixes in the history of the race. Born together in the same day, and aged to the same parents. 1 ruled heaven, 1 ruled hell, and 1 ruled the Middle Earth. Me, being the eldest brother, not only ruled hell, but was also named as the de facto ruler of the 3 realms, while my brothers ruled the other 2 realms under my name. When I retired, the throne fell to my middle brother. However, Lucifer killed him, and after him to my little brother, who was killed the very next month. If it was not enough, the devil Lucifer killed my son in front of my own eyes, and left my back with a hideous stab wound. I do not cower in this cave, Shikuni of the elites. The rage of those murders burns strong in my heart till this day. In this cave I bide my time like a prisoner, and train single-mindedly to become stronger, so that one fine day, I burn the devil myself." Rudra felt his heart tremble with fear when he saw Omar this angry. Terrifying flames surrounded the Beast King like a raging tsunami, and Rudra felt sure that someday or the other Lucifer was going to face the wrath of these flames for sure. Swallowing his saliva, Rudra said, "Then come join me, the army of death, and together we shall kill Lucifer." Omar studied Rudra and then sighed as he said, "Sorry, my friend. You are a valiant warrior, I have no doubt. But you are not worthy to be the Beast King's companion in battle. When the gods fight, entire continents are turned into rubble. It's not a playground for demigods." It was the first time since Rudra reached Tier 5 that someone had looked down on him for his strength. Tier 5 was almost universally respected as a high achievement only a select few could ever reach. However, Omar did not think of it as much. Not willing to give up, Rudra said, "Okay then. Test me." The Beast King looked at Rudra in surprise and said, "Test you?" Rudra replied, "Yes, test me. If I can reduce 30% of your max HP in a 1 versus 1 fight, will you join my cause?" Omar chuckled and said, "With respect, King of the Elites, I am stronger than your god of death, as you describe him." Rudra sweated heavily but then said, "So? I think I made myself clear. Of course, I would need to fight under even circumstances, which means outside this temple." Omar hesitated for a bit, seeing that Rudra was serious, as he could not understand how a Tier 5 opponent was hoping to injure him that much. As he said, Fine. I cannot risk going out for too long lest Lucifer find me, but we can go out for 3 minutes exactly. If you can injure me once without dying in that time period for more than 5% of my total HP, I will join your cause. Ridra calculated in his mind, and then replied. Alright. All the best to you. Continuation. Point 1. On the footsteps of the temple before stepping out, Ridra used future sight, as he had a look into the future to understand how the fight was going to go down. On his first attempt, he used Blink to teleport over Omar's head in seemingly blinding speed before Omar snapped his fingers, and his entire body voluntarily combusted into a ball of flames, and he died. In his second attempt, he used Solar Beam from long range on Omar. But the Phoenix King moved incredibly fast even in his human form and dodged the attack, and came up to Ridra in seemingly a single second before blasting him with a fire blast from close range and killing him. On his third attempt, Ridra used the Solar Beam, but anticipating that Omar was going to close in on him, he did a deep fake where the moment he came close to blast him, Ridra used his left hand to slash into his chest. However, to his surprise, even with such a close range, and Ridra already perfecting the timing of the attack, the Beast King could backflip and avoid the blast before hitting him with a fire blast once more. This time Ridra happened to survive the fire blast. However, when the fire around him dissipated, Omar came up towards him from the sky and landed an elbow on his head, killing him instantly. Finally, in his last mind battle simulation, Ridra used the Solar Beam, then slashed his sword, and then used Blink to circle behind Omar the moment he was about to use the fire blast to finally being able to plunge his swords into his back. But before the damage was verified, the simulation timing ended. Future sight ends. Back to reality. Ridra faced off against Omar exactly like the simulation in his mind, and this time, before the fight started, he used his best move, time dilation, from the start. Time stream became slower for Ridra, and his attacks naturally gained 10x the strength, and he got 10x the agility. He used Solar Beam. However, this time around he was actually able to see how Omar dodged the initial attack, and was able to circle around and close in on Ridra as picking the right timing to counter. Ridra managed to slice Omar's chest just a little with the help of Siege Breaker in his left hand, as Omar looked visibly shocked from the speed displayed by the Tier 5 opponent as he backflipped to create separation. Ridra used Blink to teleport behind him, as the Beast King was planning to use a flame burst as Ridra plunged both his Siege Breaker and Grim Reaper right where kidneys were supposed to be in human anatomy. Splash. Critical damage 22. 450. 000. Due to the damage being 10x, and also a 3x critical damage, Ridra's initially weak damage turned into a massive hit as Omar went through with the pain to instinctively knock Ridra's head off as he turned. Bam! Ridra was sent flying as he crashed through the rocks, and the Phoenix looked momentarily enraged as Ridra had stabbed him in the back just like Lucifer did, and in his moment of anger it blasted Ridra with a Tier 6 fire blast, which turned a 5-kilometer radius from Ridra's location into a lava pit, while also incinerating Ridra to ashes. The leader of the elites was sort of dead. However, when Omar saw a 16% deficit in his net HP, he realized that although this human was a puny mortal not powerful enough to face and kill a god by himself, he was undoubtedly a special one that could pull his way through if given a chance. Hence, looking at the heavens, Omar said as he removed the swords from his back, "My brothers, my son, the time for your deaths to be avenged has come. The Phoenix has risen from the ashes. Lucifer better prepare for his end. Shikuni of the elites, when the Nirvana flame resurrects you, you shall have gained a new ally." // Note: yes, Ridra dying here means he has lost his only life to be resurrected scot-free in hell. Any further deaths will mean he will lose everything. // Chapter 794 Rewards. When Ridra died, the world seemed to have stopped for him for a moment. It seemed as there was only endless darkness, and nothing else in those few moments. He thought that after suffering the damage, the Beast King would stop and show mercy to the junior. However, he was wrong. Omar followed through with his attack till the end. However, for Ridra, it was still worth it, as through this one experience, he witnessed a Tier 6 attack through his own eyes, and realized just how powerless he was against it. If it seemed as if he was idle when the massive fire blast came his way, he was actually not. Due to being in an accelerated time flow, he could make out the incoming attack, and its speed. However, even at 10x speed, he realized that the sheer spread of the attack was so wide that he could not outrun it even with 10 times his agility. He then tried to defend using various attacks, as he sent sword attack after sword attack towards the incoming fire blast. However, they were consumed by the endless fire, as if adding another twig to a raging forest fire. It did not slow it down at all. Finally, when the attack did hit him, his body was incinerated on the spot, and all the Tier 5 stiffness and strength that he flexed so much was reduced to ashes in front of the Phoenix fire. He did not wake up in the Church of Life, as he had expected after his death. Rather, he kept floating aimlessly in complete darkness, as the scenes of him being consumed by fire kept repeating in his mind. Every inch of his body seemed to be ablaze, as if reminding him of the fire he had just experienced, as he gained new insights into the fire element, raising his proficiency in it from 51% to a respectable 71%. When his proficiency seemed to be sufficient, there appeared a small flame in the middle of the endlessness, and Ridra drifted towards it. Upon touching the flame, he was sent back to the mortal lands, as he reincarnated from the very ashes of his own body. Covered in the nirvana flame, as he stared at the Phoenix King, with a stark naked body. From the ashes Ridra dusted, and picked up his sun god's bracelet. However, noticing how his doom armor and the wooden charm around his neck were gone forever, he put his arms angrily on his hips as he looked at Omar. The Beast King looked at Ridra's manparts on display and said, "What? I'm not into men if that's what you offer?" Ridra reddened from the neck up. However, his grace never left him as he said, "You destroyed my armor and my robes alongside much of my equipment. I'm demanding new ones." Omar tossed Ridra his swords, which were now covered in God's blood, and were shining unnaturally, as he said, "Very well. You have surprised me by hurting me so much, and hence proved yourself in battle. You are the most unique Tier 5 warrior I've seen in my entire lifetime, and as per my promise, I will join you in your quest to bring down Lucifer. Come! Let me replace your equipment for you." The duo walked into the ancient temple, but not before the majority of the elite forces circled from the long way around only to see the naked bum of their leader. Now Ridra was finally extremely embarrassed, as he ran inside the temple without looking back. Thankfully nobody had enough time to record or confirm if it was Ridra indeed, as that would make one embarrassing clip for the leader of the elites. As the elites entered the temple and took the tests, Ridra went with Omar to the treasure room, only to find countless precious treasures inside, and countless spell manuals as well. Ridra first picked an armor for himself, and the one that Omar suggested for him was the sun god's armor, as he said that it was the most resilient to fire nature, as shown by his bracelet, which did not burn away alongside the rest of his flesh on his death. The sun god's armor would have been the ideal choice for Ridra, as it had extreme defense boosts and auto HP regeneration under the sun. However, this was hell they were fighting in, and hell had no sun, which made the armor quite useless. So Ridra had to go for a more functional piece of armor that was arguably custom made for a warrior like him. Divine Beast Armor. Divine. This armor has 4 separate layers made from your Divine Beast skins. The outermost layer had the feathers of the phoenix to give the armor aerodynamics, and for protection against all fire-type attacks. The second layer is made of dragon scales, and it provides complete protection against all physical attacks, as it negates 70% of all physical damage at this layer below Tier 5. The third layer is made of the turtle shell, and is the hardest and the impenetrable layer. Apart from Tier 6 attacks, no attack can penetrate this layer, and once worn it will provide user absolutely protection against being pierced. The last layer is made of the Nighttail beast fur. It's soft against the skin and provides protection against being frozen to death, and serves as a paper on which many runes are inscribed for protection of the wearer, as it extends, like a second skin from the torso up for the wearer. An ultimate defensive object forged in the second millennium, by the only godly forger to have ever lived, the thousand-handed god, for the then beast King Omar. Ridra said, I want this, no question." Omar scratched his neck. Although he was not against Ridra's selection, but he had a personal history with the armor as well. He had sort of imprisoned the thousand-handed god to have killed divine beasts to complete this project, as the beasts killed to make this armor were not ordinary at all, but either peak Tier 5 or early Tier 6 beasts that were about to reach godhood. Although it was made for him, he never used it once, but instead chose to spit on the armor, as he abhorred beast-made products. However, it had been too long since then, and he doubted that anyone who remembered the incident was even alive, hence he said, Sure. Chapter 795 Rewards 2. Ridra wore the Divine Beast armor, and instantly the armor bound itself to him. The innermost layer made of the Nighttail beast skin extended from his hips up to his chin like a second skin, while also covering his arms, as several runes shined once the process was over. The armor rose and fell alongside Ridra's chest, and felt virtually weightless, unlike the heavy doom armor that Ridra used to carry around. If nothing else, Ridra felt more aerodynamic, as when he jumped and ran, the feathers on the armor changed direction, and provided him with extra speed by reducing air resistance. A brilliant armor! Unbelievable design! How could you let it sit around? It's better than the one you have on yourself, Ridra said to Omar, sounding like a happy child who had just got his hands on a new toy. However, Omar just kept looking at the lower body of Ridra, which was still naked, and through all the jumping and dancing around was floating in the air uncontrollably, as he said, "Let's select other appropriate gear, shall we?" Embarrassed again, Ridra coughed and tried to adjust his armor to go lower to hide his man parts. As he frantically began searching for good lower body protection. The best boots that Omar had were of legendary grade and called the magma boots. Apparently they could help one walk on magma and add a basic protection, but that was it. The shoes were a little heavy, and nothing like the lightning boots that he used to wear, but since it was the best he could get, Ridra did not complain much. He did find good shin pads and pants though made out of tempered mithril and cosmic iron, which was first time he heard the metal name. However, extremely light, and with heavy defense buffs, they were Ridra's happy choices. Lastly, Ridra settled on a piece of equipment as substitute for his wooden charm that had been destroyed, and he selected an ancient rated artifact for this purpose, called the Mana Stone. It was an artifact that effectively doubled his mana capacity by acting as a reservoir that could hold 50,000 units of mana. Ridra was very satisfied with his haul, however, seeing how Omar was an indulging host. Ridra's greed did not allow him to walk away without learning 1 or 2 tier 5 techniques from the Phoenix. Ridra said, "Now for my psychological damage compensation for dying. I want 2 tier 5 techniques." Omar took a big yawn as he said, "Fine." Ridra thought that he might reject the proposal, hence, he was ready to counter-argue. However, his fine took him off guard, as he did not expect it to be so easy. Ridra coughed and said, "3. Omar, however, said, "You can learn as many as you like. However, I don't think most will suit you. Look for yourself." Ridra quickly started flipping through the scrolls. However, it was indeed, as Omar said, there were dozens of techniques for beasts, however none for humans. Ridra thought for a second before summoning Furball, who started to avidly read the scrolls, like a good girl with her legs folded on the floor, and 2 ponytails hanging. She looked like a normal school-going child, if one ignored the surroundings of a volcanic cave, and she was cute enough to even melt the hearts of the most stubborn men, who did not want a child to yearn for one. Omar coughed as he said, "Can I pet this little one?" Ridra instantly raised an eyebrow, but he was technically hoarding the other's treasures, and was in no position to say no even though his heart screamed no. He did not like anybody touching his furball. However, thankfully, he did not need to, as Furball herself made a very mean face to Omar, which looked absolutely adorable, and said, "No." Ridra shrugged his shoulders in helplessness, and continued scrolling through the scrolls, until he looked through the entire library, to only find 1 tier 5 scroll useful for him to learn. The technique was called Nirvana Flame. The same one that the Phoenix had used on him, and even in the description of that technique, it was written Phoenix race only. However, Ridra figured out that since the technique did not burn him, it would be possible for him to learn. Turning to Omar, he said, "I'm taking this technique." Omar scratched his chin once more and said, "The unnamed god seems to have blessed you. And you seem to understand the fundamentals of reincarnation better than even a Phoenix seedling. Maybe you can master its secrets. Go on, I don't mind you giving it a try. But it's a secret of the Phoenix race. One given to us by a higher power, and one I can't gift you. If you can learn its secrets in the next one day, consider it your gain. However, if you cannot, then you walk out empty-handed." Ridra felt a bit sad at the reply. However, he knew that Omar was right. It was a priceless treasure, and him letting Ridra learn it was already extremely generous. It was a tier 6 technique, and one that was supposedly originating from someone way beyond the realm of the gods in Omega, hence a truly priceless one indeed. However, one day was maybe too less to comprehend it in its entirety, but Ridra only had 1 day in his hand. Understanding that helplessly sighing about the situation was going to get him nowhere, Ridra decided to start working and try his best to learn it in the 1 day he had, hoping that Gaia would use the in-game mechanisms to help him learn it as easily as one learnt a tier 3 technique in minutes. However, it was all just wishful thinking on his part. / bonus chapter for hitting the GT target. Good job, everyone. Keep up the pace, and we will have a 2 or potentially 3 chapter day tomorrow as well. Special shout out to Logan Hipsley 2808 for the 1000 coin luxury car. I thank you very much for the patronage / Chapter 796, Mastering Nirvana Flame. Ridra only had 24 hours to try and master the Nirvana Flame as instructed by the Beast King. However, it was not an easy endeavor to comprehend the secrets of the Nirvana Flame even with a 71% fire comprehension. M for skills below tier 4. Which is skills at tier 1-3. A skill scroll is like a memory imprint. When you open the scroll to read, the special technique with which it is made helps to imprint the technique into your mind, and you learn it instantly. It is like learning how to drive a car for the first time. Usually it would take one understanding of how to use the clutch, how to shift the gears, when to shift gears, etc. However, Omega made it so that for tier 1-3, it was akin to driving an automatic car, which was like a toy car. All you needed to do was accelerate, brake, and steer, as there was no learning curve involved. For Tier 4 it was like learning to drive a car for the first time, but the car still had power steerings and disc brakes, and other semi-automatic facilities. For Tier 5 techniques, it was akin to learning how to drive on F1 circuits, with the first Ford cars built in 19th century, as the mana pads involved in invoking the techniques, as well as the sheer amount of strength and strain it put in one's muscles was unbelievable. However, mastering Nirvana Flame was like staring at a blueprint of a car that needed to be assembled from the scratch. It had a general outline of how to make the car, however there were thousands of moving parts that needed to be attached perfectly, and even then needed to be executed perfectly to drive it on tough terrain, and Ribra had to learn to do all that in under 24 hours. The basic frame of the car was to create fire. Thankfully for Rudra, he was within the Phoenix Temple, where the law of fire was extremely thick, hence he could conjure fire easily. However, next came the harder part. He needed to imbue this fire with both the laws of death and destruction and life and creation to make a perfect balance of contrasting elements that would burn each other into fuel for a devastating fire. In theory, if he kept the life aura just a bit stronger than the death aura, he could make the Nirvana Flame heal people and cure wounds in a defensive move. However, if he kept the destructive aspect of it higher, it could be used as a weapon that would consume all life. Rudra was the emissary of death, and hence conjuring death aura was not difficult for him. However, the problem was conjuring life aura. His innate class was a Death Knight, with his subclass being an explosion artist, which meant that he was not inherently able to wield Bindiger's mana. If he was a paladin or a priest or some class like that, it would have been much easier for him to solve that part of the problem. However, even a paladin would have trouble finding death aura, which would stagnate it at the same step. This was a huge bother in mastering the Nirvana Flame, and time was ticking away from him. He needed some inspiration, and in desperation, he turned to the only entity that could help him. Rudra screamed in his mind. Gaia, I know you can hear me. Help me out here, please. I need this to beat Lucifer. Gaia! However, no matter how hard he thought about it, Gaia did not respond. Just like this, 14 hours passed by and Rudra was still staring at the scroll, racking his brain, when he understood a basic thing about life and death. There was not a single class that inherently had command over both life and death aura, and hence there had to be a way for one to master the Nirvana Flame without having both, because the Phoenixes clearly did master it. There was a tale Mama Rajput used to tell him as a child, a saying popular in his home culture, and the book left behind by a god. It said, "Life and death are one thread. The same line viewed from two sides." It was this quote that made Rudra realize that darkness was just absence of light, and that death was just absence of life. It was a complementary force, and he did not need two of them, as death in itself was life, and life in itself was death, as the two were complete on its own. Feeling enlightened, Rudra tried to brew his fire by his death aura, and on his first attempt, he was successful in creating Hell's Flame, a Tier 4 technique that was considered to be one of the more destructive flames on the continent. Omar saw Rudra's progress and felt excited, as he had never thought the human would progress this far in just a few hours, as even Phoenix children took 4 years to learn the Nirvana Flame, and only the selected few who were deemed worthy. However, now a human learnt the technique, and only in a few hours at that. It reinforced his thoughts that this human was indeed special. Brighter. The fire has to be hotter. The aura of nothingness has to be much more concentrated, Omar said, giving pointers to Rudra, as Rudra used his full concentration to try and start making the flame hotter. Initially he just made the flame bigger, however bigger did not mean better, as it was only him expending more mana per second and not actually improving the quality of the flame. However, then, he used insights from the attack he had recently suffered by Omar, and tried to recreate Omar's flame. The fire burned hotter, as it went from a blood-red color to a crimson-orange one, until it became a pure gold flame whose heat was felt even by fur balls sitting 100 feet away. Good. Good. Hold it steady and pour in the concentrated aura of nothingness, Omar said, as he watched on in anticipation. Rudra started to create a concentrated ball of death and life aura in his other hand, as he mixed them in equal parts, and created what Omar called the aura of nothingness. It was the most strenuous process he had ever undergone in his life, as the compression of that aura seemed to stretch his mana circuits to its limits, while also straining his muscles beyond capacity. His arm veins looked like they were ready to pop off any second, and his body was cramping up all over. He looked like he was not going to be able to make it. However, it was sheer will that did not allow his body to break apart before reaching its goal. A Tier 6 attack was not meant for demigod bodies to be able to handle. However, Rudra was an inch close to success. // Special shout out to Logan Hipsley 2808 for the 3,000 coin gift. I thank you very much for the patronage. The support always keeps me cheered up and motivated // Chapter 797, Breaking Through, Going Back. Omar cheered Rudra on. Just a little more. You are 90% there. Rudra was 90% there in reaching the density of aura of nothingness needed to imbue into the hot gold fire. However, he could not bridge the last 10% gap. He stressed every muscle in his body to reach 90%, but to go further would mean inviting permanent damage, which he was not ready for at this stage of the war. Combining the two hands together, Rudra aimed it at a wall, and when the unstable aura of nothingness mixed with the high fire, it created a beam of powerful peak tier 5 attack that blasted through the temple wall and burnt a hole into its formations. Omar looked at the hole in the wall inside. Almost a millennium of his seclusion in this cave, and it was still intact. However, only one day with the human, and it was ruined. "Great! Thanks for destroying my home," Omar said with sarcasm. However, Rudra was in no position to reply. Sprawled on the floor gasping for air, as the veins on his body popped out and pulsated violently, showed Omar that he was at his limits. To be fair to Rudra, this was a unique move that Omar had never seen before. Although not as powerful as the Nirvana Flame, it was undoubtedly the best tier 5 technique he had ever seen in his lifetime, which was saying a lot because he had lived for a very long time. Rudra had gained a lot of benefits from this exercise beyond the move that he had created, as not only did he learn how to control the fire element, but he also had a design of at least 5 new tier 4 attacks that he could produce from his knowledge arsenal. Thanks to his new and expanded knowledge into the element of fire, whose proficiency was now at a staggering 82%, he realized that he could conjure fire in multiple ways and use it like a mage, or even better. For him to create simple fire blasts or even seas of low-grade fire was now as easy as flicking his fingers, and although it consumed a lot of mana, it was no problem considering that he had got a new artifact from Omar that boosted his mana stat by plus 50,000. The system had asked him to name the new technique, and he decided to name it Elite Blast. Although it was a bit shabby naming, he was proud of it. If maybe many decades later some tier 5 powerhouse came across this skill in a scroll and learned it, it would mean Rudra would have succeeded in preserving the name of his elites for generations. Rudra called on his system panel. Player name: Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Honorable Death Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Archbishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Heir of Augustus 1 Knight. Achiever. Dragon Slayer. King of the True Elites Kingdom. First Cultivator. Supreme Overlord. Legendary Demon Slayer. Superior Human. Pope of the Church of Death. History Maker. Powerhouse. Class: Death Knight Mythic. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 527. Tier: 5. Stats: AGI: 61. 000 Vit: 62. 000. Int: 64. 000 STA: 61. 000. PHY: 64. 000 Mana: 77. 000 plus 50. 000. HP: 43. 818. 000/43. 818. 000. Unassigned stat points 0. Hidden stats: Luck: 52/100. Charm: 99/100. Infamy: 0/100. Status: No abnormalities. Equipment: Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask. Sun God's Bracelet, Legendary. Death Knight's Black Shield. Pope's Token. King's Helmet, Legendary. Divine Beast Armor, Divine. Magma Boots, Legendary. Mana Stone, Ancient. Weapons: Grim Reaper. Siege Breaker. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Night Durahell. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of God. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Swift Retreat. Illusiony Multi-Sword. Suppression Art. 3-point Stab. Twin Blade Hurricane. Twin Blade Cross Slash. Claymore. Overheard Slash. Solar Restore. Solar Flare. Solar Blast. Solar Descent. Solar Beam. Shadow Doppelgangers. Knight's Courage. Holy Lance, Divine. One Leg Leap, Rare. Cloud Feet. Circumvent. Dance of Death, Divine. Object Manipulation. Gravity Manipulation, Divine. Space Buster, Tier 5. Future Sight. Elite Blast, Self-Created. Class-Specific Skills. Death Knight Summoning. Death Emperor's S Aura Suppression. Black Ratio. Enhanced Full Counter. Death Legion. Knight of the Empire Complete. Time Dilation. Undead Ruler. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Furball, Divine Nine Tails. He had gained 14 levels since entering Hell due to the constant fighting he had been subjected to. However, his overall gains had been much more profound after finding the Beast King and convincing him to join the cause, as well as a change in his equipment and a new move added to his skill set. The trip to the Beast Temple was much more fruitful for him than he had ever imagined, and if only more than 15 people advanced to Tier 4 after the fire trial, it would be considered a spectacular success. Rudra would return with enhanced personal strength, a new Tier 6 backer, and a whole new batch of elite generals, which would lead the army into the heated battles to come. It almost felt like a dream come true, as only now did Rudra feel confident in truly being able to cross the river and take on the challenges on the other side of River Thames. Now the only thing he needed to wait for was to see just how many new Tier 4 generals were added to his army, as with a perfect estimation of their power, he could start strategizing about attacking once more. It took everyone 2 days to complete the trial or to be expelled by it, and at the end a shocking new 54 Tier 4 generals emerged, 43 of them being elites. It was an overwhelming number, and Rudra was extremely excited to see this result. Even if 54 out of nearly 350,000 seemed a bit less, it was actually incredible. With this, Rudra regained the confidence he had lost by the underperforming Demon Legion, as finally he felt that the strength of the elites was once again enough to cover the skies alone. / The side history ends. We shall continue with war action from tomorrow. Bonus chapter for the super gift by Savanthi. Please thank her in the comments for this one. / Chapter 798 New Forces. When Rudra returned to the base, the Enroge on his back shocked the entire camp. 54 new Tier 4 generals emerged to take up the helm at battle, and there was a new Tier 6 god amongst them. Hades personally came out to greet the army when he felt the presence of a god. Armored and ready for war, he was expecting a fight when he sensed a Tier 6 existence approaching. However, upon seeing a friendly face, his stance changed. Beast King Omar. It's been a while, Hades said with a slight smile as he loosened the grip on his scythe. God of the underworld, Hades. Indeed it has. The last time I saw you, you were still sapping lives of Tier 5 demons with a snap of your finger, Omar said with an arrogant smile. Hades' expression soured, but he said, Last time we met you were still the Beast King of 3 realms. How are you doing now? Although both gods were smiling, their auras erupted, and everyone except for Rudra were forced on their knees as they gasped for air. Rudra also felt a light pressure, but he could weather it expressionlessly as he said, Now! Now! No need to be rude to each other. Shake hands like civil gods. Both gods glared at Rudra at once. If there was one thing all warriors hated, it was being chided like a little kid, and that was exactly what Rudra did. However, when the glare of warring was over, they looked at each other and smiled genuinely. Omar said, So I see you still hate Lucifer. Hades replied, I see, so do you. Both shook hands as an understanding was reached, and Omar and Hades started to talk in incomprehensible voices afterwards as they signaled Rudra to follow them into a room. Inside the War Council room, only the 3 of them sat at a table as immediately all pretenses dropped and discussion on grave matters began. Omar said, Your divine essence. It's too weak. Can you conjure god tier moves at all? Hades looked grim as he said, Although Pope Shakuni did his best, and far exceeded my expectations of him, all my divine essence is currently being used to further myself to the peak of breakthrough, and I'm not saving for an attack. I believe level 999 should be enough. Omar shook his head and replied, It's not enough. I don't think 1300 is enough either. My brother was 1150 when he faced Lucifer about 6 centuries ago, and he still lost. Although Lucifer is still level 999. His physical abilities far exceed his level, and I'm sure he has only progressed in the last 600 years, and not regressed. Hades grit his teeth. If Lucifer was as strong as Omar claimed he was, then Hades had absolutely no chance of defeating him. However, at this moment Rudra interjected as he said, I've checked Lucifer's stats and I remember them to my bone. They are only 25-30% above King Hades. Omar shook his head again as he said, At tier 6, 25-30% is a difference of heaven and earth. Anyone who reaches tier 5 and above are supremely talented and have full command over their skills. There is no longer a chance that the other party won't bring their best tactics to a battle and face a strategic defeat. If there is a technique to counter a move in their arsenal, they will use it for sure, but that doesn't mean they are invincible. There are only 2 ways to defeat a god. 1. Overpower him or her in all aspects of fight and whittle down their health until they die. 2. Divine power. Divine power fuels divine attacks. Till tier 5, and even at tier 6, there are attacks that use mana as their base and unleash a powerful strike. But the true divine moves use divinity as fuel for the attacks, and there are 1,000 times more potent than their mana version. For example, the Nirvana Flame, I was trying to teach you as one such move. If you do it, you can maybe bring down a sector of a city, or maybe half a city. If I use it at full power, I can dry out the River Thames. Rudra's eyes widened in shock. The difference was too big. He had gained valuable insight into the domain of the gods today, and it seemed that all the fighting on the lower stages was trivial when compared to a divine attack. If Omar's words were to be taken at face value, one such strike by Omar, and it could wipe a 100 million demons. Omar continued. If you don't have a proper defense against Lucifer's divine strike, it will kill you. I have enough divinity stored for one divine attack. However, since you are the one with a religion, I thought you would bring more than me to the table. Hades said. I have no divinity to spare. I need it to improve my body and mind. Omar was disappointed the chances to defeat Lucifer seemed slimmer than they were supposed to be. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Rudra said, There is still 6 months before we see the devil. For now, let's focus on crossing the Thames. Any ideas? Hades put an arm over Rudra's shoulders as he said, Thinking. I think it's your department to handle. Think Commander Shikuni and bring us glory. Rudra smiled. He was just being polite by asking their inputs. Otherwise, of course, he had a plan. Some unknown recruit had valiantly obtained a map of the city of Savanthi, including its underground sewage tunnels and its secret military corridors. With this information, Rudra was more than ready to take the city down. Not only did he know the exact layout of the city, he could now also scout the path towards Savanthi City. The best way to cross using his Heaven's Eye and also use that as a bait to kill even more enemies. It was a complex strategy where he needed to pull a double bluff on the enemy. However, in his mind it seemed to be a foolproof plan, and one of the more notorious ones he had ever made. The layout on the other side of Thames was such that there was Savanthi City on one side, and the fort of Mirzapur on the other, with a small flood village separating the two. Any attack on the city of Savanthi would see reinforcements arrive from the fort within 2 hours. Considering the time which it took to cross the river, it would most likely mean that reinforcements from both constructs would first try to contain them at the river crossing itself and catch them there in the open. However, even if they magically did cross, as a whole unit, they would be caught sieging the walls of a fort or a city, which would mean that the reinforcements from the other side would eventually outflank the army and skewer them in the open plains. This was the biggest tactical challenge for Rudra to overcome, as every stage of the plan faced ridiculous odds of success. Even if he somehow managed to cross with an army of 120 million strong, which in itself would take 1-2 days, he still needed to bring down a city without being caught in the open, and even if he did bring down the walls of the city and a fight started, the reinforcements could press them from the behind and kill them at any moment before they were able to secure the city. It was virtually impossible for the army to achieve success at this phase of the war without losing 70-80% of their forces, or facing a full rout. However, to make the impossible possible was the job description of Shikuni of the elites. The more difficult the problem, the craftier his solution. Meanwhile, Max had completed his mission with great success and was promoted to Tier 2 with a SSS rating just like his brother. He was very content with the results. However, the trauma of being pinned on the wall as a demon tried to kiss him still remained fresh in his mind. He became wary of any man glancing at him, and for the first time ever, he was especially happy at seeing his male parts hanging from below, as even the demon he had changed into had incredibly small ones that made him feel impotent. His report brought incredible value to the army, and it was said that Rudra apparently praised the one bringing this information personally. It swelled Max's chest with pride, and an elite senior even looked for him to recruit him into the elites guild. A chance many wanted. However, Max chose to keep his anonymity, as he did not associate with his brother's guild or reveal his identity yet. Tier 2 was just the start for Max, as his goals were much higher. / The map of hell is available in the Discord server. Join if you need visual assistance to understand what this chapter was describing. / Chapter 799, An Insane Strategy. Karna's POV. You're crazy, Karna shouted as he heard Rudra's plan. In his decade of being the elite's vice guild master, he had seen Rudra cook up many interesting and unbelievable strategies. However, today, the strategy that Rudra suggested just blew every single one of them out of proportion. Karna considered himself to be learning a lot from staying with the leader of the elites. And usually when Rudra started to lay down his plan, he could understand where he was going midway through the plan and was able to gain insights. After so many years, he felt that he could make a plan at least 40% as good as Rudra if he was planning on his own. However, today that misconception was broken. Even if he played Omega for 100 more years, he would still never be able to think along the lines of the guild master. Karna said, pointing at the map. So you are saying You want to create a constant sonic boom over the beach on the entrance of Savanthi's city such that all forces in that area are constantly exposed to a deafening noise and are unable to hear a thing in battle? While our forces would be wearing noise cancellation devices, the enemy won't be, and hence, although both our army and their army would be deaf in battle, our ears won't be hurting like theirs? Rudra nodded. Exactly right. Karna continued. Then you want to take advantage of the fact that they can't hear, and hence fight them in an agitated state, but also drop smell cancellation mist on their forces to deprive them of smell as well. You do this because you want them to panic even more. Rudra nodded. Karna continued, but this is all just a front. As when the reinforcements come from the fort of Mirzapur, the decoy forces, who are waiting near the Mirzapur fort, only then start digging the riverfront such that they start creating a horseshoe curve from that end of the river, digging all the way up to 4.5 kilometers. Rudra nodded. Karna said, are you nuts? Have you taken the 4 standard problems of if one man can dig a hole in 10 hours? How much time will it take for 100 men to dig the same hole too seriously? Rudra was proposing nearly 100 tier 4 troops and about 300,000 tier 2 troops working on this project. Rudra replied, if my calculations are correct, and my estimation of my own power is correct, then we can do it in 45 minutes. Rudra wanted them to carve 4.5 kilometers, while he was confident in blasting a 4.5 kilometers hole through his newly obtained elite blast himself. Rudra wanted to change the flow of the entire damn river, and cut off the reinforcements from both Savanthi's city and Fort Mirzapur such that in the end, he could isolatedly trap 10-15 million soldiers in a narrow strip of land. The constant sonic boom and sensory deprivation was for the soldiers to not be able to hear the digging noises as the workers made the pit, and hence, it was a deep double bluff that someone like Karna could not even think about doing in a million years. Rudra decided that since the river was the problem, he was going to rapinize the river itself, divert its flow, and connect his part of the land to the other part of the land, and then isolate and slaughter the first wave of reinforcements as well as the river patrol. It was a crazy plan that could only have been thought out by an absolute madman. However, Karna could find no flaws in his logic. As far as thinking out of the box came, his guild master was the best of the best. Sometimes Karna pitted Lucifer. If only there was no Shikuni of the elites in the enemy camp, then it would not have 50% of the strength it had, as the man was single-handedly carrying an army of 100 million. Although Karna did not want to, his head bowed at the genius of the greatest mastermind strategist of all time, as once again, he found out that he had a long way to reach to the heights that man was standing on. Neatwit said, amazing plan. I like it. Johnny said, the kids these days strategize too much. I say let's barge in and slaughter them all old-fashioned way. Why do you guys use your brains so much when Johnny English is in the house? Fatty said, I don't have 100 million noise cancellation devices. Are you crazy telling me this on such short notice? In telling you I will quit this guild. You people don't understand that it takes a lot of effort behind making these things. Fatty was about to explode from ranting when Rudra said, 2x pay raise. Unlimited booze for a month. Fatty's tone changed instantly. 3 days, Guildmaster. Give us 3 days. The 180 degrees attitude change made Karna choke. However, he just coughed lightly and let it be. The issue was settled. All the elders had spoken, and now it was time to just work on the specifics, such as educating the army about hand signs and the like, as during the noise cancellation period it would be critical to communicate with the players. Karna also noted the absence of SMG in the meeting since the last 4 days and wondered what that was about. But apparently Rudra did not know the full matter himself. As Rudra logged out of the game, he entrusted some specific work to Karna as the countdown before the next fight had started. // Comment down below if you liked this chapter. And what do you guys think about this strategy? Is it ingenious? Will it work? Or has Rudra gravely miscalculated this time? Also, congratulations on hitting the GT target. Bonus chapter will be delivered today itself. We are also extremely close to hitting the PS target, and hopefully reach that too today. // Chapter 800 Unseen Problems. Real world. Rudra logged out of Omega, and the first thing he did even before taking a bath was to drive home and meet his wife. Rudra started to fall more and more in love with Naomi over the days. He now loved her as much as he loved Ruby. He had not seen Ruby in months now, because of being stuck in hell. However, he hardly ever missed her, because it was usually Naomi who was on his mind 24/7. The moment he saw her, an even bigger bulge on her belly, Rudra melted into a puddle of mush as he hugged her tightly, and just cuddled for a good 2-4 minutes without saying a word. Naomi was grinning from ear to ear at this, as she too had missed Rudra a lot in recent days, and it was hard for her to stay without her husband during these days. However, she had no complaints whatsoever, as whenever Rudra did show up, he treated her with utmost warmth and affection, and as if she was the most precious thing in the world for him. The couple spent a nice evening with a light vegetarian meal, as only after putting Naomi to bed did Rudra go back to the office to look after real-world affairs. Apparently Amelia wanted an urgent meeting with him, however, for the first time ever he had put his wife before work, as he told her to wait till the late night for the meeting. However, it was only delayed and not cancelled. Up till this point, Rudra was not informed about SMG being put on review by Amelia, and not allowed to perform his duties as the elder of the guild, as the only message Rudra got was that SMG will not be joining the crew in hell for a while. Rudra was concerned about this, however SMG was not as critical of a member to the war effort as he was in solo missions, so he was not too worried about it at that moment, but apparently that issue needed to be addressed now. As he entered his office, he saw both Amelia and SMG waiting outside for him, as he smiled at both, and called Amelia inside to have a chat with her first. Amelia looked like she had not slept a wink in the last 4 or 5 days, as she looked miserable. However, Rudra did not have the guts to say that to her face, as he only politely asked, "Are you okay? You look tired." Amelia raised an eyebrow, but then sighed and said, "I am tired. But it's okay, it ends today." Rudra frowned and asked, "What happened?" Amelia narrated the tale about SMG's behavior from the start, and Rudra was shocked to hear that the elder of his guild started on the path of drug abuse and brutally beat a junior from the guild. Rudra had carefully selected the people who he made the pillars of his guild, and when he met SMG, he was a stone-cold killer from an assassin sect who was a hard man with perfect control over his brain. To see such a man fall into drug abuse was shocking. Not wanting to jump to conclusions, Rudra asked, "Is he in financial need? Did he suffer a major trauma? What caused this change?" Such changes usually happened when an individual reached a rough patch in life. If he needed monetary or emotional support, Rudra could give him a loan immediately or appoint a psychiatrist or a therapist for him if he needed mental health help. Amelia looked down as she said, "If it was only this, I would have personally appointed a therapist for him, Guildmaster, however it's not." Rudra was even more surprised as he asked, "It's not?" Amelia said, "I'm afraid not. I don't know how to say this, but I pulled up the security tapes on SMG for the past 2 months. Wherever he roamed, I watched it in detail, and the content is disturbing to say the least. Initially I thought the same, Guildmaster, that there must be a trigger to this behavior, but after watching the clips, I just think he is a spineless scum of a man who is a lewd pervert." Rudra raised an eyebrow. This was a horrible accusation to be made, however it was Amelia who was making it. "Show me the clips," Rudra said, as he wanted to see the clips before making a decision. However, it would have been a lot better if he did not watch those clips, as for the first time ever Rudra was on the verge of murdering a man in rage for real after he saw them. Meanwhile in hell, Lucifer had felt the presence of the ancient phoenix the moment it had stepped its foot outside the temple. He sent his spiritual sense to see what was going on. However, just as he saw a glimpse of the dastardly Beast King with Shikuni, the Beast King spotted his presence and burned it to ashes with a flick of his fingers. If the Beast King had joined the Death Army, then it was red flags all around for Lucifer, bigger than he could have ever imagined. The assassin he sent after Rudra, Illusion King Rumi, was dead, and apparently Rudra found a new ally as well. This greatly disturbed Lucifer, as the peaceful sleep of his night started to be disrupted due to this. Initially, he was not afraid of losing this war. However, now his confidence had started to waver, and the reason for his fear was not a god, but a mere mortal. A mortal named King Shikuni of the Elites. // Chapter 800 for Rebirth of the Strongest Guild Master, and another landmark for all of us. When I started this book, it was supposed to be a 800 chapter series, but I never thought we will actually make it here. Thank you everyone who helped me reach this point. It has been a roller coaster of a journey, and I'm proud to say that I hope to reach at least 1,000. //